You can sense it kind of in the wrestling fandom. I'm seeing so much excitement everywhere I look, and it's justified. It really is justified. Tonight is a very big, very special show. We've got the return of CM Punk. He is going to be on the show tonight. We've got the return of Randy Orton. He is going to be on the show tonight. WWE have announced that the first hour is going to be commercial free. So the first hour of the show is going to be commercial free. I've got to be honest, sometimes that's not a good thing. Normally, we find that they put a lot of nothing in that first hour. You'll get a nice match and you might get like a so-so promo. But to be honest, it can normally be the case, but this isn't a normal show, but it can normally be the case that anything juicy gets moved out of that hour free segment because, that kind of commercial free segment, they want you to come back from commercial, so they need something good to make you come back from commercial. So the good stuff tends to get moved away from the commercial free segment. So that's not always a good thing, but it's a good thing to shout about and say, look, there's going to be a whole hour without commercials. I mean, commercials are one of the most frustrating parts of the show. So, and plus, as I said, this isn't a normal show. I mean, rumors are they're going to open big. Rumors are they're opening big and they're ending big. Now, I personally, if I was booking the show tonight, CM Punk would be the last thing you'd be getting. He wouldn't be in the first hour. Everyone is tuning in for CM Punk. I mean, people will tune in for Randy, and they are tuning in because it's Raw anyway. But there's going to be a lot of casual fans that tune into this show. They're tuning in for CM Punk. So I wouldn't expect CM Punk to open the show. They may go that way. I'm not saying it's impossible. But what with it being commercial free, and what with it being the thing everyone wants to see, it would be pretty wild to open the show with CM Punk, because then you do run the risk of there being a drop-off. I would have Punk as the last thing you see. Punk would be the main event for me tonight. Punk is the main event tonight. So, that we've got first hour commercial free. We know that Punk's on the show. We know that Randy's on the show. Other things that we've got, because I do want to get to the chat, is that Tag Turmoil, right? So Tag Turmoil tonight. We've got New Day. We got Creeds. We got Indashia. We got Alpha Academy. We got DIY. We've got Imperium. I mean, can we just take a second to talk about how sick the tag division is now? Triple H has been slowly cooking away in the background. Little bit of Creed Brothers here, little bit of DIY over there. Let's bring Indashia in. And all of a sudden, we've got New Day, Creeds, Indashia, Alpha Academy, DIY, and Imperium all in a match, trying to take on the champions, the Judgment Day. So, all of a sudden, the tag division is bubbling away. It's exploded. It's on fire. We're in a great place. So, loving that. We've got Piper and Chelsea. They're teaming up tonight. Obviously, they're the tag champs. They're taking on, although we have seen them do a lot of singles matches, they are teaming up. They are, I believe, defending against Tegan and Natalia. Now, this was, I believe, announced last week, and there's graphics for this. But this hasn't featured on the official preview. So, obviously, we know that CM Punk was a lastminute.com thing. Apparently, this Raw was already sorted, already booked, and he wasn't part of it. So, there's going to be changes. We may lose that match so that we can fit CM Punk in. I honestly don't know. It was announced. It's not part of the preview. I've still written it down because I'm still expecting it. But, don't be surprised if things get moved around. And the other thing we've got is Bronson Reed, big Bronson Reed, taking on The Miz. So we've got that match. Obviously, The Miz needs to bounce back from a crushing defeat to Gunther. Not a bad little match, but maybe didn't quite go as far as I was hoping. It was fine. It was solid. Gunther is still the champion. We need to find the person that's going to take that title away from him. There's just too much, man. There's too much to talk about. And we need to talk about Mercedes Moné. And we need to talk about the Punk fallout. And we need to talk about the fact that Sonny just got done for murder and manslaughter and all of this, and she's doing 17 years in prison now. There was a good question about the Hall of Fame that Dave Meltzer had as well. Someone asked Dave Meltzer, who picks that now? Is that a creative thing, or is that done at a board level? And Dave was like, I don't think it's done at a board level. So that would imply that it's going to be Nick Khan and Triple H that now pick who goes into the Hall of Fame. Obviously, if Vince wants to be that person, he can be that person. But it's very interesting behind the scenes at WWE, because apparently the Punk return didn't have anything to do with Vince, which is mind-blowing, right? But the reason why it didn't have anything to do with Vince is because it was deemed a creative issue. It was deemed a creative thing, something that the board didn't need to be in on, something that the board didn't need to be like aware of. And so Triple H was joking, but also not joking, that many people on that TKO board, and I don't know if Vince was one, right? It hasn't been confirmed if Vince was one, but there have been reports saying that Vince didn't know. But the problem with wrestling journalism is there's a lot of gray that all of a sudden gets turned into fact, even though when you go to the original source, it's actually quite gray. So, for example, Triple H said there were many on the TKO board that didn't know. I would not for 1 second be surprised if that has now not morphed magically into Vince didn't know, right? That might not be true. It might be true. It's a bit of a gray area, right? But this is how it works in the wrestling world, right? These little half-truths become truths. There's big leaps in speculation and whatever. So it's very difficult to know the situation. But what I am hearing and reading is that Vince wasn't aware, right? And that it was deemed a creative issue, hence why they didn't feel like they needed to bring him in, which is good, because if other reports are to be believed, Fox wanted CM Punk, and Vince said no way, and turned them down and shot them down. So had Vince have been involved, there's a chance that he would have shot them down and said no. But, I mean, look, to get a clear picture as to what's happening behind the scenes is very difficult, because it's he said, she said, it's half-truths being turned into truths. It's very muddy, let's put it that way. It's very muddy. The wrestling world is very muddy. As we found out with CM Punk's return, we spoke a lot about this, caught everyone off guard. Yes, there was people that were hoping for it. There was people that were believing in it, but there was no reports doing the round saying that it was going to happen. And, the fact that they were able to keep that as quiet as what they did is incredible. And as I said on yesterday's stream, absolutely fantastic, because in 2023, for a company to be able to pull off a surprise of that magnitude, because we've had surprises in the past, maybe for people that haven't got the star power of CM Punk, but to pull it off for someone of that magnitude, of that star power, someone that's got that level of interest, I don't know that I would have thought it possible in 2023. I think would have doubted that it was even possible, because there's just too many people involved. There's too many dirt sheets. There's too many people involved. There's too much that's going on. You've got makeup ladies, you've got runners, you've got lighting people, you've got cameramen, you've got the people that set up the ring, you've got the people that drive the trucks, you've got the people that work in catering, you've got wardrobe. Do you know what I mean? You've got friends of the wrestlers, family of the wrestlers. Any plan that is discussed backstage to any sort of degree is probably going to come out. So the fact that they were able to keep this one as quiet as what they did, and keep it away from all those chatterboxes, all those spoil sports that put the spoilers out there in 2023, incredible. And that's, I think, also added to the reaction. I think the reaction is so much bigger as well. I mean, it was going to be big anyway, but the fact that it was done the way it was done, I think has only resulted in it being even bigger. This, I can't be alone in saying this, right? And I do want to get to the chat, but I can't be alone in saying this. The momentum around WWE right now, the goodwill, the good vibes, the optimism, the flag waving, right? Yeah, I mean, this is like, I don't know. I can only compare it to when flipping the Allies won World War II and there was kissing in the streets and all this kind of stuff. It's just, it's so good, man. It's so good. There's babies being thrown in the air. There's flyovers happening. Yeah. They're putting up statues of this moment. CM Punk statues of him looking at his... It's clobbering time. It's a very exciting time. The excitement is absolutely everywhere, and it's palpable. And it's I'm ready, man. Let's go. I want to get into the chat. I want to see what people are saying. I want to know where the conversation is, because I've been looking on online and like, oh man, there's just so many different conversations. Obviously, a lot about Punk. Punk is now the most liked tweet in WWE Twitter history, X history. It's better if you say Twitter history, isn't it? If you say X history, it sounds like it's only been the most liked tweet for like a week. But it's the most liked tweet ever for WWE. I think it's like 250,000 likes or something. And it's the one where it says never say never. And it's got him walking out. That is now the most liked tweet. I think coming up to 100 million views across all platforms as well. Which is actually still below what The Rock achieved earlier this year. But let's see kind of where it settles up, because obviously there's still people tuning in and watching that. I have got little bits of news, but I keep saying I want to get to the chat, and I really do. Christopher said, Days, Sean Ross Sapp and Fightful has said WWE talent will speak to higher-ups before Raw to get assurances about Punk's behavior moving forward. Christopher, shout out to you. Drops of Jupiter said CM Punk versus AJ Styles is what I am happy to see. Wrestling News 365 said, who do you think will be CM Punk's first feud in WWE for the Rumble, or will he be in the Rumble match? I would put him in the Rumble match, personally. I think the idea of CM Punk coming back and trying to be the one to beat Roman, that makes sense to me. I would do that. I wouldn't have him win the Rumble. He would be eliminated, and I think whoever eliminates him probably stands a good chance of being his feuds for WrestleMania. Right now, the Seth situation, this is one that I'm really struggling with, right? I am really struggling with it, and I've always struggled with it. But if I had to pick a side of the Seth situation, is it a work? Is it real? I'm picking real, right? The reason why I'm picking real is I'm not interested. I don't care in what the nerds on flipping X are saying, right? I see all these people going, oh, I can't believe you're being worked and all this kind of stuff, right? Go and touch grass, right? Go and touch grass. Go and talk to a girl, right? Go and do something more meaningful than being like, oh, I can't believe you're falling for this. Wrestling, when it's at its best, is meant to have you in a bit of a, I don't know. I don't know if this is real or not. I don't know if he's coming back or not. Like, if wrestling is doing what it should be doing, it should be providing you with grey areas, right? It should be providing you with doubt, because wrestling is all about, you know, it's built on that. That's what kayfabe is. It's built on the idea of people fighting, but are they really fighting, right? And there was many people throughout the history of wrestling that have bought tickets believing what they were watching was real, right? That is what wrestling is built on. That's where we've been. It might not be quite where we are now, right? I appreciate kayfabe died, but that is what this industry is built on. So the idea that something is happening and we're not sure if it's real or not, and that's in some way an issue or is something to be derided, is I don't understand. I don't understand that logic. I don't understand that thought. Right? If you are adamant that it is real, fair play. Just I believe it to be real. Or if you're adamant that it's a work, then say I believe it to be a work. Right? That's absolutely fine. But the people that go around going, I had someone drop a comment going, one of my favorite things is seeing grown men getting worked by wrestling companies. And I was like, really? That's one of your favorite things? Jesus, you want to get a better life? If that's one of your favorite things. I love it. I love watching grown men getting worked. Okay, well, each to their own. I like popcorn. For me, the reason why, and as I said, I have got a tough time reading it, but the reason why I've gone with I think it's real was the bad language. He was swearing his head off and sticking up the middle finger and everything. Now, he has either thought to himself, in order for me to make people believe this is real, I'm going to have to really go for it, right? I'm going to have to do something that we wouldn't normally do, because you wouldn't get that on a WWE program, right? You're not going to have Seth coming out dropping F-bombs and flicking the middle finger, right? We didn't even get blood during the War Games match. So the fact that he was swearing and sticking up the middle finger, I am surprised not more people are talking about that. I am surprised that people have just gone, yeah, he's working. Because for me, that is so not what WWE superstars do, that he is either really committed to this and, dare I say, walking a bit of a fine line, because, that footage went everywhere. That was all over social media, and WWE are a PG product. So the fact that he was kind of doing that and it was being seen by kids and people that love LA Knight and John Cena and, the little kids that are there that get Cody's belts and all this kind of stuff. And Seth Rollins is there, swearing his head off, sticking up the middle finger. It was only that made me go, I don't think this is something WWE would have had planned. I don't think they would have said to him, yeah, go out there, start swearing your head off, stick up the middle finger and everything, because it's just not the WWE way. It's just not the WWE way. So that was where my doubt came from. Now, Dave Meltzer is reporting that it's a work, right? Now, I'm really confused by this because I haven't found the audio of him saying it, but I've read a transcript of him saying it. And there is nothing in what he says where he says, I've spoken to someone and they've told me, or a source has told me, right? It doesn't say that anywhere. Dave Meltzer says, oh, yeah, it's 100% a work. Yeah. It's going to be playing on blah, blah, blah. I can't tell if he is, this is why I keep saying wrestling journalism is in the gutter, right? Because I've seen the transcript of what he said, and I still can't tell if he is saying that he's been told it's a work, right? Or if he is just speculating. Is he actually reporting, or is he speculating? There is a difference between the two. There's a difference between the two, right? I can speculate that I believe that it is real, right? I don't have a strong opinion on it. It absolutely could be a work, right? It's not a hill that I'm willing to die on, but I'm telling you as to why I'm leaning that way, because of the bad language and the hand gestures, right? But it is true that Dave Meltzer has come out and said it's a work, but I can't establish as to whether what he's saying is speculation and that's his opinion, or if he has actively spoken to someone, because it didn't say. He didn't say that he'd spoken to someone. He didn't say that, someone has told me or something like this. But again, what happens is that quote gets picked up, goes around. Everyone's like, the Seth thing is definitely a work, right? Dave Meltzer has said it's a work. Yes, he did say it was a work, but he also didn't specify as to whether that was his opinion or whether it was actually something he'd been told. So that doesn't really change my opinion. That doesn't really do much. I don't really care what Dave Meltzer thinks, right? He's someone that's been covering wrestling for a long time, but he is someone that is watching the same programming that we are watching, and if he has got an opinion, right, then fine, he's entitled to that opinion. If I've got a different opinion, fine, I'm entitled to my opinion. He gives star ratings to AEW matches that I thought were rubbish, that he thinks are 5 stars. Why would I care about what his opinion is in regards to whether this is a work or a shoot? So for me, I don't have much clarity on that one. If it turns out to be a work, I would say they did a great job with it. I would say that it was really good, executed really well. I would say I'm really surprised at the language, really surprised at the hand gestures that Seth used. That really, if it's a work, I'm really genuinely surprised he went that far. But it's just something that we will use going forward. If it turns out to be a work, then we'll go, okay, so seemingly they are willing to go that far to get across or fool the audience that this could be a work, you know? So I think that they will feud, right? Seth was at a house show, had a few comments to make about CM Punk, nothing much. But he was at a house show, so he hasn't stormed out, he hasn't walked out or anything like this. And as we said, it could be a work, not a hill that I'm willing to die on. I do not have a good read of this. But I've told you as to why I'm leaning the way that I'm leaning. And I think that feud makes perfect sense. I think it's a hard one to book because, to be perfectly truthful, and again, I'm going to give you an unpopular opinion, I was not crazy about the Cody-Seth Hell in a Cell match. It's a match that people idolize and love, and I think the image of Cody's torn pec and the fact that he still wrestled the match, I think that overshadowed the actual match. I think the actual match was not as great as people make out. I think it was still good, but not this 5-star thing. I do understand that him wrestling with that kind of an injury and the visual of it and everything that goes involved, I understand why people like it. But the problem I had with it, I think, is a very valid problem, and it is relevant to what we're about to talk about, right? So the problem I had with it, and again, it's something that I think really gets overlooked, is when Cody came back at WrestleMania, he managed to just beat Seth, and he just beat him. And the reason he just beat him, according to the story, was because Cody knew he was facing Seth. He knew he was coming into WrestleMania 38 as the mystery person. Seth didn't know in storyline. He didn't know. So he wasn't prepared. So the first match they have is close. Cody wins. Second match is even closer. It's so close, they have to result in cheating. I mean, Seth, like, they're out there outmaneuvering each other. Seth has got Cody scouted. Story-wise, it's a great follow-up match because they are totally aware of what the other person is bringing to the table. They're reversing each other's moves. They're both prepared for each other. It's basically, it probably should have been a draw. It probably should have ended a draw, that one. If the booking had been a little better, I would have had it go time limit, right? Or I would have done some sort of draw. Would people have found it underwhelming at the time? Yeah, but I think the story is better if it had ended a draw because they are even, basically. They're even. They're as good as each other. And the only reason Cody won at WrestleMania was because he knew he was facing Seth. But Cody gets the win, but he has to cheat to get it. Handful of tights by Cody, right? So then that takes us to the third match. And the problem here is Seth's already 2 down, isn't he? Seth's already 2 down. So, like, going into it, had that first one have been a draw, that second one been a draw, it would be 1-0 to Cody. This third match could have tied up the series. The idea that Cody would be so heavily injured, so heavily restricted, really just in pain throughout the whole thing, I mean, you might as well have drawn a massive target on Cody. And in all fairness, Seth was going after it, right? But I mean, the fact that this story was that all about them being so close, and then we get to that third match, and for me, a lot of that drama just completely goes away, and Cody ends up winning again for a third time when he's so heavily injured, heavily restricted, and it's a win for Cody. For me, it doesn't play into the story that I'd been watching. That to me should have been a win for Seth, because Cody was gone for months after that. Months and months and months and months and months. And like, Cody still could have come back and won the Rumble, still could have gone up against Roman Reigns. Cody didn't need to win that Hell in a Cell match, because he won just by competing in it. He won by showing that he was a fighter. But that should have been too much of a mountain for Cody. It should have been too much. That win felt like I was watching Hulk Hogan from the mid-80s. I felt like I was watching Super Cena, right? That win to me was a bad result. That was a bad result. And for me, the match itself was okay. It was good. But I don't think that the whole package together was like 5 stars. And the reason that we're talking about this, and the reason why I'm probably annoying a lot of people out there with that take, right? Don't worry, we're moving on from it, is because I think we have to be really careful if we're now about to do a Seth versus Cody feud, because Seth versus CM Punk feud, because I don't want a repeat of what I watched with Cody, because that was going really well, but for me, there was a couple of booking moments where they really got it wrong. And this one, like, at the moment, you've got me. At the moment, I'm right there. I'm buying into all of it, right? They got to be really careful if this is a work, because this can easily become very obviously a work, right? Very obviously. And to some people, it already has. I still think they're in a really good place of me not knowing. I mean, I don't know. If I had to pick a lane, I know what lane I would pick. If I had $100, I know where I'd put it. But, I don't know. It's brilliant how we're in a bit of a grey area, right? And so I think they need to be very careful with it. I think they need to book it carefully. And yeah, of course, CM Punk's not going to come back and lose. Of course, he's going to win the first one. But I would imagine if he's about to do a feud with Seth, this is not going to be just one match. I would imagine this is going to be like we saw with Cody. It's going to be a series of matches. And I really think Seth has got to win, at least one. I mean, make it 1-1 going into WrestleMania, where we do the third and final one. I mean, if you really want to do CM Punk Seth at Rumble, and then CM Punk Seth at Elimination Chamber, and then the final CM Punk Seth at WrestleMania, then that's fine. But that final one needs to be, they need to be like 1-1 going into it. So you could go in that direction. Seth very much feels like the name, doesn't he? That I think that CM Punk is going to be feuding with. And if that is the case, the other conversation we need to have is, when do we have Damian Priest cash in? Because I think it needs to happen soon. Because you don't need to have the title involved for Seth and CM Punk. CM Punk and Seth, if they are going to trade wins back and forth, that would mean the belt going back and forth. And I also think that CM Punk to win the title on his first feud back, I don't know. I don't know if that's the direction I would go. I think I would be more tempted to have Damian cash in, maybe just get the belt away from this feuds, get the belt away from this, because it doesn't need it. It doesn't need it. You know, Seth, CM Punk, people are going to be so pumped for that. It means that you can use the title elsewhere for a match that people might not be as pumped about. You know, Damian Priest against Sami Zayn, Sami trying to win a world title or something. I mean, that you could do that match, Damian Priest, Sami Zayn at WrestleMania, Sami trying to win the world title. Brilliant. That people will look forward to that. Can Sami do it? going up against Damian Priest for the WWE World Heavyweight Championship. That match would bang. Then you've got CM Punk, Seth Rollins. That match would bang. I'm pretty sure we're getting Cody Roman. That match is going to bang. I mean, all of a sudden, this thing can start to take shape. Whereas I wouldn't do Seth, CM Punk, and the title all in the thing. I mean, that is a lot of eggs in one basket, isn't it? That's a lot of eggs in one basket. You can do it. It's not a problem to do it. It's just, I think I would look to get the title off. But you know what? Apparently the heads of creative didn't know CM Punk was coming back. Didn't know he was coming back. So that means that they have had to really scramble, and still scrambling. I mean, whatever plans they've got for WrestleMania, rip them up. Whatever plans you got for the Rumble, rip them up. Any conversation we've had before this point, rip it up. Because I said it during the watch along for Survivor Series. Everything changed as soon as CM Punk came back. Everything changed. And so now we're in a world, we're in a new promised land. I don't recognize the world we're in now. We're in a very different place. You know, now we've got a monster main event, WrestleMania main event level star that is, I mean, right up there with Roman. I mean, I really see CM Punk as bigger than Seth. I see him as bigger than Cody. I think that his impact on the business is bigger. You know, Cody came back, didn't achieve the numbers that CM Punk achieved when CM Punk came back. CM Punk has got the most liked tweet in WWE history. I think his numbers, his analytics, dwarfing what Cody achieved at WrestleMania 38. So for me, like, we've gone and got someone that can really stand toe to toe with Roman. I don't want to say we've got another Roman, but I mean, it changes everything. It changes everything. You know, does he win the Rumble and go after Roman? I don't think so. I don't think too many people are expecting that. I think Triple H knows there's been a plan. Cody and Roman has been the plan. I think we had them lose last year just so that there was an obstacle put in Cody's way. Because to be truthful, there was people on last year's WrestleMania stream, WrestleMania 39, earlier this year. There was people saying, do you think he's done enough to deserve it? Do you think he deserves this? Do you think Cody deserves this? And my answer to that was yes, because I'm looking at his career. And don't forget, Cody has been in WWE before. He was Stardust and he was Dashing Cody Rhodes, and we've kind of watched Cody grow up and we've watched Cody struggle. I mean, Cody is an inspiration. If in your life you're stuck, you're in a moment that you just don't know whether to go forward, backwards, sideways, you just don't know what to do. I think look at Cody, take inspiration from Cody, because he was in that position with Stardust. He didn't know what to do. He wasn't going forward. He wasn't main eventing shows. He was doing stuff he didn't want to be doing. And he ended up leaving WWE, going to New Japan, taking a gamble. And from there became, AEW. And so he went to AEW. And then he ended up coming back as a much bigger star. He left as Stardust. He came back as the American Nightmare. And that should inspire everyone and anyone, you know. And I think when he came back, a lot of people were introduced to him for the first time. A lot of people didn't watch AEW, didn't watch New Japan, didn't watch when Cody was around as Stardust or as Dashing Cody Rhodes. And so for many out there, he kind of came back at WrestleMania 38, got injured, was missing for 6 months, won the Rumble, and now he's going to win the title. And there was conversation, people saying, do you think he's done enough? I don't know if that same conversation would exist around CM Punk if CM Punk was to face Roman. But I bet it would. I bet there would be some out there that didn't watch AEW and certainly wasn't watching WWE 9-10 years ago. And I bet there would be some out there saying, I want Cody to finish the story. I don't want CM Punk to win the title because he's only just come in, you know. I got asked this question. I think it was by a Seeb the other day, asked, like, would I be annoyed if it was CM Punk? And my answer was no. I wouldn't be annoyed because I think that whoever beats Roman needs to need it. They need to benefit from it. They need to get something from it. And I really think, obviously, Cody would, but so would CM Punk. CM Punk is a massive name, but CM Punk, I think, could get bigger, could be an even bigger star. I feel like CM Punk has been chanted by the hardcore fans for a long time. The fans that have been watching wrestling a long time. The fans that loved him when he was around in like 2013, 2012, kind of having his like Summer of Punk and all that. I think those people have been very vocal, very loyal. And in recent years, we haven't heard the Punk chants. Used to hear him a lot in WWE back in like 2015, 2016, 2017. As the years went by, they settled down, of course. But I think that there is a whole new audience that really haven't been introduced to him, really don't know loads about him, haven't seen loads of him, maybe aware of him, maybe. You've got to remember, though, there's people coming into this all the time. Every week there's people watching for the first time. So there's plenty of people that don't know about Punk or have heard the name but don't know any more than that. WWE is probably as big as it's ever been globally. Like the numbers it does in India and the numbers it does in Australia and, you know, what it's doing in Europe and everything, it's probably never been as big as what it is now as a global force. I think that CM Punk, if booked correctly, has the opportunity to be. I mean, could he be on that level with Stone Cold? For some people, he already is, but I think for many of us, he isn't. I've always had Punk as the next level down. He's always sat with Brett and Shawn and people like that. The top tier for me is Hogan, Stone Cold, Cena. I've got Roman on that top level now. I don't have CM Punk on that level at the moment. I don't have him on that S tier. He's A tier. He sits alongside the likes of a Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels, people along those lines. People that had the ball and were champion, but didn't really establish themselves as like the face for an extended period of time. Like if you think of WWE in the 80s, you think of Hogan. If you think of Attitude Era, you think of Stone. Hopefully that's, there we go, that's going to fix. So I think there is an argument, and it could be a very interesting conversation. I think there is an argument that CM Punk can be a bigger star. He can be a bigger star. There is a way that he can be even more well-known. So I would not be totally down. I wouldn't do it, but I wouldn't be down on him being the one to beat Roman. I would imagine he's costing quite a bit of money for WWE. I wouldn't do it. I'd have Cody be the one, but if they did go that way, if for some reason they lost their minds and thought, let's do this, I wouldn't complain about it. It wouldn't have been the direction that I would go. I don't know that it would work out well. I think a lot of people have been programmed now to want Cody to finish the story. And I think denying people that might not play very well. But I think there's an argument or a conversation that can be had that CM Punk could become a bigger star. He could get to that S tier. And as I said, for some of you out there, he already is. I understand that, right? But whenever we talk about the biggest names in WWE history, rarely does CM Punk's name get mentioned. You know, he didn't have the longevity, didn't have the title enough times or for long enough to really establish himself as a Cena. And actually, when he had the title, one of his frustrations was that he was still playing second fiddle to John Cena, right? That was one of his main frustrations. And so he couldn't even be the face of the company when he was champion. So this is why, for me, he goes on to that next level down. Maybe for some, he's even lower. Maybe for some, he's B tier. I don't know. For me, I'd put him in A tier. So for that reason, the sheer fact that there is an opportunity for him to get to a higher appreciation, a higher level, I wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't be like totally against it. I think the booking of CM Punk is going to be fascinating. Fascinating. I've seen a lot of super chats coming in. A big thank you to everyone that's joining us and joining in the conversation. Share your thoughts in the chat. Share your thoughts in the chat. Put your thoughts as to anything you want to talk about. I know we keep going off on little tangents and whatever, but just as conversations come into my head, I just want to make sure we're getting them out there. It's like verbal diarrhea. But I want to just make sure that we're having the conversations that need to be had. So let's go down and see what people are saying, and let's have these conversations as well. As Taboy123 says, Days, hope you're doing good. I am hyped for Raw. Taboy, shout out to you, buds. Taboy, I know Taboy's a big Liv Morgan fan. And there was a few thoughts that she might be back at Survivor Series. I had a few people ask him, do you think she'll be returning at the show? And I was like, she could do. I don't actually know where we are with the return for her, but we did see her on that commercial. So I think maybe at this point we either wait for the Rumble, or do we just keep capitalizing on this momentum? You know, the thing is that Punk came back. Everyone's tuning in. Everyone wants to know what he's going to say. But I feel like you're going to need to keep surprising and keep doing little things as we kind of head towards the Rumble. But then the problem is you don't want to bring back too many surprises because you got the Rumble coming up at the end of January. So it's going to be, how do you keep this ball rolling, you know? How do you keep this good vibe going? Maybe it's just not sustainable. Perhaps we're all just riding on a high from Punk coming back, and it's not going to be sustainable, and it is going to settle down. I mean, we know it will eventually, but how can you keep it going for as long as possible? You know, imagine if Liv Morgan came back tonight. Imagine if Big E came back. Imagine if, like, AJ Lee is in the Rumble. Like, there are things that we can do to, like, still surprise and do, like, turns. You know, we don't know what's happening with Bailey and Damage Control and Mercedes. I mean, wrestling purists put a tweet out saying keep an eye on the Mercedes situation. We've heard a few things, but nothing, like, concrete. Nothing that we can actively report, but just keep an eye. And that did the rounds. People were like, Mercedes. People, like, there's chatter now. You see, the thing is, this excitement that we as fans are feeling, it's being felt by everyone. So all Mercedes might have had hopes of going to, I don't know, what we got. Ooh, little momentary lag. Hope that doesn't go all night. Come on, computer. Not tonight. Well, in all fairness, at least we didn't get any lag. Nothing during Survivor Series. So perhaps it's like the weather, because there is a bit of bad weather around. Don't worry, we've got 2 routers. I can even switch to a 3rd. So we won't crash, but we might just have a little wobbles. So yeah, in regards to Mercedes, she is surely looking at this situation thinking, there's something happening there. I mean, when I left, Vince was booking. I wasn't happy. And look at what's happening there now. They are cooking, man. They are cooking. So I know that she won't actually get into, like, any program with CM Punk, but she must still be looking at this situation thinking, I need to be a part of that. I need to be in that mix, you know? Because people were talking about, will she sign with AEW? And I said the other day, I think there's still some matches for her to have. She hasn't faced anyone in AEW yet. And she hasn't faced everyone that she wanted to face in, like, Stardom. So I could see it being a case that she just spends a little bit longer outside of WWE. But it does feel like things are happening there right now. It does feel like there's things going on, and, you know, you don't want to FOMO, you know, fear of missing out. You don't want to miss out. You don't want to miss out on it. So I could understand her. Like, having a look at it now and thinking, well, what do I do? If she hasn't signed, she might have already signed with AEW. She might have already signed, but if she hasn't signed, I think she's got a real decision to make now. Seattle Boxing Talk, shout out to you, bud, said Punk's return gave just a hint of the Attitude Era. I agree. I think the same. I think that his return just felt like it was a massive moment, just a big surprise. Yeah. I mean, you're right. It took me back pre-internet, pre-social media. It took me back to a time that was more innocent. It took me back to a time that was more unpredictable, a time that was more full of more genuine surprises. You know, back in the day, you would have watched wrestling like on your own, right? In the 90s, you would have watched it in your house. You might have had some mates around, but, you know, normally, of course, you'd be on your own. And you would have watched it and you would have thought what you thought. And you would have, you know, maybe you might have sent a friend a text or something like this. But texts only came in like towards the end of the 90s. So to be honest, you would have watched the show and that would have been it. You would have thought about it, gone to school the next day and maybe had a conversation, or gone to work and maybe had a conversation. But the barrage of noise that you get now, it just wasn't, you know, the spoilers that we get, the insight that we get, the, you know, even White Rabbit, for example. White Rabbit, could you imagine? I wouldn't have. How many people would have solved every one of those clues if they had no help whatsoever? Because I wouldn't. I've never even heard of predator language, right? I wouldn't know how to decode that. I've never heard of predator. I've never heard of predator language, so I would have struggled with that. But obviously, the internet had a load of people working on it, and so yeah, it did. It took me back to a more innocent time as well. I agree. I want to see. I keep seeing that we're getting lag. I want to see if I drop the settings potentially. Let me drop it down to. I didn't want to drop it down, but if it's going to just stop it from lagging a little bit, then, you know, we'll see. So, Seattle Boxing Talk, I agree, but Punk's return did definitely give a hint of an attitude era. It gave, I think because of no spoilers, because it was something that was out of the blue, because as a result, there was just really genuine shock, genuine reaction. It was a big moment. Like, Attitude Era had a lot of big moments. They were constantly coming up with big things. I think Attitude Era was go, 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 whereas now things are a little slower. They're a little slower because now you've got TV ratings and every TV show is so important. You can't really afford to go, 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 go without an end in sight. You know, back then they were going go, go, go because they were trying desperately to put on a show that was better than WCW. So they had to be go, 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 because if you slowed down, you was going to get overtaken. They don't really have that threat now. So they can afford to let things play out a little bit slower, and they can afford for things to not be as intense and not be quite as fast-paced. And so this was very much a glimpse of something from a different age. That lack of spoilers, that visceral reaction, that very real reaction, like, it was brilliant. It was amazing. It's one of the best moments I've ever seen. It's one of the best surprises I've ever seen. I can't praise it enough. I think everything about it. I mean, the only thing, I said it was 99.9% perfect because the only thing was I thought they did Randy dirty. You know, Randy's been away for 18 months and he comes back and they did a whole thing of like, is he going to make it? Is he not going to make it? And then he did make it. And as I said, I was like, man, they did him dirty there because that crowd could have been really hoping for CM Punk. And when Randy came walking out, eventually, there may have been some negative reactions because they had teased that he might not make it and he may need to get replaced, or a replacement might show up. So I thought that was weird of them to take that approach. At no point did I think Punk was going to replace him. I didn't think that. And the reason I didn't think it was because they'd already advertised Randy. And so in my mind, I was like, they've advertised Randy. People are going to see Randy. People have tuned in to see Randy. You better deliver Randy. Like, you've got to deliver Randy. And we knew that he'd been training and that he'd been working towards a return at Survivor Series. So at no point was I watching that show thinking, oh my God, Randy's going to be out and Punk's going to be in. Because they've advertised Randy and they've said you're going to get Randy and people have tuned in to see Randy. We haven't seen it. People love Randy. It's been 18 months. He hasn't been around for a year and a half. So people were very excited to see Randy's return. So I didn't believe that they would advertise it and then not deliver it. So I thought that was strange to kind of do it that way. And then Randy came out. And as I said, thank God that the Chicago crowd of all crowds, right, who could have sabotaged this, were respectful, and thank God people love Randy to the extent they do. Because do you remember when people were hoping for Daniel Bryan at the Rumble and Rey Mysterio came out at number 30 and he got booed out the building? I mean, that wasn't really, they weren't really booing at him. They were booing at the fact it wasn't Daniel Bryan, but he still got booed out the building. And, you know, the fact that Randy came out and he got the reaction he did is brilliant. It's fantastic. I'm really pleased that we didn't do him dirty, or the crowd didn't do him dirty. But WWE put him in a difficult position, man. WWE put him in, and no one's talking about Randy's return. No one's talking about Randy's return. I just feel a bit sorry for Randy. That's the only down thing I can say about this CM Punk return. It's the only one. Is the fact that, like, I think we did Randy a little bit dirty, but nothing disastrous. I'm sure he's fine with it. But yeah, amazing. The whole thing, amazing. Right, Frankie T said it's no different to Orton doing it to Seth on Raw. Remember when Orton finger up to Seth on Raw in the PG era? Oh, I'd have to go back and know as to when that was, to be honest. I mean, I'd have to look back at I can't remember the year that was. And I can't remember if that was done. Was it done on the show? Was it done during a commercial break? I'd have to go back and look into it. I'd have to look into it. William said, what about CM Punk beating Seth at the Rumble and Priest cashing in on CM Punk right after? What about CM Punk beating Seth at the Rumble? Yes, could happen. And Priest cashes in on CM Punk right after? Yes, it could happen. Could happen. Richard said, what I think will happen is Punk will wink the Rumble and challenge Roman at Mania. I don't think he will fight Seth, as Seth will refuse to work with him. Hang on. I think what will happen is Punk will, I think some of these words aren't correct, will work the Rumble, challenge, win the Rumble, right? I think Punk will win the Rumble, challenge Roman. I don't think fight Seth, as Seth will refuse to work with him. Okay. Okay. I'm thinking they'll still stick with Roman Cody personally, just because I think that's what this whole past 12 months has been about. It's been about just really spinning the wheels for Cody. I mean, if you think, if Cody's not going to win against Roman, this past year has been awful for him. It's been bad, because what has he done? He had a feud with Brock, which was okay. I mean, it probably was the right thing to do. It was a big name, and it was probably the right thing to do. But it wasn't the most captivating of feuds. And then we went to, I don't know, what did we do then? Was it straight into the Judgment Day rubbish? Was it straight into Judgment Day? I think that we would have to have a look at this year being a real disappointment if it was going to be a case that this was not leading to him winning the title. Because I think he's just been like spinning his wheels for ages, just not really doing a great deal. For me, it just feels like we're just waiting. We're just waiting to see out this year, get to WrestleMania season, and then get him back to Roman again. That's what I've been kind of thinking we've been doing, but we'll have to see how it plays out. This lag is really distracting. Really distracting. It's a bad night for lagging it. Let's try and... give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Let's... Right. I dropped it down to like 720 from like 8 something. So it's 720p. So We'll see. We'll see if this is any better. Right, I'll give it a second to catch up. It's we've done 1 hour already, and a big thank you to everyone that's joining us and sharing their thoughts. It must be bad weather. I can only imagine it is. We never get stuck with this. We never get battered with lag. We used to, but it really improved. And actually, this year's been brilliant for it. We had nothing during Survivor Series, but of course, you know, biggest Raw. I mean, maybe there's some in the fact that we're starting earlier than we usually do as well. Not sure. Either way, I've dropped the quality just a little. Hopefully, again, that's going to help it hold. So, in regards to Richard, he thinks it's going to lead to CM Punk Roman at WrestleMania. Aaron, shout out to you, bud. Aaron said, I can't believe CM Punk is back. I watched his heel run in 2009, and his feud with Jeff is still one of my favorites. He makes wrestling must see. Goat emoji, crown emoji. Shout out to you, Aaron. I completely agree. I think that he is a difference maker. He is a needle mover. I think he even showed that in AEW with like the success that he was getting with Rampage. Rampage 1.2 million looks incredible now for Rampage, doesn't it? And like, as we said last year, we were seeing Dynamite hitting that million mark. Granted, they didn't have Collision. But he really is someone, he couldn't do much for Collision in all fairness, but he really is someone that people tune in for. And tonight's going to be no exception. I mean, tonight is one of the biggest Raws. It's one of the biggest Raws I've ever known. It's one of the biggest Raws I think we'll ever stream. This is the return of CM Punk. This is something people have been waiting for nearly 10 years. I mean, we've all sat through those shows when the crowd have been chanting for CM Punk. We've all been there in like 2015, 2016, 2017, when loud CM Punk chants were like taking over the shows and taking over certain segments, you know? So yeah, I agree, but it is massive. And LS Dub said, I'm pumped. Let's get it. Let's go. In the words of Mario, let's go. Here is the thing. Shout out to you. Jellyhead said CM Punk against Stone Cold. It's all about the builds. Lee said, do you think there's any chance Punk was told by WWE to intentionally get himself fired from AEW to come back to WWE? Personally, I don't. Right? I don't think that, because rightfully or wrongfully, I go off what I read, right? And I like to have an informed opinion. I like to come from a place where I can go, I think this because of this, or I think that because of that. And you know, I think if the reports are to be believed, everything I'm seeing and everything Triple H has said is that as of 7 days ago, 8 days ago, 9 days ago, whatever, right? The 19th of November was their first conversation, according to Triple H, right? Now, could it be a case that they had a little secret thing before that? Maybe it turns out that was true, but that's not being reported anywhere. And Triple H is saying their first conversation was on the 19th. And so, going on, I can only go off that, can't I? I have nothing to base it on to say, like, you know, that they told him to intentionally get himself fired. Plus also, because of the way that it played out with, you know, Jungle Boy going, you know, Cry Me a River and everything, you can actually see why he reacted the way he reacted. I'm not saying choking someone out backstage is the right reaction, but you can see why a hothead like CM Punk reacted the way he reacted. So it wasn't as if it was just an unprovoked attack to try and get out of his contract. There was a whole thing about Glass with Jungle Boy very publicly disrespecting CM Punk. I mean, I don't think there was any intention to do a match between them. Maybe in Jungle Boy's mind, it could have built to that, right? But I think Jungle Boy felt disrespected by CM Punk. And I think that CM Punk certainly felt disrespected very publicly by Jungle Boy. And CM Punk is not someone that is going to take that line down, and so reacted the way he reacted. Doesn't say what he did was correct, right? We know that he's a problem. I said this when he was in AEW. I'll say it now. Backstage, he's going to be a problem, right? WWE surely know this, and I think talent are right to have a conversation with Triple H and want to know, how are you going to deal with this? What's your plan, right? Because you better have one, because this is a problem. It is a problem that he is very opinionated, and he will share that opinion. Did you see the footage doing the rounds of what he said about Roman and Baron Corbin on Backstage? So Fox did a show called WWE Backstage in 2019. It's actually about 4 years ago now. And CM Punk was on it. And they showed footage of Corbin bringing out the big dog, Roman Reigns. And what came walking out was a guy in a dog costume. And they cut back to the studio, and Renee was like, you can have this. What are your thoughts? And he was just like, wow, it's a load of rubbish, isn't it? It's a load of rubbish. It's bad creative. It's just bad. It's just really bad. I think like it's just, and he was just laying into how rubbish this segment was. And you could see like Booker was like, Renee was like, I'm not sure what to say. He turned to Paige and he was like, you agree, don't you? And Paige was like, yeah, I don't think it's very good. She's like, he's a bad influence. This one is a bad influence. But that is CM Punk. He is someone that is going to say what he thinks. And he's going to be vocal about it as well. So he's someone that can be a great influence. He's someone that can really help. He's someone that, if you as a young wrestler, I really honestly believe you could go up to CM Punk. And I really honestly believe you could ask him for advice. And as long as you're in a good standing with him and you haven't, like, peeved him off in any way, then I think that you should be all right with getting that advice. I mean, I think he's been very good with some of the young talent. And I think it was Ricky Starks that was singing his praises in AEW. So I don't want to paint him out to be like a complete monster or something, but he is not someone that plays the politics. He doesn't play backstage politics. He doesn't kiss ass. He doesn't like do any of that sort of stuff, right? He's not yes sir, no sir, 3 bags full sir. He's go and get the bag yourself, sir. You douche, right? He is going to say what he thinks publicly, vocally. He's going to upset people. There's going to be fallouts. And this is going to be a situation that's going to need to be managed. I mean, to be honest, if you was talent relations, I don't know who's in that role, but if you was talent relations, I should imagine you've spent all weekend crying, just in tears, just in absolute tears, just knowing that this is basically going to be the end of your career. Because something's going to happen and you're going to have to deal with it. And it's probably going to result in you losing your job at some point for not controlling him better. So if you're WWE's backstage talent relations, I can't imagine you've slept since Survivor Series. I would imagine that you've probably sold your house, downgraded, got something that you know is going to be more affordable moving forward. It's going to be a nightmare. It's going to be a nightmare. But equally, it's going to be fantastic for just the buzz, the momentum, the ratings, you know. I mean, strap yourselves in, because the story has only just started. That's the exciting thing, isn't it? Wrestling has just become super interesting, because whatever is about to happen, strap yourselves in. It's gonna be a flipping wild ride, man. It's gonna be a wild ride. Rohan Choppy07, shout out to you, my friend. Really appreciate the support, bud. I hope you are pumped. We are less than 2 hours away now. We started 3 hours before the Raw because there's so much to talk about. I have not interacted with you guys anywhere near as much as I wanted to. So we are going to be doing that. But so much to talk about. Have we even done the rest of the stuff? We haven't spoke about Sunny. We haven't spoke about. We've touched on Mercedes, I suppose. And we've touched on the fact that it's commercial free for the first hour. Let me just give you a quick reminder of what has been announced for tonight's show, and then I'll get back to the comments. Randy Orton returns tonight. CM Punk returns tonight. Tag Turmoil match. New Day against the Creeds, against Indashir, against Alpha Academy, against DIY, against Imperium. Then we've got Piper Niven and Chelsea taking on Tegan and Natalia, but that hasn't been announced. That was announced last week, but they haven't announced it yet for this week. It should be for the tag titles, so we'll see on that one. And Bronson against The Miz, that was announced on WWE.com. Razzle Dazzle, shout out to you, bud, says, one thing I find interesting during War Games is inside the cell, Drew said everything has changed, and Damien responded, nothing's changed. Okay. So, what was that? Was that after CM Punk had come back, was it? What moment was that? Drew said everything has changed, and Damien responded, nothing's changed. Okay. Razzle Dazzle, shout out to you. I didn't catch that. I don't know when that was said. So it would be interesting to know kind of what's... Well, I mean, I think everything's changed. I mean, plans for Raw are changing. Clearly, plans for WrestleMania are changing. People that were going to be in line for winning a title might be delayed for them now. You know, I would imagine a few people like Sammy. You could imagine Sammy being a bit concerned because I would love for Sammy to win a world title. I can't imagine that has now become easier now that CM Punk is here. Drew, apparently, again, it's one of those, is it a work, is it not? But apparently he went backstage and was kicking the locker room, trashing it, just really like stormed out, very upset, very annoyed. Fightful did say that there was more going on with that, though, than just the CM Punk situation. But the CM Punk situation was part of it because apparently someone asked him backstage what was wrong, and Punk's name was mentioned. So, again, this is where it gets a bit muddy. It was on Fightful Select. They said on there that it was connected to Punk, but there was believed to be more to it. I mean, maybe it's to do with, I don't know where he is with his contract. And maybe he'd really been considering re-signing. Maybe. And now Punk's back. Maybe he's thinking twice about it because, again, you know, all these people, Drew, Sammy, Kevin, AJ Styles, you know, if your name's not Roman Reigns or Cody, maybe Seth, everyone else has just gone down a place. In the ranking of where everyone is in regards to, like, you're going to be next for a title shot, you're going to be next, you're going to go in that feud, blah, blah, blah. However that is stacked mentally in Triple H's mind, CM Punk's just gone in right near the top. Maybe not above Roman, maybe just below Roman, maybe just below Roman and Cody. Either way, he's somewhere in that top 5, right? He's just come straight in, boom, somewhere right at the top. If you're Sammy, you've just gone down a place. If you're Drew, you've just gone down a place. That's one way of looking at it, isn't it? And I think there will be some that look at it that way. The healthier way of looking at it is look at the excitement, look at the buzz. WrestleMania, is WrestleMania bigger or smaller after Survivor Series? It's bigger. Is 2024 going to be bigger or smaller for WWE? It's going to be bigger, right? You have got an opportunity, if you are in WWE, to get as much of that to your benefit as possible. So rather than looking at it going, damn, you know, I might have won a title next year, now I'm probably not going to, or however you want to mentally look at it, it would be healthier to look at it as, this is a big opportunity. There's more eyes on the product now than there has been for a long, long, long time. This is an opportunity to really go out there and show people what I'm about. Those casual fans that maybe have not been watching, those casual fans that kind of went away because the product wasn't what they were looking for. Maybe some of them came back when Triple H took over, but I'm sure there will be more that come back now that are going to watch because of CM Punk. And it's going to, remind them of 10 years ago. I mean, there's going to be like lapsed fans that have heard that Punk's back that are going to be watching WWE for the first time in a long time. And, think about that globally as well. Globally. Who knows? There's probably even some AEW fans, some kids that, didn't really watch WWE. They got into AEW instead, that are now going to watch WWE because CM Punk's gone over there now. I'm sure somewhere, someone, that is a situation that has happened. Because right now, if you're a kid, you've got a choice. You could watch WWE or you could watch AEW. And if you watch them both and you have preferred AEW, then chances are you've been watching Dynamite, Collision, Rampage. People are like, oh, do you watch I don't watch WWE. Watch AEW. I love Danhausen, right? But now that CM Punk's come over, they might give this a chance. They might give this a watch. They might tune in and see what's going on in WWE. You don't really think about things along those lines because that seems so far removed from how we've got into wrestling or how long we've been watching wrestling. But there will have been a week where you first started watching. There will have been a time when you first started watching. There will have been a first show that you saw. And it will be different for all of us. And someone is going through that experience tonight. And someone will have gone through that experience last week and the week before and the week before. And don't forget, this is global as well. It's not just America. It's global. So I would imagine multiple hundreds of people are having that experience. And maybe tonight for Punk, we could be talking thousands of people globally that are going to be tuning in that don't normally watch. This is a monster Raw, man. It's a monster Raw. And you don't need me to tell you that. You can feel it. You can just see it on social media. I've never seen so much excitement for a Raw. I've never seen so much excitement. So I am pumped, and I know that all of you are as well. AJG said, Days, what I love about Seth and Punk is it really blurs the lines more than anything that we've had in a while. I completely agree. And I've been watching wrestling for over 30 years. And I am happy to sit here in front of a lot of people and say I can't read it. Doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me for a second. And I don't know why that's become a thing. I don't know why. If you really are looking at something and the wrestlers are doing the job they should be doing, if they're doing what they should be doing, then the line should be blurred. It should be blurred. You shouldn't be able to get a good enough read on it. It should be that you're like, I just don't know. I mean, obviously, when the show's on and they're having matches, we know all that's going to be scripted. But these moments, these types of moments, just remind you of what wrestling was. I mean, we've just had a little taste of it, just a little glimpse of what wrestling was. If you didn't know about Punk coming back and you're still uncertain about the Seth and Drew situation, right? Maybe you're adamant that the Seth one is a work, but you're still uncertain about the Drew one. You're just getting a glimpse, just a peek as to what wrestling used to be for people. That's what it used to be. But add in the matches as well. When I was a kid, I thought it was real. I didn't know. How would I? I didn't know. When I was a kid, I thought it was all real. It was only when my cousin kind of told me that it was all, well, fake was the word that was used, but obviously we tend to use scripted now. But, I didn't have a clue. And I went to house shows not knowing. I went to house shows and watched it live and didn't know. I mean, I was young. I was a kid. I'm not embarrassed about it. I think there's a lot of people that don't watch wrestling that still think we're operating under the illusion that it is real, because people love to tell you it's fake, don't they? If they find out you're a wrestling fan. So I think there's many people out there that are still under the impression we're still believing that it's real. But for me, this is when wrestling was at its best. My childhood memories are amongst my absolute favorite memories. because there was no. It was just you and this world, and that was it. It was just you and this world. The social media and the dirt sheets and opinion. I'm going to include myself in this. I don't think have made wrestling better. I don't think any of that has improved wrestling. I think what it has done is maybe provided a sense of community. I think that's good, because watching wrestling on your own and then not really having anyone to talk about with it, that was, I'd say that was a negative. Not everything was great back in the day, but I would say watching wrestling and not being able to really talk about it and just having to think about it. I mean, maybe you could watch it with your dad or something, but I never did. I always watched it on my own. So I didn't have anyone to talk to with it. So I would just be lost with my own thoughts. So the fact that you can now go on social media or come into this chat or wherever you can get your point across, it's great that there are forums now and places where you can do that. That's an advantage and a good thing. But I think that overall, I think that it's a bigger negative with just the amount of noise and opinion. I mean, you could absolutely love something, think something's amazing, absolutely think it's brilliant, go on social media and just see a load of people trashing it. And that will, I'm sure, sour that moment for you. I'm sure that seeing other people's opinions being so polar opposite to where your opinions are, I can only imagine would sour that. So, you get these types of moments that don't make wrestling better. They can actually make it worse. And finding out that someone's going to return just before they return, that can't be a good thing. That can't be something that makes wrestling better. That's not a good thing. I mean, it is nice to be in the know, but if it's going to then ruin something that you're going to be watching later that show or next week or whatever, if it's going to ruin that, where's the benefit to that? How do you benefit from that? So you know about it a week in advance. Tally ho, great for you. But all you've done is you've spoiled it for yourself. You can't avoid it. It's not your fault, right? It's not your fault. I've adopted a mentality of if you can't beat them, join them. We talk about it on the channel because how can you not? How can you not? We live in a world where you can't avoid it now. So I think that CM Punk moment and the Seth moment and the Drew moment and the gray areas that are in there have been fantastic and have been welcome, needed. I don't want to say it's reawoken something in me because I've always loved wrestling. I've never not loved wrestling, but it has reminded me of a time that has long disappeared. It's reminded me of a time that I thought we wouldn't see again, and we got to see it, and I'm very grateful for that. And I just think it's the best. It's just the best. It's the best feeling to genuinely be just absolutely in awe and loving what's happening and so genuine excited and just it's just the best in it. Wrestling's the best. I can't wait to see what he's going to say. I can't wait to see what his promo is going to be. I can't wait to see, does Seth interrupt or does someone else interrupt, or do you know what I mean? Like where are we going to go with it? Where does it go? And there's so many different ways. I mean, I've seen people on social media put in their dream match lists, and there's some great shouts. It's like LA Knight, Roman Reigns, Seth Rollins, Sami Zayn, Kevin Owens, like Cody Rhodes, Randy Orton. And it's like, yeah, there are so many. You go that way, you go that way, you go that way, you go that way, that way, that way, that way. It's like 360. We could go so many different directions, and everywhere leads somewhere good. So sit back, enjoy it. I don't know how long we've got it for, because we all know that this car can slip off this road, right? We've seen it happen. We've seen the car break down and crash into a ball of fire in AEW, right? And it can happen here in WWE as well. It happened last time. The car fell off the road last time, right? Trying to manage him backstage. I'm so glad. There's certain jobs that you wouldn't want to have to do. Like, I'm really glad I don't work in the sewers. I'd really struggle with that because I don't like rats. And I'd really struggle with that. I mean, if I had to do that every day, it'd be that's like a living nightmare. But having to be talent relations backstage when you've got CM Punk on the roster, I mean, that's probably a very close second. It's a very close second as for jobs that I really wouldn't want to do. Talent relations normally fine. Yeah, I haven't got a problem. Like talking to all the different talents and telling them where they need to be and trying to explain why their creative is what it is. You know, it is what it is. Deal with it. Grow up. But, oh God, you wouldn't want to have to deal with CM Punk. I wouldn't have to deal with CM Punk. So I definitely don't envy that person. Actually, I don't know who it is. It used to be John Laurinaitis, but I don't know who does it now. I think Triple H might have even done it for a hot minute. John Laurinaitis was doing it for the longest time, but yeah, I don't know who does it now. If anyone knows who does it now, let me know. Who does talent relations on Raw and SmackDown? Right, Mitchell said, but I hope you're doing well. Do you think Punk has got any issues with anyone backstage? Everyone. Do you think they should put the heavyweight belt on Punk because it's immediately elevates it? Punk versus Styles, please. Mitchell, shout out to you. Okay, do I think he's got issues with anyone backstage? Yes. 100%. Seth Rollins, when CM Punk wasn't even in WWE, referred to him as a cancer, right? Now, I understand that this could be a work, right? I'm not saying that this is 100% real, right? I'm just saying if I had to pick a lane, I'd go that way, right? But it could be a work. But he still made those comments. This is when CM Punk wasn't in WWE, right? It wasn't working a program with him. They weren't in a feud. They weren't like, there was nothing that was going to be coming out of it. There was no money that was going to be made. We weren't working towards a WrestleMania match. So for him to not be in the company and for Seth to easily have come out with a politician's answer, you know, he did a lot for me. I've got nothing but respect for CM Punk and I wish him all the best. Easy. That's answer 101. Wrestling answers 101, right? He didn't do that. He chose to call him a cancer, which is pretty out there. It's pretty wild, isn't it? You know, there's been a lot of back and forths. There's been a lot of things that have been said over the years. I also think that, you know, people have their opinions. I've never met CM Punk, and I have an opinion on CM Punk, and I'm sure many of you have never met CM Punk, and I'm sure you have opinions on CM Punk. And I think the same is true of the wrestlers. You know, they may not have met him. They may have heard stories about him. They might have heard how he treated some of their friends, and maybe that wasn't brilliantly, you know, and so they will have formed opinions, and they might not have direct issue with them. He may have never done anything to them, but everyone forms an opinion over the years. Everyone sees the interviews and hears what gets said and sees how he acts and reacts and all this kind of stuff. So the word on the street is there is an array of different reaction backstage. There is people that are happy and that greeted him back, and some of those reactions are going to be shown as digital content. There's some reactions that were not brilliant, right? That were not goods. And I'm not just talking about Seth and Drew. You know, apparently we heard that talent was told just before the War Games match, right? Talent was told just before the War Games match in that main event match. And so apparently there was people that was up. Someone was up. I think the exact wording was that Drew and Seth were visibly upset or visibly annoyed, and someone else was upset. But again, you know, it's all he said, she said. This is going to come from people that might not have seen it. This is going to come from people that might, this is just the word that's doing the round, you know. You can't put a great deal of stock into it. But I feel very comfortable with the amount that's being reported and the amount of stuff that's being said. I feel very comfortable in saying that what's not happening is they're popping champagne bottles backstage and they're all celebrating and it's all, yes, we've got CM Punk, this is amazing, right? That's not the picture that's been painted by any report that I've seen. Now, obviously, every report I saw said that CM Punk wasn't going to be coming back at Survivor Series as well, and that happened, right? So again, you can only go off what is being said and what's going on. But I think looking at past comments, looking at what all the reports are saying, and continue to say as well, I think that there's enough there for me to believe that backstage is not all fun and games right now. And again, it's been reported, as was mentioned earlier, there's going to be a meeting. There's going to be a meeting to have with Triple H before Raw to see what his plan is for keeping CM Punk under control, how he's going to deal with CM Punk. There's going to be like a meeting on that. So there's just so much noise that I have to think there's truth to it. Now, hopefully it settles down, to be honest. I mean, I don't want a sustained period of drama backstage because I think WWE has done a great job of seemingly largely being drama-free. We don't tend to hear of too much drama. Yeah, we had Sasha and Naomi walk out. And yes, there's been a few little bits and bobs that have come out. We know about Riddle and some issues like there. But in regards to, compared to, say, AEW, right, and the stuff we see going on there, we haven't had a great deal. So I'm hoping that we don't now experience that with WWE. It's going to be a double-edged sword, man. I mean, it's going to be such a boost to ratings, but it's going to be such a nightmare backstage to control. It's difficult, and it's really difficult because, I mean, I would be like putting someone with him. I'd be like, this is such and such, maybe an old wrestler, maybe like a Mark Henry type. That is going to be there if he needs anything. This runner can go and get it. Maybe not an old wrestler. Maybe it's just someone that's got their head screwed on that you can pay a bit of money. That's a bit of a runner that can go and get stuff for him. Maybe he's got his trailer. He doesn't need to be in the changing rooms, so he's got his own trailer. Changes in his own space. He's got someone that can go and get food for him, or go and get someone if he wants to talk to someone. So he ain't got to go walking around. Obviously, if he wants to get out the trailer and go strolling about, whatever, then absolutely, you're not going to be able to kind of stop that. But I would like to have someone there that can jump in straight away if something happens. I know it's like babysitting, but I feel like that's what you have to do. The potential, I think, for something to go wrong backstage is, I mean, it's very highly likely, isn't it? And if something goes wrong, I hope those same people that criticize Tony for not controlling CM Punk and not doing enough to control backstage, and not, people, a load of people have said there needs to be an enforcer backstage, and how can this happen? Blah 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 blah. I hope those same people that had a go at Tony, myself included, have a go at WWE. Otherwise, that is double standards. And I will have a go at WWE if there is a fallout here, because it's the same situation, right? You've brought him in, and I get why you did it, but you better have a plan for how you're going to control it. You better know what you're going to do to make sure this doesn't spiral out of control. You better make sure you don't fumble the same bag that Tony fumbled. Right? Because he fumbled it. That was a big player for them. That was a big ratings draw, and they couldn't find a way of ensuring that bad situations didn't get made worse. The only thing I would say is that I don't see a load of executives running into his dressing room after he's made some comments in WWE. I think he at the press conference made some comments about Hangman, working with kids, all this kind of stuff. And I think that he went back to his dressing room. I think he would have been aware as to what he had just done. And I think the wrestling way is to go and approach that person and deal with it that way, man to man. That's the wrestling way of doing it, right? The business way of doing it is letting cooler heads prevail. Let things settle down. I'll see you on Monday. We'll do a review, and what will be, right? That would have been the business way. We didn't do that with Brawl Out. We did it the wrestler way, which is we're going to his changing room now. We're having it out now. And we all know where that led. It led to a brawl. It led to suspensions. It led to a lot of drama, right? This is why yes, you can blame CM Punk for that incident, right? Because he made those comments at the press conference, which resulted in the Elite feeling like they needed to deal with it the wrestling way. But you can't not blame the Elite for their involvement in it. They went to his dressing room and confronted him, probably at the worst time that you would want to confront him. I would imagine the adrenaline was probably going because he knows that he has just took shots at the executive vice president. I'm not saying he's going to care about doing that. I'm just saying that I'm sure the adrenaline was pumping because there's going to be repercussions. Something was going to happen after that. I can't imagine that those comments were going to be said and there would be no fallout whatsoever. But as he left that press conference, I remember thinking, wow, this is going to be explosive. Like, you know, when they get to, you know, Dynamite, there'll be a meeting at Dynamite or something like, there's going to be some juicy backstage stuff from this. Not in a month of Sundays did I think that, like, half an hour later, we'd be hearing of a big backstage brawl. Like, no way did I think we were going to get something like that. So this is definitely something that WWE, I think, will handle better because they don't have those kind of wrestlers with that mentality. I don't think they have that in the kind of executive positions. Maybe Triple H would go and see him. I would hope not. I think in that situation, it's best left to just let it settle down, let cooler heads prevail. It would have been better if CM Punk had really just got his stuff and gone, to be honest. And maybe he was in the process of doing that and he didn't quite do it before they went to see him. So I'm not saying it's all their faults. Both sides can share the blame on it, right? CM Punk made his comments. The Elite did what they did. And we ended up where we ended up. But for me, there's things I can look at there and say that wasn't, to me, dealt with the correct way. And I hope that WWE learn lessons from that. And I hope that WWE put things in place. And I think it's good that the roster are going up to Triple H, if reports are to be believed. And they're going to say, like, what are you going to do about it? How are you going to fix this? What plans have you got for this? I think that's good. Right. I think we've got a bit of lag again. Bad, man. Bad lag. Just coming in. I thought we'd fixed it because we went a little while without any lag. And now it's seemingly just popped back in again. It's popped in to say hello. Right. I think it's holding. I'll keep an eye on it. Boxing plug Dave, shout out to you, buds, said how I found out wrestling was scripted. I met Sandman from ECW as a kid. He said, watch my next match. I'm going through a table. And I said, how do you know? Really? Is that true? Wow. He said, watch my next match. I'm going through a table. Wow. That's such a shame. That a wrestler would ruin that for you, but I don't know what the mentality was with ECW. I don't know that they were. I don't know if they cared about maintaining that because they were doing so much. It's a bit like Hangman Swerve. You know, I could imagine they don't care if you know that the outcome was predetermined or if certain things they knew were going to happen, when a lot of the stuff they were doing was resulting in very real injuries, you know? I mean, like Swerve getting absolutely ripped open, blood gushing, pumping out, you know? I don't know what ECW's mentality was on that because kayfabe in the 90s had started to crack anyway. I mean, it had cracked many times throughout wrestling history. Famously, we keep telling that story, which is the story about how in the 50s there was an expose in New York which exposed wrestling as being scripted in the 50s. And that then meant that WWE couldn't have an American champion in their territory because the Americans in New York knew that wrestling was scripted because there'd been a big article on it. Hence why they went with Bruno Sammartino as not their very first champion, but he was their second champion. Their first champion, Buddy Rogers, I think was champion for about 30-something days. And Bruno then took the title and was champ for 7 years. And Bruno Sammartino was of Italian descent. And the Italians didn't know that it was scripted. And New York has got a very big Italian community, of course. So Bruno was, and as time went by, obviously less people, less Americans, the further we got away from that article, the more that people didn't know. And not everyone had read it as well, but there was enough damage done whereby they felt that they couldn't go with an American champion. I mean, it's strange, isn't it, if you think that in the 60s, it's an Italian that is the dominant force in WWE. And then who does he lose the title to? Does he lose it to an American? No, he loses it to a Russian, Ivan Koloff. And then who does he lose it to? He loses it to Pedro Morales, right? So I think Puerto Rico. So, we go a long time without like an American being a champion for WWE, which is unfathomable when you think about like Roman from Pensacola, Florida, or you think about John Cena from Boston, or you think about Hulk Hogan from, I think Florida Hogan, isn't he? So, yeah, kayfabe has kind of struggled all throughout wrestling history. There's been times where it's been exposed. There was, I think, even a wrestler, wasn't there? A wrestler in the 90s that went on TV and exposed the business. And he was someone, I forget his name, I think he was on Dark Side of the Ring. But he showed how moves and were done, and he showed how blading was done, and he kind of went through like all this stuff, and it was shown on TV. I want to say it was sort of around that kind of, you remember the mysterious magician, the masked magician that also exposed different magic tricks. There was sort of like a much lower, less popular wrestling equivalent to that, that really exposed like wrestling and how the different moves were done. It's mental, in it. I mean, like this is where kayfabe was. People so believed in what they were watching that TV could do a program where it exposed the secrets of wrestling, right? If you did that now, people might watch it out of interest, but no one's going to be fooled by it. No one's going to have their eyes opened, are they? Everyone's going to be like, yeah, I already knew that. I already knew that. So it's, wrestling and kayfabe. I mean, it's a big conversation we could have many, many times. We could get quite in depth with it, but it's a real shame that one of the wrestlers told you about how wrestling was scripted. That's pretty wild to me that a wrestler would do that. But as I said, I don't really know if ECW was that bothered about maintaining kayfabe when a lot of the stuff they were doing resulted in very real injury anyway. I don't know that they massively felt the need to uphold it. So maybe their wrestlers were just like, yeah, look, I'm going to do this, but I'm still going to get really messed up by it, I like that story, Boxing Plug Dave. I really like that story. Jeremiah says, Days, did WWE make a mistake rehiring CM Punk? No. I don't think they made a mistake. I think that they have... I'm a little worried that because it seemingly has come together so last minute, that it's going to result in disaster. I'm a little bit worried that there's going to be a big fallout. I'm a little bit worried that it's going to be a problem. I'm a little bit worried that it's going to end in disaster. But, this is up to them now. This is up to them. I tell you what, Triple H has took a massive gamble. If it's true, and we don't know that it's true, but if it's true that Vince didn't know that this was going to happen, right? Apparently this was deemed a creative decision and not something that the board needed to be involved in, right? So, Nick Khan clearly has got a budget, right? He's the CEO of the company. So he's got a budget. And as long as they come in on that budget, it's left to them. So I, for this, definitely was under the impression that Vince would want to be involved, right? And to be honest, I think he would. want to be involved. But I think that Nick Khan and Triple H are aware that if he was involved, it probably wouldn't have happened, right? We don't know, but we do know that Fox wanted CM Punk for SmackDown and Vince said no, right? So he turned CM Punk down fairly recently, just before the AEW thing. CM Punk was denied coming into WWE. So I don't think it's wild to think that if Vince was now a part of the conversation, that potentially it would get turned down again. So if it is true that they didn't include Vince in this conversation, and this is a Triple H Nick Khan decision, a creative decision, then that is a big risk, because if there's going to be a big fallout here that could really disrupt some of the sponsors or advertisers, or that could upset people, you know, if Punk's going to make some comments. I mean, don't forget, last time he was in WWE, the Doctor got sued. I mean, Punk was sued the Doctor because he was claiming that they were making him wrestle hurt. So there are some... This isn't just a case of, like, there might be some shouting backstage. Like, this could end up in lawsuits. This could end up in very real legal actions. And it could end up in, God knows what. I mean, there are some very real situations that can play out here. So Triple H has seemingly brought CM Punk back, and seemingly he's saying, I've got this. I can do this. I think the business benefit of bringing him in is going to outweigh the risk of another meltdown, another big fallout. I know what he's just done in AEW, and I know what he did when he was here before, but I think I can work with him. I think we can get on the same page. I think that we can make this work. But it's a risk. It is a risk. It's a gamble. He's you know, the fallout of him leaving in 2014 was huge. It was huge. And he's just gone to AEW, and look at what's happened over there. Look at the situations that's happened over there. So I think you've got to look at it and say, well, is there a risk involved? Yes, there is. And I'm not even talking about the amount of money it must have cost to get him. I'm talking about the repercussions of a fallout. I'm talking about the locker room, losing the locker room. The whole locker room could flip in and freak out, you know? So I think there is risk, but Triple H has took that gamble. We're going to have to see if it works. I think ratings-wise, it's going to work. I think momentum-wise, it's going to work. Excitement-wise, it's going to work. This feels like a Raw that is unmissable, and hence why we started 3 hours before the show. So, right. Oh, man, are we still... Do you know what? We are really wobbling around, aren't we? Give me 1 second. I might... Right, if this holds... And it doesn't look like it is. If this holds... Right, I just dropped the settings. I really dropped the settings. And hopefully this is going to be a bit better. Still looks like it's really struggling, though. Okay, we're on this router. We'll see if this is gonna hold. I've got 3 routers that I can switch to. The one router is going to be the best router to try and get onto, but I've really got to drop the settings to get onto that one. Okay. There we go. Right, we are hopefully going to be okay. I've reset one of the routers. I am really keeping an eye on things, though, because we are really getting battered with lag at the moment. Okay. Right, so Jeremiah, shout out to you. Did they make a mistake with Punk? No, I don't think they did. I just think it needs to be managed. Hollywood Guy said, who do you think will be the first wrestler to have a rivalry with CM Punk before Seth Rollins? Well, I don't know that there'll be one before Seth Rollins. Seth Rollins would be my pick. Because I think you're not going to have CM Punk having loads of matches. I think CM Punk is special. I think he's an attraction. And that is really bad, isn't it? There we go. Is that going to hold? I'd rather have this now. If we can get it fixed now, then we'll be fine for the show. This is the good thing about starting early. And not normally what happens. Of course it would happen on this show. Of course it would. Right. Hollywood guy said, who do you think... Oh, we answered that one. Who do you think will be the first wrestler to rival with CM Punk before Seth? I don't think there'll be one before Seth, personally, just because I think Seth feels like that's going to be the main feud. And I don't think that you're going to do loads with Punk before that. I mean, he'll do a promo tonight. And I don't think he'll do a match for a while. I said I'd probably do his first match on Christmas Day. I think on Christmas Day, you've got an episode of Raw, because I think Christmas is on Monday. And there'll probably be a recorded show. And what a gift that would be to wrestling fans to have CM Punk's first match on Christmas Day. You can make an argument that that is not going to be a very well-viewed show because of it being Christmas and people out with families. So you could definitely make that argument, but I still think that it would be a really nice timing-wise. It's a good marketing thing. Tune in and this is our gift to you. CM Punk's first match back in WWE for 10 years, nearly 10 years. I think that's a really good marketing strategy. I think it sounds good. It looks good. You can make graphics for it. I think that's really cool. So I would do that. But I think that the Seth feud feels like the feud to do, doesn't it? That feels like it's going to be anything before that. I think will just be like one-off matches. It'll just be things maybe just to get CM Punk kind of back in the groove. But to be honest, he hasn't been gone all that long, has he? It's not like he's been out the game for ages. It's just been a little while for him. So I think that's like a few months. So I think that it should be a case that we can get him back up and running quite quickly. If rumors are true and Seth has got beef with Punk, then Triple H needs to sit them down and make boundaries and rules, and they need to respect those rules. Yes, I mean, I think he needs to speak to both individually first and then try and bring them together, because I think you would need to understand where Seth is coming from. If what we're seeing from Seth is real, then it feels very intense. I know some people are saying that it's not real because Seth found out like before the match. And that could be true, right? But I also think if I found out something that I didn't like, right? And I had a whole match to just stew on it, like something's going to happen that I really don't like, and something's going to happen that I'm really not on board with. And I've got to go out there and have a match. And in the back of my head, all I can think about is this thing that I hate. I can understand Seth reacting the way he reacted after that match if that was real, because I could understand it being bottled up. He's had to bottle it. You know, he's not been able to process the news. He only got told just before the match. So I can see it being bottled up, and I can see it being something that's just exploded out of him. All this anger, all this emotion. I get that. I get that. So for me, that's not an indicator that this is a work. It's I can justify, I can understand as to why he would have reacted the way he reacted. So if the Seth thing is true, and it is that he exploded and it bottled up, whatever, I think that he's gonna need to be sat down. I'll tell you something though. If it is that's a real reaction, I think that it was so intense and it was so big. I think that it can go one of two ways. he could either walk out the company, which seemingly he hasn't done, or it can settle down, right? It could just be that it was the shock of finding out literally before the main event match. You've just found out that this is going to happen. You're, one of the people you hate the most in the world is coming in to the company and is going to be getting a top spot. I mean, and then you've got to wrestle a match and stew on that. So the reason why I say it could go away, it could settle down, is because once he's processed it and actually had chance to get his head around it, and once Becky has spoke to him, and once Triple H has spoke to him, I think it can, look, you're not suffering in this. You're not going to suffer in this. Like, your plans are either going to become bigger and they're going to have more attention and you're going to have more attention now, or they're not going to change and they're going to be exactly as they were, right? So you're either going to be the same as what you was going to be, or we're going to actually end up doing something even bigger with you than what we thought we were going to be doing. Either way, this doesn't get bad for you. This doesn't get worse for you, right? I think once that kind of a conversation is had, I think, he has made comments in the past saying that, like, CM Punk has still got a lot to give. What's best for business? This is another thing as well. People have pointed at these comments saying, Seth in an interview said, look, if CM Punk came back, then what's best for business, is what's best for business. And people have gone, look, it's a work. This is what Seth said. Well, my answer to that would be, what do you want him to say? Because if he goes out and calls him a cancer, then that becomes newsworthy. And then if he goes out and plays the politic side of it and says what he should say, well, then that becomes newsworthy. So anything he says to this answer becomes newsworthy. So for me, I think that there is a real issue there. I think that if ever he has come out with comments saying, if he comes back, we can all just get along, it'll be best for business. That's the I'm not thinking about this question answer. That's the this is what I've been told to say answer. That's the media training answer, right? That's the default setting answer. That's, if I was a wrestler and someone asked me this question, that would be my answer as well. If he comes back and what's best for business, I wish him all the best. He's someone that I've got a lot of respect for, blah, 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 blah. I ain't even thinking about what I'm saying. I might be thinking about what am I doing tomorrow, what am I having for dinner later. Yeah, I've got a lot of respect for him. I think that if he came back, it would be good for the business. And obviously, if we can just make money together, that's the only thing that I'm focused on. In my head then, I'm thinking, do I need to take the dog for a walk? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, you're not even engaged in the answer. So that, to me, is no indicator of flipping anything, right? I think it's a lot more interesting if he's going to call him cancer. I think that's a lot more telling, because they ain't teaching you that in media training. That ain't wrestling answer 101. So to me, that's a lot more unnecessary. It's a lot more, it strays off the generic path a lot more. So I genuinely believe Seth doesn't like him. I don't question that. That's not even up for debate in my mind. What's up for debate, though, is Seth professional enough, and is he able to put his dislike for CM Punk to one side and just focus on, welcoming him back, having him come back, doing what's right for the business? Has he got the ability to do that? I don't know. Maybe he does. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe this is a work. Maybe it's not. I love the fact that it's all in that grey area. I absolutely love it. So I think that there is going to be some explosive stuff backstage. I think there is going to be a lot of stuff which is going to come out. I think there is a lot of people that are unhappy. I don't disbelieve any of these things. I do question the lane. I would go in that lane, but so I haven't shied away from it. I haven't sat on the fence. I don't do like sitting on the fence. But my honest reaction is, if it turned out to be a work, I'd just applaud it and go, that was brilliant. They did a fantastic job. And I just think that, but I do think there is a lot of ill will towards him behind the scenes. So Hollywood guy, shout out to you, but yeah, sitting them both down. But I think you definitely need to speak to Seth separately first. Probably CM Punk as well, and then get them both in the room. Like you need that on your plate as well. But Zach, shout out to you, said, did you hear that MJF has torn a labrum? I hadn't, no. Is this why he was crying? MJF labrum. Still plans to compete at World's End. I tore my labrum in my shoulder. I'll be defending my title at World's End. What's a torn labrum? I don't even know what that recovery time would be. 4 to 6 weeks. The recovery depends upon many factors, such as where the tear was located and how severe it was. It's believed to take about 4 to 6 weeks. And it says that maybe another 4 to 6 weeks after that for it to get strong, to strengthen up. So in all fairness, that's 8 to 12 weeks. And I think World's End's in just 4 weeks. So pretty wild. There we go. No, I hadn't. Thank you, Zach. Right, boom, let's go down. Colonel of Comedy said, I think the issue about Punk is, if Punk is bigger than WWE, when Punk would never be Punk without WWE, is if Punk thinks he's bigger than WWE. I don't think he thinks he's bigger. I don't think he thinks that. I just think he was frustrated with how he was used by them. I think that he believes himself to be the top star there. I think that he feels he is the absolute equal, if not better than Roman Reigns. I don't for 1 second doubt that, right? But I think he's got a lot of respect for a lot of the people that are on the roster. Like, I think he's got a good relationship with Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn. I don't know what his relationship's like with Roman and the Usos. I don't think it's brilliant with Roman, actually. I don't think his relationship is very good with Roman. I'm sure I read something that there was a bit of an issue there, which might be a problem. And if you've got an issue with Roman, you probably got a problem with the Usos as well. So, I don't know, but I think there's enough people there, like Randy, I think, has got a lot of time for him. I don't know if you saw, but he waved. Again, this is where fake news comes into things, right? So there was a lot of people on X making out that Seth was really flipping off at CM Punk, swearing, and that CM Punk had waved to Seth. That's actually not true. It was that wave, he was waving to Randy. There's actually a clip that's emerged that's got Randy sat on a chair in the ring. And Randy, I think, waves at Punk. Punk waves back. And then Punk does the Randy pose. But if you was to, have a look out of context, I saw plenty of people saying, oh, this was moody from Punk. Did you see when Seth was going at him, he just waved at him? That's not what happens. He unless he waved again, right? But the wave that I saw was he waved to Randy and Randy waved back, and then Punk actually did the Randy pose. So I think him and Randy have got a really good relationship. I think their relationship's very strong. So I don't think he thinks he's bigger than WWE, but I think he certainly thinks he's bigger than a lot of, if not all of the stars they've got. I think he would put himself, but you know what? From a numbers point of view, he might not be wrong. From a numbers point of view, he might not be wrong. I mean, honestly, if CM Punk was on SmackDown each week, would we be surprised if SmackDown was doing 2.2, 2.3, 2.4? If he's got good creative, because obviously Roman has got fantastic creative with the Bloodline. So if you was to do something of a Bloodline similar ilk for CM Punk, then Yeah, I think he gets the same numbers. I can't really sit here and say that he would be miles out on that. We have signed potentially another Roman Reigns, maybe just a step below. It's difficult to say, but this is why it's so exciting. I mean, the thing, if you sign Will Ospreay or you sign Jay White, you're signing potential. If you sign CM Punk, you're signing actual. You are signing superstar. And we've signed superstar. I would have liked Jay White and I would have liked Ospreay in WWE. I'm not throwing shade on those signings. They're fantastic performers, and AEW have done very well to get them. But yeah, I think CM Punk is the real deal. He's about as real as it gets. He's the biggest free agent that was out there. No doubt about that. And but he has been since 2014. And WWE have had opportunity potentially to bring him in and have not took that opportunity. But they did this time. Undercover Manager said, in my opinion, Seth has done a great job. Talent found out of Punk's debut just before, so he's put himself in a money spot straight away, and he's capitalized on brawlouts to copy it and show how it should have been done, says Undercover Manager. Christopher said Balor was telling a fan to go and tweet about Punk. Do you see Balor versus Punk? I think if you're in WWE and you're a male wrestler and you are not trying to find a way of getting yourself into a match with Punk, then you're not doing wrestling right. I think everyone should be doing something. You know, the social media should be full of people throwing shade, wrestlers throwing shade at Punk or making little comments about Punk and trying to get themselves into a position. You know what Undercover Manager has just said there? If the Seth thing is a work, then he's done a brilliant job of now putting himself at the very front of the queue. Very front of the queue to work with CM Punk. It's the match that I now most want to see, because there is something very tangible there, isn't there? It was everyone saw that footage. Everyone saw that footage. Which is, you know, why, yes, it could be a work, because it's done what a work would do. But equally, it also could have been a very real reaction. So we still don't know, but it could be a work. And if it was, then he's done a fantastic job. I agree. Not JPEG said, I saw the House of Black promo on FTR where Black mentioned Punk and Cesaro. I didn't. John said, what do you think about Seth's comments last night to the live crowd about Punk? I didn't think much about them. I mean, he didn't say a great deal. He said, well, I'll tell you my exact thoughts, actually. My exact thoughts were two things. Anything to do with Seth right now, I am questioning. Is there anything here that tells me that what he's doing is real or not, right? So my first thoughts were, it would be easier for him to not say something. You know, there's no need for him to say anything about CM Punk. So my first thoughts were, he's said something there where he didn't need to. Didn't need to. Thanks a lot for coming out. Hope you had a great night. You know, it's brilliant to be back in front of you guys. And, you know, I'll see you all next time or whatever, right? He didn't need to say anything about Punk. So that certainly made me go, okay, he's carrying this on. That's interesting. But then I had another thought, and my other thought was, it's not brilliant what he said. What he said about CM Punk was, CM Punk is someone that, you know, I don't want to waste any more breath on someone that for the past 8 years has done nothing but tear this company down. Right? I'd rather focus on people that have been building this company up and making it the best form of entertainment, or the hottest ticket in town, I think it was, right? That's paraphrasing a little, but roughly that's what he said. And I was thinking about it. I was like, okay, so WWE have just spent a ton of money on someone that is coming in who is seemingly a babyface, right? I mean, he's certainly got a babyface reaction. Everyone's excited to see him. I mean, nothing feels at the moment like he's a heel, right? But Seth saying that CM Punk has been running down WWE. If you're not aware of CM Punk, if you're only just being introduced to him, if you don't really know a great deal about him, then Seth's comments really hurt CM Punk's character. They really hurt this very expensive investment. I mean, it's going to cost a lot of money to bring CM Punk in. You ain't picking him up cheap. Right, this is a significant amount of money. It's a multi-year deal, apparently. They ain't spent I don't know how many millions, but we're talking millions and millions and millions that it's cost to get Punk. I've got no doubt about that, right? And that ain't money that's just lying around. So this is a serious investment. So for him to come out and tell the audience, and you know these things are going to go on the internet, right? You know someone's recording this somewhere in the crowd. So for him to come out and say that this investment, serious investment, has been basically trashing WWE for years, any of that optimism that was out there amongst people that don't know him, all of a sudden might have them looking at him in a different light. All of a sudden, you're looking at him slightly differently. Like, for us, we know what he's been saying. For us that have watched AEW or know that he sued the doctor or seen some of the interviews, we know what he's been saying, but not everyone knows what he's been saying. Not everyone. There's a lot of kids, young people, people new to watching WWE, they don't know about what he's been saying. So for Seth to come out and make those comments, you know, he could have, if it was a work, he could have just said, I don't like the guy. I don't like the guy. I don't like what the guy represents, right? He could have gone down that road. But again, to go to the extreme of saying that he's been trashing WWE, very firmly paints CM Punk as a heel, paints him as a villain, paints him as an outsider, paints him as the enemy. If you love WWE, you shouldn't love this guy. This guy has done nothing but trash this company, like, for the past 8-9 years. And it left me more confused, because on the one hand, I can look at it and go, oh, it's interesting that he's continuing this when he doesn't need to. But then on the other hand, I can go, he didn't need to go that far. He didn't need to say the things that he said. He didn't need to paint him in that kind of a light, you know? It also made me wonder if they were going to move CM Punk to be a heel, because that's exactly what Seth has done in that promo. He's made him the enemy of WWE, right? He has painted him out to be the heel of all heels. So I look at that and I go, are they positioning CM Punk to be a monster heel? Are they going to use him as a heel? Because surely as a face, he's going to shift tons of merch. I mean, I know Roman and Bloodline are heels and they still shift a ton of merch. So perhaps they're hoping that it's just going to be another Bloodline situation. Perhaps they're just hoping that people just are going to be so into Punk that it doesn't matter if if he's a face or a heel. I don't know. I mean, it's an interesting one. Like, we talk a lot about who he's going to face, but how does he face them? Is he going to be face? Is he going to be heel? Right? I would think you keep him face. And I would think that you just keep him the character that he is, which is that kind of, I suppose in a way, he's just out for himself. In a way, he is CM Punk. He's opinionated. He's outspoken. He believes himself to be the best. If there's someone out there that needs some help, he'll help them. But if you get in his way, he'll smash you about. Like, that is his character. It's, I suppose, in a way, anti-hero. Tweener, right? It's I suppose in a way it's that. So, like, I don't know. The booking of it's going to be very interesting. I think CM Punk's going to be himself. I think CM Punk's going to be the CM Punk that we've known and seen all along. I think he's going to be the guy that has fun with the crowds. I think he's going to be there for the fans. I think that he's going to, you know, I don't think they're going to turn him full-blown heel. I don't think they're going to do that. But then equally, is he going to be a babyface, a full-blown babyface? I don't think he can be. I don't think he knows how to be a full-blown babyface. Can't see him being Hulk Hogan. Can't see him being all about say your prayers, take your vitamins, right? Can't see him about like everything being done the right way. Like I think he's just going to be himself. So perhaps they're just trying to find a way of digging into this real conflict of Seth and Punk and just kicking up a bit of dust and seeing what happens. I don't know. It's difficult because I really don't think there's been much thought to it, because I genuinely believe it came together last minute. So I genuinely believe that what Seth is doing is either real or it's not had much thought to it and it's just happening. And I think that's quite jarring, because I can look at stuff and I can go, that doesn't feel right. That doesn't feel like what we normally do. But then part of that might just be because this isn't what we normally do, because none of this is what we normally do. Or we're in uncharted waters. We're doing things we don't normally do. We're bringing people back that haven't even signed contracts of the morning of the show. When do we ever do that? When does the dirt sheets not find out about a return because no one knew it was happening? Apparently heads of creative didn't know, refs didn't know. None of the talent knew, apart from those in the main event that got told just before the match. That's what's been reported. Just before the match started, they found out just before the match, and that was it. And other than that, I don't think any other talent knew. The first anyone knew was when he came walking through Gorilla. So we are in very uncharted waters, and it's making it very difficult to kind of read the situation, because I think a lot of the things that you could look at and go, yeah, because of this, because of that, blah, 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 blah. There are things happening that I wouldn't expect to happen if this was a work. There are things happening that I do question, and it just makes me look at and go, it's just not what we do. That's not what we've done. That's not where we've been. But then none of this is where we've been, so it's very hard. It's very, very hard. I mean, what I would say is, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just watch it play out and see where it goes and just enjoy it. I mean, that's what I'm doing. I'm just enjoying it. Yeah, we're reading the reports and we're seeing what's being said, and it absolutely could be a work. It could be a work that's just not been overthought, and it could just be a work that's just playing out and just being allowed to play out. And if things are happening or things are being said that maybe don't quite fit the narrative, or we don't really want to paint him in that kind of a light, so normally we wouldn't really go that far, or we wouldn't really say that kind of a thing. If we're not, if it doesn't feel, maybe, I think the word I'm looking for is as polished. I think it's polish. If it doesn't feel like as polished as it normally does, I think there's probably a very good reason for that. And I think it's because it's all being chucked together last minute, and I think it's all kind of just happening. But that's very exciting. It's like WWE in the moment. In the moment, WWE. I don't know that we've ever seen that. It's just amazing. We're doing stuff, we're off-roading. That's what we're doing. This is WWE off-road. So I'm really enjoying it. I think there's a lot of questions. I don't think there's many answers around, unfortunately, but we will take some steps towards answers tonight. No doubt about that. Undercover Manager said, I can't wait for the announcement at the next show, when Tony Khan announces that at the next pay-per-view, he's going to make an announcement that's going to lead to Mercedes being in talks. There was talk about Mercedes potentially coming back to WWE. There are a few out there that think she might have already signed with AEW, though, but again, another situation that we're going to have to see how that plays out. I mean, she will land somewhere. She may even want to just stay in Stardom a little bit longer, because she hasn't done everything there. There's a few matches left in Stardom for her, and I think she does really value this experience. I think she is someone that loves wrestling and loves women's wrestling, and that doesn't necessarily mean that she has to be tied to being in WWE. Like, she's like 31, 32. She's way younger than I thought. I thought she was 37, 38, but she's actually like early 30s. Like, this woman has got 10, 12 years ahead of her, easy. So even if she spent a year away from 2 years away from WWE, like short of her going away to have a kid, which she may want to do at some point, she's got so much time. She's got so much time that like there isn't really a fire. But the only thing I would say is that if you're looking at WWE right now, you are licking your lips. If you're looking at WWE right now, you are really, I think, excited about what's happening there, because I think this year has been a really, really good year. It's been a really good year. It's hard to say if it's met expectation. I think because of Punk, it probably has. If it wasn't for CM Punk, I wonder what people would think of this year. It's hard to say now because of us having Punk, and that's changed everything. And now it seems like a no-brainer. If you talk about 2023, was it a good year or not? Like, it's a no-brainer now. CM Punk came back, and that's all that matters. But before that, you know, you had the rise of LA Knight. You had the Cody not succeeding at WrestleMania. You had the rise of the Judgment Day and Rhea winning the title. You know, and Judgment Day like dominating. You had the fall of the Bloodline. That's kind of really broken apart. I think it had been a good year, but I think this was Triple H's first full year, and I think the expectation was really, really high. I think it was really high, and I think we did some really good stuff. I just think that, I don't know, recent months, I'd say the past 2-3 months have just felt a little plodding, a little flat, a little like we've been bobbing along. A little, sort of, dare I say, like the year was done. It kind of felt like the year was done, really, and like we were just trying to get back round to the Royal Rumble. But then everything changed when CM Punk came back. So all of a sudden now, I think it's a bit of a no-brainer. I think all of a sudden now it's a fantastic year, yeah. So I think that Mercedes doesn't... something special is happening now. And I think this definitely feels like a very exciting place to be and a very exciting place to be working. But there's no fire. There's no, like, urgency for her. Like, oh, my God, I've got to get back there now. Because, as you said, she's in her early 30s. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see where she lands. Zero said, do you think Punk will work with Roman down the line? I do. I don't know that it'll be for the title, but I think once Roman loses the belt, he's going to need feuds after. He's going to need feuds to come back to. I mean, I don't know what the future looks like for Roman now. I mean, I sort of feel like he's a very big family man. He's got a big family. He takes a lot of time away. It's clear that Roman doesn't feel like someone that's going to really struggle to leave wrestling. You've got people like Ric Flair and Jerry the King Lawler that just cannot let it go. They can't let it go. They can't not wrestle. And I think, like, for Roman, that's not going to be a challenge. I think he's a big family man. And I think that he's... looking at Hollywood as well. So I think that he knows that there won't be a run for him better than what he's just had. This is the run that defines his career. And I think once this ends potentially at WrestleMania, I don't think he goes for good then. I think that he would want to work with Solo to help get Solo over. I think that the Rock match is still there. Even though the title's not on the line, that doesn't matter, right? I think the Rock match is still there if they can get it done at some point, if all the stars can align. I don't know that they do. But, of course, so is the CM Punk match. The CM Punk match is there now. And that is seemingly, that's a lot easier to make, isn't it? If the Rock one is like flipping climbing Everest, then the CM Punk one's like just going up the hill down the road. I mean, both guys are under contract. Both guys are going to be at WrestleMania next year. Both guys are going to be at SummerSlam. It's nothing to make that match. So the idea that we won't get that match, unless Roman loses the title at WrestleMania and then retires, which I don't think he's going to do, I'd feel pretty good for it, yeah. But I don't know when it happens. James said they've just announced that Cody has got an announcement tonight. He's going to come out and go, I don't like CM Punk either. I'm going to stand with my friend Seth Rollins. CM Punk sucks. James, shout out to you. Luke said, apparently Dixie Carter is backstage at Raw. Let's go. Let's go. Finally, we're getting somewhere. Now we're actually getting somewhere. Now we're getting some of the real wrestling legends returning. Everyone's excited about CM Punk. It's Dixie Carter coming in that we've needed all along. I don't know if she is actually there, but they are in Nashville tonight, aren't they? So she could be. She's probably got some connections, you know. But she's probably backstage and they've just said to her, don't touch anything. Don't touch anything. Don't talk to anyone. You can be backstage, but just stand there and watch, right? We don't want you getting, like, messing anything up. Just stand there and watch. But she could be. They are in Nashville. Empire Fan 1980 said, I'm at Raw right now. Oh, dude, have the best time. Well, you're going to have the best time. This is one of the biggest Raws. Can I tell you, most weeks we tend to do just over 10,000 views for a Raw, right? Normally we'll do about 10,000 views. This stream has been absolutely smashed with lag, right? So we've really struggled. We've had people, obviously, big dropouts. We went away for a couple of minutes where we were trying to fix it, and thankfully it seems to be holding now, right? But I can tell you that it's already done 13,000 views, this stream already, and the show doesn't start for another half an hour. So just if you want to put it into perspective as to the level of interest that this Raw has got in comparison to a normal Raw, we stream Raw every single week, and we do NXT and we do SmackDown, we do the premium live events, and we're here literally all the time. I don't have a life or friends. So, you know, we do this all the time, and week after week after week, we comfortably get 10,000 views on the Raw stream. Granted, we started an hour earlier, but you know, the fact that we've already done 13,000 and Raw doesn't even start for half an hour, I think gives you an idea of the level of interest that people have got in this show tonight. It is considerable. Ashton said, who do you think Randy and Punk's first feuds will be? Ashton, I think... I don't know that we get a feud for CM Punk in the sense of... I don't think we get a feud straight away. I think he'll do a promo. I could see someone interrupt him. I can see there being a back and forth. I can see it leading to a match, but that match might be a little bit off in the distance. I think I can see CM Punk just having a few one-off matches with people just to you know, get the ring rust off. I mean, I don't think the ring rust is going to be too bad. But if you think about when he first came into AEW, CM Punk was having pretty low-level matches against, you know, different people, not really anything of great significance. I think it was one Powerhouse Hobbs, you know, good, decent wrestlers, but like, it was just to get the cobwebs off before he got really stuck into some big stuff, big feuds. Seth would definitely feel like the first big significant feud. That would feel like, I mean, that just feels like what needs to be sorted now, what needs to be booked now. And I think that anything before that is probably just going to be little matches. I don't know that you do a feud with, I don't know, Judgment Day, Finn Balor or something like this, and then move on to Seth. I mean, you could, but I think that if you look back to last year and you look back to LA Knight and Bray, when Bray came back, he didn't do a little feud with anyone. He just went straight into LA Knight, and their first match was the Rumble, right? I think Punk will be similar. He's come in. His first match might be the Rumble. His first match might be Raw at Christmas. But I don't know that he's going to do lots of, like, feuds, or he's going to have a feud and then move on to Seth, whatever. I think that just looking at last year with Bray and the fact that he came back and it was just one thing, LA Knight, I think that CM Punk might be similar to that. So Seth is what I'm looking at for Punk. In regards to Randy, we were talking about this the other day. I don't care. who he feuds with, I'm very clear about what I need him to do. I need him to do just one thing. What I need from Randy is I need him to help Cody win the title. That's the only thing I need. And I know that might be a boring answer, and people out there might be like, lame. But it's more important than anything else he could do, because one of the biggest stories in WWE right now is clearly Roman's title reign. And one of the biggest contenders to end that is Cody. Now, we know that Randy got took out by the Bloodline. We know that the Bloodline have kind of split up a bit. They're still sort of there, but clearly not as strong as they were. We know the relationship between Randy and Cody. Like, Randy, to me, just feels very much involved in that story. For him to go off and do something different now, I think would be a bit of a shame. It would still be fantastic, but it would be a bit of a shame, because the reason he's been gone for so long is because he was took out by the Bloodline. Revenge needs to be had, right? And what better way of getting revenge than by playing a small part in seeing Roman lose his title? And not only that, but helping your great friend win the title, right? For the first time. Dusty Rhodes, the legend, the American dream, right? He is someone that never won the WWE Championship, and neither did Dustin Rhodes. Cody is trying to be the first Rhodes to win a WWE World Heavyweight Championship, and I just cannot sit and tell you of a feud that Randy can have that's more important than him helping Cody achieve that. So I would like to see him and Cody tagging together. I think Randy and Cody against Solo and Jimmy feels like a no-brainer to me. Feels like a great match. Makes perfect sense. I think him advising. I think Cody is missing something. Cody is very close to being the one to do it, but he just needs something to get over the line. And I think that Randy, who has got over the line, 14 times previously, 14-time world champion, he knows what it takes to get over the line. He knows what is going to be missing. He, I think, can give the missing piece of the puzzle to Cody. And I think some of those segments of him giving advice to Cody and them working together and us building Cody up as to being the one to end Roman's title reign, I can't think of anything that Randy can do that's more important than that. You can put him in a feud with Kevin Owens or whoever, Karrion Kross or flipping Gunther or whatever you want to do, right? But I can't make or sit here right now and come up with a story that is going to be as rich or as captivating or as significant as him helping Cody win that championship. That to me is what he needs to focus on. So how you go about doing it, what he does in the Rumble, what he does at Elimination Chamber, I don't know. What I do know is that at WrestleMania, I'd have him come down to the ring during the main event and take out Jimmy Uso. I think I would, if I was booking it, I would have Solo, I'd have Roman, Cody, wrestling, grapple. Down comes Jimmy, down comes Solo, Michael Cole on commentary going, oh, it's just like last year, right? It's going to be a damn repeat of last year. Damn the Bloodline. This is what they always do, right? And then I think there would be a miscommunication, which ends up in Solo and Roman getting in each other's way. And I think at that moment, Solo looks at Roman and he walks off, walks out the Bloodline. You would obviously tease things leading up to WrestleMania, little looks, which we've already done, but we would do more. And at WrestleMania, that would fall apart, and Solo and Roman would part ways. I wouldn't have Solo attack Roman, and I think that's very important, because if Cody wins, we don't want him to win because of someone else. He's got to do it on his own. So I would just have Solo walk away. He abandons his tribal chief. He leaves the bloodline. He just, forget you. I'm done. I'm out of here. Good luck. And off he goes. That then leaves Roman, Cody, Jimmy on the outside, right? And you can have Jimmy trying to swipe at the legs of Cody. Jimmy is still standing by Roman, still being a nuisance. Down comes Randy Orton. Randy Orton comes down, takes out Jimmy Uso. Crowd going bananas. Michael Cole going bananas. This is where Michael Cole comes into his own. Throw shade on him all you want. In the key moments like this, when he's not being someone that's just like shilling and just like throwing loads of stuff in your direction, not like constantly banging on about different sponsors or whatever, which he has to do. But in these moments where he can get enthused and animated and he's like screaming into the microphone and whatever, he shines in these moments. I think he's excellent in these moments. I've said before, I think if you want to judge a commentator by how good they are, then I think one of the parameters is in these moments when they get enthused and they get all excited, do they really add to the moment? Are they really elevating the moment? Or is it squeaky and annoying and a distraction and like just not, what are they saying? Is it just noise? Is it just screaming? Is it squeaky? Is it, what is it? With Michael Cole, it is, I always find it that it adds to the moment. I always find that his enthusiasm and the words that he's coming out with always just elevate the moment for me. Maybe not for everyone, but for me, I really rate him. And in those moments, and I would have Roman come down and deal with Jimmy. All of a sudden, then it's one-on-one. Could you imagine Randy yelling at Cody, "Finish the story"? Could you imagine that? Imagine that. He's just took out Jimmy and he turns to Cody and you see on camera him tell Cody, "Finish the story." I'd explode. I'd just outright explode. I'd just be a puddle on the floor. It would be flipping. I'd be a mess. It would be reminiscent of Shawn Michaels saying, "I'm sorry, I love you," before he super kicked Ric Flair. But Randy coming down saying, ordering Cody to finish the story, to which he does and wins the title. I'd be a mess. There is nothing more. Definitely something we need to do for Solo. Ready-made feud with Solo. Obviously, you can always do the CM Punk match, and who knows? I mean, you could explore Randy turning on Cody further in the year, later in the year. But I wouldn't, that's not something that I would be looking to do anywhere near WrestleMania. But I definitely think he should play a part in that WrestleMania moment. Scorpio Shuffle, shout out to you, my friend. I hope you are well. I hope you're pumped. How long have we got? 19 minutes. That is no time at all, is it? No time. Mitchell said, "You missed my super chat. I said the only bad thing about Punk being back is they called him the best in the world, when reality, we all know that is Shane McMahon." Did I miss that? Did that pass me by? Oh, I did. I think that might have dropped at the time where I was getting smashed with lag. So thankfully that has settled down. We've gone a touch wood. We've gone a nice hearty few moments there without any. So it might be a case that the picture quality is not as sharp as it usually would be. But listen, if this is just going to allow us to get through this show, then I'm sure you understand, because enjoying this show together and seeing what's about to play out, that's the only thing I care about. So yeah, Mitchell, apologies, but yeah, we all know that Shane is indeed the best in the world. Tyler said, "I miss the timer that you used to have." Yeah, I don't know why we got rid of that, actually. I don't know why that went. That's a really good... I'm going to write that down. It went for a reason, and there was a definite reason that I got rid of it. And it was so long ago now, and I don't remember why. I mean, I don't remember why. Good shout. I've written it down. Roman is losing at Mania to Cody, whether you like it or not. Roman's run ends at Mania, said Sebastian. I think it's a necessary test for Triple H, says. I mean, I would say Watch Wrestling. Watch Wrestling is a website which is not the right side of legal, but it is a website that should have streams on there that you can watch. I mean, it's not your fault, is it? If they don't want you to use such sites, then I don't know. Treat your West Coast viewers better than making them wait 3 hours after it's aired. Right? That's on you. That's on you. That's not the fans' fault. That's your fault. Do better. Voice of the Voiceless returns. I can't wait, said Fitz's Productions. Bonkers said Dixie Carter has been pictured with Cody and Nick Aldis backstage at tonight's Raw. I just hope she's not messing with anything. Tell her not to touch anything, right? We don't need hands on stuff. Kian, hello, bud. I hope you are well. I'm hyped for Randy's first night back on Raw. Let's go. And I'm calling it now. Cody beats Roman to end his reign at WrestleMania 40. I was definitely more excited about Randy's return than Punk's, said Justin. Well, it is worth mentioning, actually. There was a lot of people that were really down on Punk coming in, and I don't really want to forget about those people because there's a lot of community members that have been in touch saying that they're gutted that he's back. And, you know, you've got to know that this is not Universal Babies in the Air. Even if you watch the footage back of when his music hits, you can see great swathes of the arena that don't react. There's a large parts of the arena. I know there's lots of reaction videos out there, and you can see a lot of live reaction and people losing their minds, and a lot of us lost our minds, right? But there is a lot of people that aren't on board with this. Don't like him, don't rate him, don't think he's a good influence, don't think he's a good person, don't think this is a good addition, don't think this is the right thing to do. I am conscious of those people as well. I mean, it's going to be difficult because, I mean, this is just going to be CM Punk, isn't it now? I mean, he is just going to be the talk of the town. Just like how it was Bray for a long time. It's going to be CM Punk. Could you imagine Bray and CM Punk if Bray was still around, if we could have done some sort of program there? But, you know, I am very conscious of these people that aren't on board with it. And, you know, if that's you, I understand. It's not that I don't get it. I understand. I mean, he is. And even Triple H said he's a polarizing figure. You know, it's not often that you sign someone for multiple millions of dollars and your first words are, love him or hate him. He always gets people talking, you know? That's not really the normal way that you introduce someone of this magnitude. Love him or hate him. So he is a polarizing figure. But I think that there is more excitement and more intrigue than what we've seen for so long. I mean, it's true. He is someone that you have an opinion on it. I don't think there's many out there that just don't have an opinion. I think you either love it or you hate it. You've got an opinion on it. And I think vast majority of people are absolutely loving it. Absolutely loving it. So I would say to those that are hating it, just, you know, there's more than enough here outside of CM Punk for you to get your teeth into. You know, there's more than, we just did a whole Survivor Series pretty much without him. It's only the last 30 seconds that we see him. Other than that, it was a completely CM Punk free. In fact, WWE has been CM Punk free for the past 9 years, nearly 10 years. So there's plenty of other things here for those that aren't on boards. Days, do you think Punk is starting off the show, said the guy. I don't know, to be honest. If I was booking, he wouldn't, because he is what everyone wants to see. So, you know, it would make sense to leave it, wouldn't it? Why would you have him go out there? Why would you have him go out there first? I would... I would have him in the main event of the end. I mean, if this stream is anything to go by, if the numbers that we're seeing on this stream compared to a normal stream are going to be the same there, I mean, this Raw could do a 2 million, two somewhat million, right? Just going by. I mean, we've already 15,000. We're on now, 15,000 views for this stream. If this stream ended now, this stream's done 15,000 people have joined us throughout the past few hours. That's the level of interest. And we normally do 10, right? And Raw hasn't even started. So again, this is special. This is different. I honestly started the stream thinking, wow, could you imagine if we do 20,000 today? Could you imagine if we do that? I mean, like normally we do 10,000 people. Could you imagine if we double it and it's 20,000? Wow. We're on 15. And we've still got 10 minutes before the 3-hour Raw begins, right? You can't compare this to anything. This is uncomparable. This is... I don't know what the number Raw is going to do, but I think there's a chance it starts with a 2. And we know why that's going to be the case. It's not going to be the case because people are desperate to see Chelsea Green and Piper Niven against Tegan and Natalya. It's going to be for CM Punk. So for me, I want to keep as many of them people around for as long as I can. And I would try and give them a damn good show. I mean, you got Randy segment. So a Randy segment's going to be in there. We've got a Cody segment. That's going to be in there. We've got Bronson Reed against The Miz. We've got, I think, Chelsea and Piper against Tegan and Natalya. We've got a tag turmoil match as well, which is going to be New Day and Creeds and Indashir and Alpha Academy and DIY and Imperium. I mean, to be honest, I would probably start with the tag turmoil match. I would probably start with that. I would probably start with a match and do that. And don't forget, the first is commercial free. So it would be a commercial-free tag turmoil match. I would probably go with something along those lines. And then I would save Punk for the main event. I would have Randy help me get from hour 2 into hour 3. I would have Cody help me get from hour 1 into hour 2. And then just to fill out the rest of it, I've got a women's tag title match that I can use. I've got Bronson and The Miz that I can use. I'm sure there's going to be something from Sammy. I'm sure there's going to be something from Judgment Day. I'm sure there's going to be something from Rhea. I mean, this could honestly be one of the greatest Raws we've ever seen because it's just so stacked. It's just so much stuff that, and you know that the Punk segment's not going to be a short segment. I wouldn't have him come out for just 5 minutes. I would give him, a considerable chunk of time. How long do you want? If you want 3 hours, it's yours. Like, how long do you want? I mean, his entrance, him coming down, soaking it in, even all of that's going to take a good 5-10 minutes of him making his way down to the ring. I'm not saying go slow, but, let the crowd enjoy themselves. You can't have him just come down and go straight into the promo. This place is going to be bananas tonight when he comes walking out. And you've got to allow that to breathe. That's going to need room to breathe. So, if you think that a main event match normally starts with about half an hour to go because of adverts and little backstage vignettes we have to chuck in, you could have CM Punk walk out with still half an hour to go and do his promo right at the end. So that's where my head would be at. That's what I'd be thinking. But WWE might go the complete opposite. They might start with Punk, I wouldn't do that for the reasons that I just said, because I think that once Punk's spoken and said something, I think then you do run the risk of a load of people switching off. I do think that you then potentially lose a lot of viewers, but you leave it as late as you possibly can. I do understand that you might. I mean, I don't actually know how many people are around for that last hour. People go to bed, don't they? It's Monday, they got work and whatever. You could maybe make an argument for putting it in hour 2 or at the start of hour 3 rather than at the very end if the numbers suggest that, people just aren't around for that last half an hour, then, then maybe you'd want to just move it a little further forward. But I'm trying to keep this as late as I possibly can. Days Better Wrestling Experience said that Randy is opening the show and that Punk is going to be the main event, says Brony. Brony, shout out to you. Randy opening's a pretty damn good opener, isn't it? That's a pretty damn good opener. Randy coming back and filling us in on what he's been up to. I think I would have used that because when you get to the end of an hour and you start a new hour, that's a critical time, obviously, because a lot of people are looking at the TV schedule and they are looking at what's coming up starting on the other channel at 9 o'clock and at 10 o'clock, right? Shows tend to start on the hour. So that period is a very important period. This is why you always see something pretty big taking you from hour 1 into hour 2 and hour 2 into hour 3. So, I personally would be looking at like Randy, who I think is going to be a big segment. That's interesting. I would have looked to have used him, I think, to have got me from an hour 1 into hour 2 type situation. But as I've said, they've got so much to play with tonight that maybe they just don't feel the need to. Perhaps it's not a problem. Perhaps they're looking at it thinking, just don't need that. Don't need to worry about that tonight. We've got so much tonight. We eating good. Better Wrestling Experience said that CM Punk is getting the legendary status treatment, says Homework. As the puppy said, I now worry for LA Knight's momentum. He's just been completely shifted. Well, yes and no, in the sense of, I think if Punk's on Raw and LA Knight is on SmackDown, it doesn't really affect LA Knight. I think that for me, I like the idea of LA Knight being the one to beat Logan. I think that that makes a lot of sense. I think that Logan being disrespectful with the title, I think he should turn that up a little bit. I don't think he's been disrespectful enough. I think he should be really mistreating the belt. Really, I know he's showered with it and slept with it and all that kind of stuff. And I know someone asked him about the previous champions and he was like, I don't know. I don't know who the previous people are. And I saw that upset a few people. But this is exactly what he should be doing. He should be upsetting us because we're waiting for a babyface to save us, to save the day, basically. This is the story. So I think that he should be even more disrespectful. And I think that LA Knight being the one to get that belt from him would be good and welcome. And he could be the savior. He could be the knight in white armor. Is that what you say? Knight in white armor? Knight in armor? He could be the knight. He could be the LA Knight. So he is someone that I think is not going to be too affected. The only thing is that I had him winning that at WrestleMania 40, having a nice run with it over the summer, losing it towards the end of the year, and then at WrestleMania 41-ish, then we're having a conversation about a world title. That's when we're talking about him going for a world championship. And I don't think we've deviated from that. I mean, the only thing I would say is that world championship might have just got a little harder. But listen, if the fans are... Triple H is listening to the fans. Triple H said, if the fans want it and we can deliver it, we are going to aim to try and do that. This is why I don't think that Cody's not going to finish the story, or this is why I don't think that Sammy won't get a world title. I think these things are coming. It's just Triple H knows that the money is in the chase. The money is in you wanting it and not getting it, but hoping for it. And then when it does arrive, it's so satisfying. It's so satisfying. It's more satisfying if everyone just got everything easily. Then it wouldn't be as satisfying, It's like, back in the day when people didn't have anything. Like, if you got a chocolate bar, you probably had it at Christmas and it felt like, the greatest day of your life. Now, most people can go in the kitchen and just get a chocolate bar and it just doesn't really feel like anything, does it? Doesn't feel like anything. But if you could transport those kids from the 1930s to the modern world now, you would blow their minds. You would blow their minds. They got a bag of chocolate coins at Christmas, a Satsuma, and maybe a little homemade car, Matchbox little thing, right? And that's all they had for Christmas. And they were blooming grateful, right? They blooming loved it because they didn't have anything else. And now you get all those things all the time and they don't mean anything. And it's the exact same thing with wrestling. Good things come to those who wait. Right, Scorpio Shuffle, shout out to you. Sigmund Judge, shout out to you. Mitchell said, do you think the one thing that drew Punk back, brackets, or was promised, is a possible Hall of Fame induction? Is there any chance he's inducted at this coming Mania? Well, there's a chance, but I don't think he will be. I think that there was an interesting question that Meltzer got asked about who will choose who goes in the Hall of Fame now. And he said, I suppose it'll be Triple H. And my first reaction was, why? Why would it be Triple H? Because Vince is still there. He's head of the board of TKO. But I suppose then you think, is that a board decision? Do the board of directors need to decide who's going in the Hall of Fame? They probably don't, do they? Probably don't. They're too busy like sorting out sponsorships, advertising, too busy sorting out different marketing strategies and looking to see how they can like maximize the share price. They ain't worried about if flipping Vader's going to go in the Hall of Fame, right? So I suppose it is a Triple H decision now. So I don't expect it to be a case that Punk goes in this year. No, I don't think that's the deciding factor at all. I think that CM Punk I think the deciding factor is CM Punk wants to wrestle, and I think he had the option of either going to Impact or going back to WWE, and I think he's chosen to go back to WWE. I've got these new TV headphones, which are really good because it means that I can hear the sound better. I've always been worried, though, about shouting, but I don't want to miss a flipping word that CM Punk's got to say tonight. So I invested back into the channel like I always say I do with these funky headphones. Right, we are underway then. War Games. Okay, so we are just looking at we are just looking at a replay. Days, thanks for the stream. I've been watching long time. Thank you, my friends. I really appreciate the support. I know that there's lots of different streams out there, so people choosing to join us is really appreciated. It's going to be a good show, man. It's going to be historic. This is one you don't want to miss. Days, the DVDs the other day you saw are on sale for 4 days or so. If you spend £30 or more, you get a free gift while stocks last, said Alex. Alex, are you working for him, bud? Are you working? Do you work for that company? Dino said, shout out to my girlfriend Maddie watching her first Raw. Let's go. We've got a virgin. We've got a virgin. Maddie, shout out to you. Can I just say on behalf of everyone here, we are so pleased to be witnessing the end of your virginity. Yay! Maddie, 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 Maddie. Wasn't expecting that one. I mean, neither was I, actually. But it just went where it went. Welcome to wrestling, says Cactus. Yeah, this is wrestling. So right now we are just looking at a replay of Survivor Series. Not the full thing, silly. Just the highlights. And we've got to the part where CM Punk came walking out. Sign in the crowd said, we are Chicago. Oh, can I tell you, there was a guy, right? So when CM Punk came out, he went right over to a guy in the crowds. And this guy looked at the camera and he had the opportunity to say anything. He could have said anything. right? There was no way that they could have controlled what the guy in the crowd said. Punk went over to him, and this dude, oh God, I hate him. This dude, he just kept saying, Chicago, 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 baby, Chicago. He just kept saying that, right? Dudes, you had an opportunity to go, F you, Tony Khan. Ah! There's only one Khan in wrestling. Nick Khan, Nick Khan, Nick Khan. You could have done anything. Could have said anything. Instead, you stood there and went, Chicago, 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 baby, Chicago. Come on, man. Come on. I mean, granted, it was in the moment. He didn't get a chance to think about it. He was probably worried if he said something about like that Punk would have done him in, right? And there was a good chance of that. But that would have been a big story as well, wouldn't it? That would have been a big... Do you remember when you went to Survivor Series and you got beat up by CM Punk? What a story that would have been. I'm just saying. Missed opportunity. Very disappointing. Right. Commercial free. Let's go. Canadian AF said a 480p stream. That's right. We celebrating. We celebrating 480p. Ooh. CM Punk's back. Polarizing. A live microphone. CM Punk returns tonight with a live microphone. Randy Orton opens the show. Let's see what Randy's got to say. 480p, baby. Pfft. Forget all these other channels that are like 4K. No way, man. No way. This is where it's at, 480p. In fact, I'm upset it's that good. If I could drop it lower, I'd go lower. 240. 240p. 1p. Do you know what? He's not got his new shirt on. Randy's coming out, but he's not wearing his new shirt. What's this about? He looks great. I mean, he looks so jacked. He is so big. Punk's going to finish the show, said Jim. Brian said, can someone tell me, is Punk at the start or the end? We believe he's going to be at the end. It's Randy first. VHS quality. Let's go, man. 0p, just audio. Yeah, man. Oh, what's this? What's this? Signing stuff for kids. There you go, kids. There you go, kid. And the kid was like, Mr. Randy, can you sign it, please? Randy did it for him. I'd have thrown the pen at the kid and given the figure to someone else. And I'd have said, let that be a lesson to you. That box is all trashed as well. The kid's opened it. He's going to regret that when he's older. Goes up in value if you don't open it. He's ripped all the back. Rather than sign it, he should have given him some advice. He should have said, don't do this next time, right? Because you've devalued this. You might think it's fun now, but in 15 years' time, you'll be kicking yourself. That kid will sell it on eBay when he gets home. But it's ripped. It's ripped. He's absolutely botched it. Right, it's Randy that's making his way down to the ring and is in the ring right now. There's a sign in the crowd that says RKO me. The kid was all business. He's going on eBay right away, said Scott. It's true. That kid's actually at every show. He does the same innocent. He's actually 35. He's actually 35. He's got a growth issue. Good friends with Hasbulla. He's a multi-millionaire just from selling stuff on eBay. Let's go. Randy is freaking huge. He has put on about 20 inches of muscle, says John. He is. I don't know what's happened. I mean, it does make me question the amount of effort that he's put in previously. The fact that he's got this big. Has he just not been trying? I always thought he was in great shape. Turns out he's been phoning it in. It's a disgrace, to be honest. He's not been treating us very good. He's not even been trying. Okay, here's Randy then. It sounds like a few of you have missed me. No. Well, I'm back. I'm back as long as I can stay here. Welcome to Monday Night Raw. So Randy said I'm back, and I'm back for as long as I can be. He was gone a while. Little laugh. Welcome back, Chan. Obviously, all joking aside, it is fantastic. Fantastic to have Randy back. Randy has brought many men out the closet, it appears. Calm down with the bromance, said Roddy. Someone shouts, I love you, and he said, I love you too. I thought about my accomplishments. There's a lot of them. Bragging. I'd never done one thing. Compete at War Games. He'd never done War Games. So when my dear friend, the American Nightmare Cody Rhodes, gave him a call. Okay. So that's interesting. He came back because he's never been in War Games. Talking about Dusty. How War Games was invented by the late, great Dusty Rhodes. It's about making moments. But to make a moment. And that's what it's about. Unfinished business. With the bloodline. That unfinished business has got to do with the bloodline. I made a career of putting people on the shelf. I get where they were coming from. We eating good, man. I've got a bag full of receipts for the bloodline. He means every member. He's talking about you, Roman. And Jay. But so those receipts are coming in the form of the 3 most dangerous letters. The 3 most dangerous letters in all of sports entertainment. A, E, W. Yeah! Crowd are chanting RKO. He is back. STD. S2D. S2D. Here's Rhea. Oh, it's the Undertaker. It's Rhea Ripley. These headphones good. I can hear the music properly for the first time. Women's World Champion Rhea Ripley making her way down to the ring. Oh, snap, here we go, says Shadam. Here we go. Standing Blade, shout out to you, my friend. How's this meeting gonna go? Rhea and Randy. I'm definitely here for this. I can't remember seeing them together before, but they must have interacted previously. Let's see what she's going to say. Welcome back, Randy. Is that all you wanted to say? What a performance at Survivor Series. I didn't take you as someone that would do favors or team with someone that tried to end your career. Austin, shout out to you. Austin Brookhauser said, days almost been 2 years, 21 months, buds. That is impressive. Massive respect, dudes. Massive respect. Appreciate the support. Rhea says, you look more dangerous than ever. The guy said, make her humble, Randy. Okay, so Rhea said the bloodline have fallen, the judgment day have risen. So Rhea's coming out going, stop talking about the bloodline. Judgment day are the real threat. Give us attention. Rhea said War Games was just a bump in the road. Because we're all dripping in golds. My Latino Heat Dirty Dom is your NXT North American champion. I should imagine Randy's like, okay. Great. This is big for Rhea, isn't it? She's come out on her own, interrupting Randy at the start of the show, cutting a promo to Randy Orton. She's saying, you've made a lot of enemies, Randy. Stop focusing on the bloodline. RKO chance. So Rhea's like, stop talking about the bloodline. Judgment Day are a big threat. Take us seriously, please. Crowd, though, drown her out with RKO chants. Randy looking out at the crowds. RKO her. Oh, my God, yes. Yes. I watched the product whilst I've been out. Rhea this, Rhea that. Mummy this, mummy that. Rhea's like, oh, guess what, Rhea? Daddy's back. Oh, it's such a good line. Oh, it's such a good line. Oh, Daddy's back. Daddy's back. Oh, so good. Oh, she don't like that. She doesn't like that. Look at her face. I've been on a lot of dates with a lot of girls that have had faces like that. Who's your daddy, Jan? Who's your daddy? Daddy's back. Daddy's back. Does that mean they're in a relationship? Is she mommy and his daddy? Or is he her daddy? Is he Dominic's father-in-law? No one tells Randy what to do. Who's your daddy? Randy is daddy. Randy daddy. Daddy Randy. I tried to warn you. You've made us your enemy now? Oh, no. Judgment Day attack from behind. JD McDonough and Dirty Dom. Because this is like two kids beating up Daddy. Daddy's being beaten up by two kids. Bang, bang, Randy fighting back. Go on, Randy. Oh, the Funko Pop goes into the corner. Dominic to the outside, draping DDT. Ah, the crowd are all kinds of fired up, man. They're all kinds of fired up. Boom! RKO! That is a sick moment, man. The RKO, so good in it when he hits it. I'd like to have seen Rhea get RKO'd. Or maybe the kid that asked him to sign the figures. I'm going to find Adam Pearce. I want you in this ring one-on-one tonight. Randy, Dominic Mysterio, tonight. Who's your daddy? Good segment, innit? Really good segment. Everything Randy did was golds. I feel like Rhea might... we could have cut a little bit of time out of Rhea's. She seemed to go on a little bit. But everything about Randy was just... It was just gold standard. RKO, mommy, please, says Clay. Hello, we're backstage with the tag teams. Jen and Lorelai. Shout out to you, Randy Orton, chef's kiss. It was good, wasn't it? It was really, really good. Really good. Okay, here is Ivy Nile and Maxine. Who? Someone's watching. Jelly Roll. Who? Who's this? Jelly Roll. Who's Jelly Roll? Is his kids? Otis and Jelly Roll. Is that... Did I catch his name right? Jelly Roll. Jelly Roll. Jesus Christ, Post Malone's let himself go. Post Malone got fat. R-Truth wants some jelly rolls. Mwah! Yep. Hit him with... Tozawa with the jelly roll. I don't get the reaction is really weird, isn't it? The reaction's really weird. When he hits it, everyone's like, oh. I mean, what? Is there something I'm missing? Is he just farting away or something? As he's doing this, is he just like really unloading? Because everyone in the background's like, oh, that's nasty. I don't know what he's up to. He must be going off like a firecracker. Hello, we've got Cody Rhodes. He is... So we just got introduced to Jelly Roll. Never heard of him. Jelly Roll and R-Truth, let's go, said AR1. Cynthia, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support, Cynthia. Throwing in some memberships. They're making us wait, of course, for CM Punk. The It's a beautiful winged eagle belt, isn't it? Look at this, Cody, with Cyber Monday deals. It's worth mentioning as well that, I don't know if you saw the toy hunt that dropped, but Wrestling Shop have been very kind to support the channel, and they've got Legends Series 21. So if you are into action figures, and I would say if you're primarily based in the UK, then Wrestling Shop have got Legends Series 21, and that's not even in America. There's Jelly Roll. Jelly Roll. In the crowds. Oh, apparently he did the theme song for SummerSlam a few... I don't remember this. Never heard of him. Right, here we go. Tag Turmoil match. So I would have started with this, but I'm certainly not down on what we got instead. So here come Alpha Academy. Rick said it's nice to see old school style WWE shop adverts. Yeah, it's fun. It's good. Legend Killer said, Days, no green shirt guy. We've won. We've won. The nightmare is over. No green shirt guy. I used to love green shirt guy, but then Trinidad flag guy came along, and he's actually the spirit animal now for the WWE universe. Not green shirt guy. Green shirt. Everything comes too easy to green shirt guy. He's always in the front and center every single time. I don't see the grind from green shirt guy. It's not like he has to slum it on any of the shows. Whereas Trinidad flag guy, you never quite know where he's going to be. It's always around the front, but he moves around a little bit. He doesn't seem to have the same connections that green shirt guy does. Trinidad flag guy's goat. It's not even... In fact, he's there. Is Trinidad flag guy actually there? You see there? He is. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Oh, where's your green shirt guy now? Huh? Where's your green shirt guy now? He's not around, is he? No. Do you know why? Because he hates wrestling. That's why. If he was an actual wrestling fan, he'd be there. Wouldn't he? Oh, who's the leader of the WWE Universe? Oh, I think it's green shirt guy. Where is he then? Where is our leader? Huh? Not there, is he? Trinidad flag guy's there, though. Trinidad flag guy's there. Well, I think that puts that whole argument to bed, to be honest. I don't think there's any conversation to be had. Green shirt guy's the GOAT. Green shirt guy was the GOAT. Trinidad flag guy is now the GOAT. For old school fans, the real answer is Vlad, but... Right. Raslani said, the guy and his mom should be there. They should be there. I don't know what happened to them. They did reappear, didn't they? There's a sign in the crowd that says, wrestling is great. We're going to be hearing from Cody Rhodes tonight as well. We got DIY taking on Alpha Academy. And it's worth mentioning that Alpha Academy is Tozawa and Otis, which I think is interesting because I think this is presenting them as the tag team, which may allow Chad Gable to focus on singles wrestling. And there are many that believe that Chad is going to be the one that will beat Gunther. Shoulder tackle there by Otis. Always, do you know who doesn't get any love? Do you know who doesn't get any love? I never see anyone talking about them. But there's a guy that always brings a sign that's actually a frame. It's a yellow frame. I see him at I see that sign at so many shows. I think it's a rubbish. It's one of the worst signs I've ever seen. I don't even know what it says. I don't know what it's for. Connecting people at wrestling. That's what it says. Connecting people at wrestling. It's like a yellow frame. I see it all the time. No one ever talks about that guy. Even he is further ahead than Green Shirt Guy. Green Shirt Guy fell off. Green Shirt Guy is so 2023. 2020, early 2023. Not late 23. And he's not 2024. Forget that. He's done, mate. Move on. Connecting people through wrestling, says Sherrod. Is that what it says? Connecting the yellow frame. I don't know why a yellow frame. Is he being like considerate? Has he done it? So I've never really thought. I've always thought it was a frame that you like smile through, like you're the sign type thing. But I wonder if it's so that people behind can see. I've never thought about it. Is that why he does it? He wants to hold up a sign that says something, but he doesn't want to block people's view, which is why he's cut it out. I've never thought about it before. Here's Indashir. So Indashir are making their way down to the ring. This is Tag Team Turmoil. He's a streamer, the frame guy. Is he? I don't know anything about him. I see him at loads of shows, though. Alpha Academy have unfortunately fallen. Where does he stream? Does he stream on, like, Twitch or something? Green shirt guy is all elite. Alpha Academy just got expelled. Otis cracked the floor, methinks, said Roddy. Where's tie-dye guy? Oh, I've seen him at AEW shows, you know. I think he goes to, like, AEW shows. Andy said, I've sent you a DM. Let's have a little look. Oh, better not be a PP. Yes. Connecting people through wrestling. Where's that from? Is that from a few weeks ago or something? I mean, it must be, oh God, that must be ages ago because Dominic is actually in the background with a Mysterio shirt on. Sanga and Via. Wrestler Andy, shout out to you. I am saving the image. Oh, it's JPEG large. It won't show. I'll do it as a window capture. This is what Wrestler with Andy just sent me. There we go. Connecting people through wrestling. Look how beat up that sign is. You can see all the creases on the side. This must have been like a Dominic match with Ray in his corner, and it's clearly at a Raw because you can see all the graphics. But this is going to be pre-Clash at the Castle. So this is what I'm saying. This guy's been going to shows for ages. This is pre-Clash at the Castle 2022. I don't know if I saw him before the pandemic hit, but I've seen him loads since. Indashir just lost. Indashir just got pinned. Oh, man. Now we're getting the Creeds. Here's the Creeds. Creeds against DIY. DIY are having a great tag turmoil match. It was Johnny that rolled up, I believe, Sanga. Ivy Nile making her way down with the Creeds. Triple H doing his top NXT stars terribly. Did he forget that Gargano was putting on the best matches in NXT history, says Michael. The crowd have just died, says Homework. Can you say hi to me? I love your videos, said Elisa Gibbons. Elisa? That's how you say it. Elisa, shout out to you. I appreciate the support, my friend. Glad that the channel is of use to someone. I'm glad someone finds it useful. Via came and gone. Can we just shout out Elon Musk as well in the background? Seems to be enjoying things so far. We added Randy as well. Obviously, we've got Taylor Swift back there. I reckon by the time we get to Christmas, we could have quite the crowd behind us. It's going to look like Sergeant Pepper's. The Creed brothers, let's go, said the Internet Menace. Let's go. Can I show you I'll show you the other picture that Andy sent me. Look at this here. I don't even know if I'm allowed to show that one. We're not quite sure where his hand is or what his hand. Do you know what? There's some things that don't need to be shared. There's some things that don't need to be shared. But Andy, shout out to you, my friends. Right, Johnny Gargano is in control. Both the Creeds are struggling at the moment. Johnny charging over, gets dumped to the outsides. Kick coming in there to Julius. Goes through the ropes. Lovely work there by Johnny. Shoulder up by Brutus. Brutus and Julius. There's a little graphic in the corner. Tonight, CM Punk returns. I don't know if you've heard. CM Punk returns tonight. Mr. Unfamiliar said, isn't Elon Musk the guy that bought Twitter and lost half its value? And also, ever since I added him to the stream, we now have to stream in 480p. So literally everything's worse when Elon's involved. That's what we've learned. If Elon's involved, everything spirals downwards. So, including the stream quality. Days for Christmas. Put the Grinch back there, says Killshot. We could do anything. Let's go Creed Brothers, said Internet Menace. Ernest, shout out to you. Mr. Rogers Wrestling Channel, hello. He said, Christopher Rogers is the leader of the WWE Universe. Move over, Green Shirt Guy. Dude, we've just spoke for about half an hour about how Green Shirt Guy is not the leader of the WWE Universe. It's Trinidad Flag Guy. Or Frame Guy. I don't even know what we call him. Apparently he's a streamer. I don't know where I'd find him. If CM Punk's back, do you think AJ Lee will be back, said Elisa? Well, I hope so, bud, because I really like her. So I hope so. I think there's a chance. The only thing I would say is that CM Punk went to AEW and we didn't get AJ Lee there. Kick by Johnny to Julius. DIY getting fired up. Tommaso. The crowd are sort of getting into it. Oh, Brutus. Knocking Tommaso out the way. Julius picking up Johnny. Powerbomb by Julius. Picks him up again. He's got him up on his shoulder. Great show of strength. Great show of strength. He's got him up on the shoulders. The Brutus ball. 1, 2, 3. The Creeds beat DIY now. It was a DIY that had to face Indashir and a DIY that had to face Alpha Academy, but that's still a good win for them. Coming out now is the New Day. So DIY have been eliminated. Now we've got the New Day. Here comes Kofi and Xavier. New Day rocks. Why did you start putting them behind you, said Keaton? Because there was a company called, we don't really do sponsors, but if something connected with WWE contacts me, then I'll always listen. You know, I don't want to sit here talking to you guys about Blue Chew and stuff like that, right? But if something connected with WWE is going to contact me, then yeah, I'm interested because I think you guys would be interested. If I'm interested in it and it's wrestling related, then I would imagine you lot would be interested in it. So Star Cutouts got in touch and they were like, we can do a competition and all this stuff. And I was like, yeah, okay, cool. Sounds good. So they sent one over, which I've got over there. I got a Roman Reigns one. We did a competition, so someone won a cutout. And I started putting them in the background because like it is a bit barren up on the rooftop. So I started taking some, putting in backgrounds. It's just become a bit of a fit. I think it looks better. And as we keep we'll just add more. I might not keep them forever, but it's just a bit of fun at the moment. And I like the fact that we can add like Taylor Swift and Elon Musk. Go a little bit off-road as well, so I don't know. I haven't looked to see what else they've got, but I'm sure there'll be some interesting additions as we get closer to Christmas. So yeah, that's how it came about. And they do like they do all the WWE ones at Star Cutouts. And I think like I don't know if I think they're UK based as well, so but you can get they're in America. Anything we can get here, you can get in America. Lovely little gift for Christmas, eh? Treat yourself. Get yourself a crying Seth Rollins cut. If only they would do Trinidad Flag Guy, then I'd get one. Imagine your own green shirt guy at home. You see, this is where they're missing a trick. They think people want Cody. We're all sat here going, okay, but do you do Trinidad flag guy? Do you do Jesus and his mom? Kofi, 1, 2, kick out by Julius. Dave, stop waffling. Catch up on super chats. It's good advice. James, shout out to you, buds. Let's do exactly that as we're continuing to head towards... We're only 40 minutes into the show, that's all. Mitchell said, okay, we're going to get too many insert name here, guy. We're going to get too many insert name here, guy. Oh, what? Don't you like green shirt guy or Trinidad flag guy or... I like these. I like these people. These are my friends. They're my friends. They're not my actual friends. They don't even know I exist, but I like them. Boom! Slam down by Julius. Slamming Kofi. My dog! Who have you got winning? I think New Day, said Clay. I'm going to go Creeds. Is there anyone else in the match? Oh, forearm strike. Kick coming into the midsection. Boom. I think we've got to invest in the future. I think we've just given DIY like the Iron Man type. You know, they've got through 3 teams or whatever. And now we're down to Boomers or the Creeds. I think we go with the kids. I think we go with the youngsters. Look at the power. Look at the powers of Brutus. Oh, he grabs Xavier, is really trying to get him up. And he finally suplexes him into the ring. Let's go. Let's go. So if you are just joining us, first hour, commercial free. We started with Randy. He got attacked by Judgment Day. Seems like they're going to be on a collision course. Then we've got the tag turmoil match right now. We've got Moonsault, standing shooting stars. And shoulder up there by Xavier. Crowd a little quiet for this, but then there is a lot of teams here that we haven't really been introduced to or that we've only seen a few times. But they're very good. If you've been watching NXT, the Creeds are something really special. They're the modern day Steiners. They're this credible team that can really wrestle, that can really do some stuff, that have got some strength to them as well. That I think have got a really, really bright future. So, but we haven't seen much of them on the main roster. They're in there with Xavier at the moment and New Day at the moment. We're being spoiled. Daisy's showing hair. It's peeping through in it. Look at that. It's trying. It's trying. There is some under there. There is some under there. I think it's these headphones. Oof. Feel naked. Oh, Mr. Darcy. Mr. Darcy, please. Oof. QT Marshall has just left AEW, says Peter. That is big. That is huge for QT Marshall. That is massive for him. It doesn't mean anything to me. No, I appreciate you telling me, though. Days, I finally figured out who attacked Seth Rollins on Raw back in 2021. Let's go. It was Elisa Spencer. It was a fan who wants a fight. Does he want payback for Seth after he betrayed his Shield brothers? What are we on about? Are we on about the guy that attacked Seth from behind? Like the actually was attacked by a fan? I think that... I mean, I don't know his name. But... I think details about him came out around the time because obviously he was arrested. Was that 2021, was it? If it's the incident I'm thinking about. Brutus ball. Boom! Down goes Xavier. Is it Xavier? Kofi. Boom! Creeds win. Oh my God, there's another team. Oh, I forgot about Imperium. I forgot about Imperium. Oh, no. Well, this is going to be tricky. This could be classic heel team just picking the bones, getting the win, not deserving it. Creed Brothers going to have to dig. Do you know what? This is actually quite interesting now. They're going to have to dig deep. Can they do it? So Creeds get past New Day. But can they get past Imperium? Ooh, what do you think? Which way? What's the story? I'm going to go Creeds. I'm going to go Creeds. They're going to do it. Who wins? Let's do a poll. Haven't even had a chance to put the S. It just says who win. Who win? Who win? Let's go Imperium, said what's his name. Days, how many more members does this match have? I think this is it. I actually thought that was it. I forgot about Imperium. So I think this is it now. The New Day looks slow and old. That's going to be that's their new name. Slow and old. Springboard crossbody there by Giovanni Vinci. Imperium have been in some drama recently. Creed Brothers win this for sure, said George. James said Creed's win, beat Judgment Day. Then we get the new design tag titles. Oh, that'd be sick. That'd be sick. Those new tag bouts have been rumoured for quite a while, haven't they? I don't know where we are with them, but I would definitely support that. Shots coming in there by the Creeds. Julius, look at him go, man. Julius is somewhat special. He's somewhat special. Boom. Kick coming in there by Ludwig. He is pumped. 45 minutes gone so far. Tag being made. In comes Giovanni Vinci. Being picked up. Julius. Oh, Kaiser. 1, 2. Oh, Brutus makes the save. Brutus makes the save. Which way is this going to go? Is it going to be Imperium? Or is it going to be the Creeds? Carsnick Supercard. Shout out to you, my friends. I really appreciate the kind words. Trini said, Cyber Monday blowout sale, like the stream, and get 2 free naked hugs from Days covered in treacle. Jesus. Imagine that. Imagine that. Even I feel sick, to be honest. Even I'm picturing it, and it's not a pretty sight at all. Clothesline. Oh, I love that. Giovanni missed with the clothesline, and he really put so much into it. He stumbled over, but not in a botchy way. In a way where, you know, he really went for it, and that is what would happen. I really liked it. It really looked like he was going to take your head off. Look good. Brutus is back in the corner. Down on his hands and knees, charging over, and he's trying to pick up Giovanni Vinci. Oh, chop block from behind by Ludwig. Again, you know, Imperium have not had a great string of success. They're not coming in with, like, loads of momentum. Oh, look at that chop block, man. So this is a team that people don't really know against a team that are a bit flat. So that's why the crowd are a bit quiet. But, you know, this is still a good match. Shot coming in there as Brutus slumps down in the corner. This tag team segment has been dire, said Dort Knight. This match has killed the crowd, says the man. Michael said, who is AOP coming out with tonight? I don't even know they're coming out tonight, to be honest, buds. K-pop lover said, Days found CM Punk in Smith's. Well, I certainly gave it a good go. I gave it a good try. I thought that considering he came back and it was such a big talking point that Mattel would have got some figures out by now. You'll have to watch the video to find out if they have or if they haven't. You'll have to watch the toy hunt to see if Mattel have released a new CM Punk figure yet or not. Boot coming in there by Giovanni Vinci. Clay said, what do you think is the future for Drew McIntyre? Well, we've spoken a lot about whether it was real or if it was a work, and I am left kind of really doubting that. I genuinely don't know. I feel like it could be either. I mean, there's been plenty of talk about Drew backstage and about how backstage he was doing stuff when there was like no cameras around and that he stormed out the arena. And it's one of those where it could be a work because, as I said, I can't remember what stream. We do so many. I was saying if I was a wrestler and I stormed out, I would be gutted if no one noticed. I'd be absolutely devastated. So if he stormed out, I've got to think he's, he could be working. Even if there's no cameras, he's got to know someone somewhere is going to have noticed. But equally, it could be true, couldn't it? It could be true. And obviously, there's big question marks around his contract and if he's going to be re-signing. So there's a lot of doubt around Drew at the moment. I can't answer what the future holds because I genuinely don't know if he knows. What I would say is that he needs to get in a room with Triple H and they need to have a very honest conversation about what 2024 and 2025 would look like for him if he re-signed. And if they are plans that excite him, then he should re-sign. Obviously, there's apparently a bit of difference in money. Little bit of difference, bit of a gap. Hopefully that can get sorted. But to be honest, I think rather than sitting and talking about potential feuds, there just seems to be some very real doubt about his future in WWE at the moment. So we need to make sure that he stays first and then kind of take it from there. But this might be why he reacted so badly to CM Punk if that was real, because he knows that his standing just decreased. Oh, little slippy little botch here. They're trying to do a lot of stuff, aren't they? Julius goes up, big superplex. Not a problem. I mean, so the way it came about is that we had Ludwig up in the corner. Giovanni was going to powerbomb Brutus. And this is where Julius came charging over. He stepped on Brutus's back and tried to launch himself into the corner. But unfortunately, he kind of got a bit lopsided and just sort of slipped. It doesn't ruin the match or anything, but they're just trying to do a lot. A Brutus ball by the Creeds to Giovanni. I mean, they are working their socks off. And it is the Creeds. So 63% of you were correct. The Creed brothers have been victorious. The Creed brothers win the tag turmoil match. They are going to go on to face the Judgment Day. Let's go. That's great for them. So DIY had to try and get through a couple of teams. The Creeds were just a bit too much for them. Creeds had to really battle, dig deep against Imperium. But it is the Creeds that end up picking up the victory, and they now go on to face for the tag titles. Ivy Nile looks awesome in this, I don't even know what you would call it. Onesie. I don't know. Cat suit. Body suit. Just saw a slight replay there, but we cut off before we got the end of it. There we go, the Creeds, the number one contenders. We've got 8 minutes left of the commercial-free first hour. Ivy Nile looks great. She looks great. Right, we're backstage with Rhea and Dominic. Rhea, Dominic, and Damian Priest. Here is Finn Balor. Finn said, I just saw the Creed brothers. They're the real deal. Damian's distracted. I hear you. No. What's going on? Say what you're going to say. You appointed me the leader, and I let everyone down. Get it off your chest. Oh, there's a bit of tension. Bit of tension. We're a family. We rise together and we fall together. We're a family. Relax. We don't hold a grudge against you. It's an interesting segment, this, isn't it? I appreciate it. How's JD? He's still being checked out. Okay, now what's going to be said now that he's left? Oh. I was hoping someone was going to say something there, like, he did mess up in all fairness. He does suck. It was his fault. Right, coming up next to take us from hour 1 into hour 2, the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes. He doesn't really do that gesture, but that's all I've got. What does Cody do? Has he got a pose? What's Cody's pose? Has he got a pose? Has he? Scott Brandy. That's all he needs. Hagen-Dazs said, I love Judgment Day. Matt said, I've never seen the Creed brothers before, but that was awesome, and I'm definitely a fan now. They're good, Matt. They're good. If you've got the network, which I don't know if you do, you might be able to find some of their matches on YouTube, but they had some really fun matches down in NXT as well. What I would say, though, is that I sort of feel a little bit different about them than I do about DIY. Like, I could definitely tell you some good matches to go and check out, but I sort of feel like DIY have got some epic matches in NXT. I think the truth is that when Johnny and Tommaso joined NXT, they'd already been indie wrestlers, so they already knew how to wrestle. Whereas I think the Creeds have just had to learn everything in NXT. I don't think they came in with a professional wrestling background. I think they had an amateur wrestling background, but not a professional wrestling background. So their journey in NXT is one really of growth and learning. So there's some really good matches down there, but I don't know that there's 5-star bangers. But that's what makes it really exciting, is look where they are now. Look what they're capable of now. Their best years are definitely ahead of them, and we've got some very exciting stuff coming up with the Creeds. They've only just been called up as well, so, I mean, if you are seeing them for the first time, short of NXT, you haven't missed anything on the main roster. They're brand new. They're brand new. We are at commercial break, and that's 4 minutes early. They said the first hour was commercial-free, but it's 56 minutes in, and I'm at a commercial. Flipping liars. It's a disgrace. Patrick said, I guess they will give us beep, we don't care about for 2 more hours until Punk comes back for 5 minutes. JD in a medical facility bleeding jobber blood. Jobber blood. Do you reckon it's the same as normal blood? It's probably weaker. Trini is not to be quoted. AJG said, Days fun fact, there is a bird called a chalk chaffer. I feel bad for him. A chalk chaffer. A chalk chaffer. Why'd you feel bad for him? Probably loving life. Sure he's doing fine. Rhea appointed him leader for War Games. It's funny how she got that part distorted. Wink, wink, said Victoria. Finn and Damien not wearing Judgment Day shirts, question mark, said Fred. Legend Killer said, Days, this Monday Night Raw looks like the Raw after WrestleMania. Green said, Triple H is so going to milk these ratings. Yeah, and so he should. I don't think we can really sit here and say he's wrong to be doing what he's doing. I mean, it's how I would book it as well. And I'm sure you would. You know, if you've got something that people really want to see, why would you give it to them first? To be kind, so they don't have to watch the rest of the show. Why would you do that? So, yeah, I can't say he's wrong to be doing what he's doing. Okay, we are back from commercial break, and we are almost at the end of the first hour. Wrestling. Do you think Cody's announcing a 2024 Hall of Fame inductee, said Ezra? No. I didn't think that at all. This would be very early. We don't normally do that until after the Rumble. I mean, we don't even really announce that before in January. That tends to be like there tends to be like 5 people that go in or something like that. Roughly ballpark. The number changes, but it's about that kind of number. And we tend to use each week to announce someone different as we approach WrestleMania. So to announce it in November would be wild. So no, I wasn't expecting that. I don't know what I'm expecting. He's got an announcement. I mean, I can only imagine that I think he's going to say he wants the bloodline. I mean, that is the next logical feud for him. He's got to be done with Judgment Day. He's got to be done with Judgment Day. If he says that he wants Judgment Day, if he calls out Dominic Mysterio, I'm done. Wrestling's over. Forget it. It's trash. Is that the same kid? What's going on? Oh my God! Is that the same kid? Now he's just signed the... Oh, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. That'll be on eBay. This is all the kid does. Just take a load of merch. Just get the wrestlers to sign it. Oh, I can't believe it. Look at that. Did Cody not watch earlier? If I was Cody, I'd be like, no. You've already had one item. I saw Randy earlier. It's appalling. He is as bad as those people that wait at the airports. In fact, I'd say he's worse because they're doing it away from the cameras. That kid is disrupting this show. The whole pacing of the show is out because the superstars aren't getting to the ring quick enough because they've got to stay and stand with him to sign his figure and the bit of paper. I don't want to say he's ruining Raw, but I think the show speaks for itself. A lot of people didn't enjoy that tag match. And I know who I blame. Right, Cody is in the ring. Cody in the ring. So... JMB has said, this kid has got all the luck. George said, I would sign it, but I would ask for 50% of proceedings. Nice. I'd sign it, but I'd ask for $50 straight after. I'd sign it like that. I'd be like, there you go, kid, $50. And I'd look very serious to the point where he got very nervous. And then I might go, nah, I'm only joking. But I probably wouldn't. I'd probably force the parents to cough up. And if they didn't, I'd just rip up the piece of paper I'd signed in front of him. Life lesson, innit? Right. Did he just call Jay the Yeet Master? The Yeet Master? Cody talking about Seth. CM Punk hasn't been mentioned yet, has he? DB said the kid has got balls. I respect that. It's probably his dad's and the kid is doing it. So they will sign it. Okay. Cody talks about Randy. Randy Orton was a mentor to me. He's given me a handful of memories. Oof. Oh, he gets emotional when he talks about it being his dad's match. He says that Randy allowed him to get the 1, 2, 3 in his dad's match. Dusty chant. Oh, honestly, he just... The return of CM Punk. Takes nothing to get Cody to cry. Just a mention of his dad, and he's like... It's nice to touch him. I've got no shade. No one knew Punk was coming. No one knows what's going to happen. Everyone's going to be tuning in tonight. Here's what I've got to say. CM Punk, welcome back. That's a big line. CM Punk, welcome back. With all this news, all these stories, where's he going? I want to make some news. Here we go. Let's make news, baby. Let's make some news. You know me. There's only one destination for me. WrestleMania? WrestleMania. There's no sign to point at. I'll be the first. Oh, in the Rumble. Okay. Cody's announced himself for the Rumble. I wasn't really expecting that. Lights went out. Oh, Shinsuke. Shinsuke was talking about Cody. Shinsuke was talking about Cody. You are a brave hero that's won all the... Oh, God, this is such good feuds. Such good feuds. This is who Shinsuke's been talking about. I need you to set me free, to awaken me, to evolve. I was very patient with you, week after week. Wow, love it. But now I'm done waiting. This is a big moment. People have been waiting. I will bring chaos to you. I will bring chaos. There's a group in Japan called Chaos. I will bring chaos to you. Mist. Oh my God, Mist by Shinsuke. Shinsuke using Mist. Look at the blood. It looks like blood. It's red. He's just misted Cody and it's red. Looks like a Swerve Hangman match. That's great. That is great. I really love that. I really love that. That is a big moment. We've been waiting. If you've not been watching, Shinsuke week after week has been asking and saying, where are you? I'm waiting for you. Why are you not showing yourself? A lot of people thought it was leading to Punk. It seemingly has been building towards Cody. Mitchell said, I've DM'd you something. My girlfriend wanted to correct everyone on what Ivy was wearing. She even found a deal on it. Well, thank your girlfriends, because I don't know what that was called, but it was very hot, and I really enjoyed looking at it. I'm going to just do a quick video, though, because this definitely warrants a video. Definitely warrants a video. Right, here we go, then. Breaking news coming out of Raw. Cody Rhodes has announced himself for the 2024 Royal Rumble. But more than that, he was interrupted by Shinsuke Nakamura. And this is big because for weeks now, Shinsuke has been sending a message to someone. And a lot of people were under the impression this was going to lead to the arrival of CM Punk. And we now have found out what this was all about. And I absolutely love it. This is brilliant for Shinsuke, and it's brilliant for Cody as well. I think this is a great little feud to kind of take Cody over the winter period into WrestleMania, where I think hopefully he's going to end up facing Roman Reigns. He's announced himself for the Rumble. There's a chance that Shinsuke might cost him at the Rumble, but I think eventually Cody will find a way to face him, Roman. So I don't know that this is building towards Cody and Shinsuke at WrestleMania. But as I said, over the winter months, December, January, February, I think this is a good feud for Cody. So there we go. We've got our answer. It's definitely one that people were interested in. And this is big for Shinsuke, but it's really good for Cody as well. I like it. I was going to show you that picture, but it's a bit rubbish in it. It's not as sharp. I like sharp things, like knives. Right, I am going to get to that picture, Mitchell, for the sake of your girlfriend's well-being, because I'd imagine she's pulling her hair out right now. It's probably a gilet. That's my guess. A gilet. I don't even know what one looks like, but it might be a gilet. I just like the words. But Shin looks crazy, and I am here for it, says Mark. Okay, so let's jot this down. Shinsuke Nakamura reveals his target. Actually, we can word that better. Target revealed. Cody Rhodes attacked. Oh, I didn't mention the mist, did I? He missed. Oh, and he misted him as well. Can Shinsuke go over Cody? Well, do you know what? It's difficult booking because Cody really shouldn't be losing at this stage so close to WrestleMania. So it's a very good point. Like, can he afford to lose to Shinsuke? I think there's going to have to be a bit of skullduggery, probably. I really wouldn't want Shinsuke losing another feud, but then you make an excellent point. Cody's so close to WrestleMania, can't really afford to lose either. So it is a bit of a rock and a hard place. So you're probably going to have to use some skullduggery. I sort of feel like it might be cool if Cody gets the better of Shinsuke and beats him, but Shinsuke attacks him after, and maybe someone helps Shinsuke. So Shinsuke might have lost the battle, but comes out of it stronger, like because he's got someone by his side that he didn't have before. And maybe we could kind of go about it that way, you know? Or maybe someone gets involved, which results in a DQ win for Cody. So Shinsuke loses, but they beat up Cody after. Cody can go on to the Roman match undefeated, but Shinsuke doesn't really lose a great deal. The booking of this, very, very, very tricky. Not an easy one. This is one where this close to WrestleMania, with Nakamura in a very vulnerable position, because he is in a vulnerable position. Because Nakamura, we've only really just started getting going with him. So he is in a vulnerable position. This rebirth of him, if this stalls, I don't know if there'll be another chance for him. This is the best that we've ever really got behind Nakamura. We've ever really supported Nakamura. So yeah, you're right. The booking of this is tricky. It's not an easy one at all. It's one of those that you'd get given it. I mean, like, booking a few other bits and bobs, you'd be like, yeah, I'm really excited. But I'd be excited to do that. I'd be excited to book Cody and Roman. I'd be excited to book like Randy's involvement in that and everything. But trying to book Nakamura and Cody, that little feud over the winter months, that would be tricky. You could definitely get that wrong. Let's put it that way. Right, we're back from commercial break. We've got CM Punk back. Big Bronson Reed. Mike said Punk should turn heel. Right, Bronson versus The Miz. JD McDonough is next strong, said Dylan. Mike said, this is backup feud for Cody. Off the Rock comes back now that CM Punk is back. You know they give him a main event at Mania to show up, says Mike. What, so you think they've given him Shinsuke because CM Punk has come back? We'll see. I feel good that Cody will still be the one that faces Roman. If it's not going to be Cody Roman, I don't think it's because of Punk. It'll be because of The Rock. We don't know what the situation is with The Rock. A lot of people want to see The Rock and Roman. I mean, who doesn't? But I am thinking that it's going to be Cody Roman. And to be honest, this hasn't changed my mind. But maybe it's affected some of your thoughts out there. Okay, here comes Ivar. Has this changed? On the official preview, it had The Miz. Okay, well, here comes Ivar. Big Bronson Reed is going to NXT tomorrow. Oh, he is? Yeah, that's right. They did announce that. Johnny, Big Bronson Reed, Wesley, someone else. They're all going to be on NXT tomorrow. Right. If Rock and Roman needs to happen at WrestleMania, Roman needs to lose the title before then, said Kervin. Bronson said, come get this super yeet. Nakamura will beat Cody, said King Kinshasa. Do you go live for NXT, said Jenny. We do, bud. Yeah, we're live tomorrow. We're live for Dynamite. We're live for SmackDown. We're live for NXT Deadline, which is not that far away, actually. We're live for all of those shows. And we do the whole thing in 480p. Because any more than that is just a waste, to be honest. You know, you've got to think about the climate. And also, you've got to think about my rubbish internet connection. All of these things have to be considered. Do you do Collision? No, we don't do Collision. I would do Collision if it was on a Thursday. But the problem is, on a Saturday, I mean, no one was doing Collision surely over Survivor Series on Saturday just gone. So the problem is that you can't commit to it every week. I'm a big believer that if you're going to do something, you need to do it on a regular basis. You can't just do it once in a blue moon. So like we do Raw every week. We do NXT every week. We do Dynamite every week. We do SmackDown every week. You could probably do Collision like once a month. Because we always do like big UFC shows as well. And sometimes there's big boxing as well. I mean, there's a massive boxing show in Saudi Arabia with like Anthony Joshua and Deontay Wilder. We're going to do that. That's on the 23rd, which is, I think, the Saturday before Christmas. So again, you know, how could you commit to doing Collision or like every single week? So that's why we don't do Collision. Bronson goes into the edge of the ring. Bronson is down. So, yeah, I thought that Cody's announcement was going to be that he was going to go after the Bloodline, and then he announced himself for the Rumble. And to be honest, even that's early. It's not often that we, or really ever, that we get people announcing themselves for the Rumble at this stage. So, yeah, even that was quite a surprise. Not as big a surprise as Nakamura interrupting him, though. That was done well. That was a good little moment. We're 12 minutes away from halftime scores. We'll do our halftime scores for the show in 12 minutes' time. Niall said, did you see the video of Michael Cole and Corey Graves reacting to Punk's return? I sort of did, but I couldn't really make out what it was. I mean, as soon as the music hits, Michael Cole kind of goes like that. And I can't tell if what that is. I don't know if there's a better angle that's doing the rounds. The one I've seen is from a distance. And you can see Michael Cole like just kind of punch out to the side. And I can't tell if it's a yes, he's back, we've got him. Let's go. This is massive. I can't tell if it's that or if it's, oh, God, I hate this guy. Oh, God, why are we doing this? I don't know. I don't know. Has anyone got any more? He threw the pen. Is that what it was? But it might be like, let's go. You know, it might be the end of the show and it might be like it hits. I suppose it would suggest it's a bit more negative, you know. But I don't know if I'm there and I don't think he knew this was happening. Because if you listen back to it, they cut the commentary. He doesn't have to commentate on it. He might think he does. Right? He might think I've said. I mean, I don't know if he knew the commentary was cut. I don't know if he knew that he was still on air or not. And then, like, as soon as he comes out, I didn't see him throw a pen. I saw him like do this. I couldn't tell if it was one of the. I couldn't tell. Maybe it would suggest it a bit more negative, but I don't know. I think it's a difficult one to read, to be honest. I think it's a difficult one to read. I've got a quick question. Do you think WWE will bring in AJ Lee, said Bishop? I hope they do. I can't say if they will because, as we said earlier, Punk was in AEW, and you would think it would be the easiest thing in the world for her to go to AEW, but she didn't. You know, he was in AEW for quite a while, and they really could have done with her. And I'm sure Tony would have inquired about it, you know? I'm sure he did. But she's been doing some stuff with Women of Wrestling, and I don't know if she is available. I don't know what her contract status is. She might be a bit more tempted to come into WWE than AEW. I don't know. I can't really speak for her. But the fact that she didn't go to AEW, I think, is probably a sign that she's sort of done, you know? I mean, I don't even know the last time she was in a ring. I mean, it's been years and years and years. She hasn't been anywhere else and done anything else. She's been in Women of Wrestling, but in an executive position. And she wrote a book, and she's been on a book tour, and I think she did like some comic book as well. Her wrestling days really might be behind her, you know? And this wrestling days would love to be behind her, let me tell you, I'm just saying. I just watched it. Cole seemed happy. He was dancing to the music, said Travis. That's interesting. Don't forget to look at that picture. I won't, buds. I'm still wrestling with getting this thumbnail for the video that went up. Okay, we've got Bronson and Ivar. Oof, man, two big, beefy, meaty men colliding into each other. What is not to love? Valhalla on the outside, looking pretty moody. Shoulder up there by Big Bronson Reed. Valhalla was screaming away as Ivar's climbing up. He's perched, ready, looking to hit a moonsault, but misses. He comes crashing down. Big Bronson Reed gets out the way. Bronson Reed's climbing up top, though. Bronson Reed is in position. Valhalla gets up. Referee is having a word with Valhalla. So, referee having a word with Valhalla. Ivar over by the ropes. Bronson Reed. Oh, you're out of there. Valhalla has been removed. You're out of there. That's it. Oh, man. She is furious. She's channeling her inner Seth Rollins. Hey, we haven't seen Seth on this show, have we? And there's been no announcement about Seth. Oh. Ivar jumps at Bronson. Bronson grabbed him, but he couldn't hold him. It is two big guys. Oh, big boot there by Ivar. We're in the timekeepers area. 7. Gonna get counted out, boys. Is she up to 8? Ivar. Come on, you better count them out. You better count them out. Yeah, good. Thank you. WWE almost lost its flipping credibility. She was up to 8 about a minute ago. The bell sounds. Brutal spot where Ivar gets driven into the barricade, but the unpadded side of the barricades. I think the crowd chanting, "We want tables." Chair shot there by Ivar. These two brawling in the timekeepers area. Now they're going into the crowds. Ivar, Bronson, battling away. Bronson charging into some dude in a chair. A technician. I hope he's not important. I hope he's not someone critical to the broadcast. You just got squished. Now we've got some security trying to say, oh my God, security guard went down. He just got walloped. That was done really well. That was done really well. It was a good looking shot. Now he picks up another one. He gets hurled at Ivar. Adam Pearce is out there. Security are trying to control the situation. Ivar comes crashing down onto a load of people. Cannonball. It's carnage in the crowd. Crowd are chanting, holy. Indeed, says Michael Cole. Indeed. Right, well, they are separating both competitors. That whiplash. What the heck? Okay, we're backstage with Zoe and Shayna. You'll get another shot, says Shayna. You've only been here 6 months. She's having a word with Zoe Stark. Here's Nia Jax. You had a great match, but you fell short. You fell short, didn't you, mate? The crowd liked it. EC dub. EC dub. Do you think Seth Punk at Mania, says Laurent Wrestling? I think so, buds. I think so. I am definitely leaning in that direction. Jen Lorelei, shout out to you. Just an FYI, AJ Lee's contract expired with Women of Wrestling. She announced in August that she was stepping away from Women of Wrestling. Maybe that was the missing piece. Perhaps AEW couldn't get her because of that contract. And if she's now out of that contract, perhaps there is a bit more hope. Well, all I'm going to say is, Jen and Lorelei, you have now increased my hope of that happening by 100%. So if it doesn't happen, I know who I'm blaming. Here's Nia Jax. I'm not blaming Nia Jax. Here comes the queen of our hearts. Everyone's favourite. The people's champion. Nia Jax. She's making her way down to the ring to take on Zoe Stark, I think. Okay, this is what I was sent through by Mitchell and Mitchell's girlfriend. This is what was being wore. Where's the thing? Okay, that's not what I was after. I didn't even know that was there, you know? I didn't even know that was there. Ah, hang on. Let me put a chroma key on that. Green. Let's try it again. That's better. Where should we have that going? Let's try it again. I didn't even know this was here. I didn't even know I had it. Don't even know what we're celebrating. I'm going to put that behind me. Is it going to look good behind me? Put it behind me. There. Let's try it now. Guys, CM Punk's out! I don't think it looked very good. I'll have to play around with that another time. Didn't even know that was on the stream. Right, this is what we're looking at. This is from Target. What's the 34 in the corner? What's that, your age? Is that how old you are, Mitchell? Is it running out because you're nearly 35? Is that... Is that how it works in America? Everyone's age is displayed in the top right corner and you can see how close you are to your time running out. That's the future. You guys are so advanced. We don't have that in the UK. So this is a Target. It says women's seamless fabric bodysuit wild fable. And there's a lovely lady. Only 3 left, $25 if you want one. And you can see it in 3D. Oh my God, how does that work? We don't have that in the UK. Like hologram comes out, pops out the phone. Nah, I'd love to see her in 3D. Bet she looks lovely. She looks lovely in 2D. Bet she looks lovely in 3D. What happens if you 3D it? Does she get put through a table by the Dudleys? If you click that button, the Dudleys run on and she gets put through a table. It's the best. It's the best. Wrestling is the best. Right. Let's go to halftime scores. Boom. Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this. Halftime scores. So, what do you think of the show so far? Opposition Dre said 7. And that's it. That's the only one I'm going to read. Mainly because the chat there is moving so fast. I need this one. Here we go. Fred Parker with a 7. Brutalities with a 7. Daniel said 7.5. Spike Hunter said 7.53. Simon said 9. Eric L says 8. Let him in. Thank you. Bray said 7. That's what she said. Says 8. Pete's 2 feet says 2 out of 5. Opposition Dre with a 7. Scorpio Shuffle with an 8. J Love with a 7. Danny D with a 7.25. Alexa Bliss Gamer with an 8. Kervin said honestly about a 7. Q the Night King said 7.3. Zokush says 1. Marty B says 8. Matt says 7.5. Stone 9540 said 7.5. Rick Hunter said 6. Lorient Wrestling says 8.5. We've got Niall 7.434. Rebel Gaming 8.5. Tyler with an 8. Kimes Supercard 7.7. Loopy Girl 7. Max with a 6. Ty with an 8. Kervin said bro. Bro. TC with the 6. Legend72 with an 8. Aaron said 6.5. LSW says message retracted. Zoom Station said 7.5. Punjab Kings fan said 7. George Vlogs with a 7. Kervin with a 7. Scorpio Shuffle with an 8. Robert with a 7.89. Tyler said as soon as CM Punk shows up, it's a 10. Michael says 8.5. Mark says 8. Jen and Lorelei said 7.5. I'm all for Daddy's return at the beginning of Raw. That was good, wasn't it? That was good, wasn't it? We've got JL with a 3. Boring. Only Randy spot has been worth watching. Big Time Baxter said 6. It's been mids. We've got George Vlog said they've got fan reactions. They've got over 71 million views now. Fox News are saying that, are reporting it. USA Today, CM Punk makes emphatic return. BBC reporting it. We've just got a segment on CM Punk's return, and it is obviously building towards that. We got, what, 1 hour, 26 minutes. 1 hour, 26 minutes. CM Punk, the best in the world, returns in the main event tonight. Right. CM Punk return video almost at 5 million views. Ellis Tubbs said they used your audio, did they? I don't remember receiving an email asking permission. Let me have a look. Right. Well, they're being sued. They've got the money. They've got the money. I'm coming for them. I don't remember any permission being asked. There's actually a lot of emails that I haven't responded to by the looks of it. But not one from them. Well, that's very kind. Thank you, WWE. Okay, we're backstage with R-Truth and Judgment Day. You weren't in the match and we lost. Thanks for the reminder. Is he eating has he found the jelly things? Is that what he's eating? JD has got a neck brace on. Okay. Days, what do you think Punk has got to say tonight after everything he said about WWE? I think it's going to be very interesting. I think that's why people are tuning in. They're tuning in because they want to know. They want to know what he's going to say. I don't think he can come out and say. It would be disingenuous to say that he always loved WWE or something like this. It's always been close to his heart and all this kind of stuff. I think that would be disingenuous. I think this is a tricky one, actually. I think this is a tricky one. I don't think. I think I would focus on the future if I was him, and I would talk about how excited I am to be back and excited about where WWE is, but more importantly, where it's going, and wanting to be a part of that. I think anything to do with the past is. It's a tricky one, isn't it? It's a tricky one. Because you can't really say that he didn't mean it. Can't really say that. But then equally, he's said a lot, and there's a lot of stuff that's happened. So I think it's one of those where you just focus on the future, and you just focus on, I think it's just that. A. Jobson said 87.2 million views of CM Punk across social media. It's excellent, isn't it? Excellent. They used your voice on Raw, says Brent. Yeah, I didn't hear it. I was doing other stuff, so. But I ain't going to be a mark about it. Do you know what I mean? we just watch the shows. Do you know? We watch the shows, and it's very kind of them, but lovely. If they used it, lovely. If they didn't, fine. No one asked me permission. Do you know what I mean? No one asked my permission. I mean, I would have said yes, and I probably would have burst into tears. But do we get ice cream? But oh my god, do we get ice cream? That's such a good question. Do we get ice cream bars? We should get ice cream bars. We should get ice cream bars. That's what I want. Hey, you know the bit of audio that they used? Did they use the bit where at the end I was like, Tony Khan's fearing for his life? Did they use that bit? That's the bit. I would have said, if they'd have asked my permission, I would have said, yeah, you can use it, but you've got to use all of it. I did a 7-hour stream. I think it was actually 8 hours for Survivor Series. You've got to use all 8 hours. You can't take the little bit. You've got to use all 8 hours. And you've got to especially use the bit where I said Tony Khan's fearing for his life. Big Time said, this show is doing a bigger rating than in a while. It seems near challenging given what's been between the opening and the ending. Everything in between has been dreadful. I don't know, to be honest. I don't know. I don't know. I sort of feel like the Randy opening was really good. The Cody segment I thought was really good. And Shinsuke and Cody, I'm very excited for that. I think the tag turmoil was a bit of a come down. But then I think it was always going to be, because there's so many teams in there that aren't really that well known, you know? So I think that that is definitely something that is going to... I think there were some great moments in it, but it was always going to be a challenge because it was quite long and there was a lot of teams that just were a bit cold or unknown. But there were some nice moments in there. I think the Creeds looked great, and DIY put in a battling effort. Didn't do much for Indashir, but you can't win them all. Ivar and Eric, Ivar and Bronson, that was okay. It was okay. Some nice stuff in the crowds. I mean, yeah, all right, we get that spot where he jumps onto a load of people and they all fall down like 10 pins, whatever, but I don't know, like the crowd were like into that. I don't know. I don't think this is, I don't know, I think this has been a bad show. I agree. I mean, look, I think there's something hanging over the show which is pretty big. Everyone is just going, where's CM Punk? Where's CM Punk? Where's CM Punk? Where's CM Punk? Every segment is like, is this the CM Punk segment? No, it'll be the last segment. Yeah, but I want it to be CM Punk. Yeah, but it's not. Well, what about the next segment? No, it's not CM Punk. That's going to be at the end. But what about this next segment after that? No, CM Punk's at the end. But I want CM Punk. I know you want CM Punk. That's why he's at the end. Like, there's a big... Everyone's just waiting for that. Anything compared to that's going to struggle in it, really. But I think it's been okay. I agree. It's maybe not reached the level of excitement that we were hoping for. It's not been the vintage episode we've been hoping for. But Randy's segment delivered and Cody's segment delivered. And I'm sure CM Punk's segment's going to deliver as well. I think Punk always loved WWE in his own way. It must cut deep them firing him on his wedding day. I can see why he trashed him, but I'm probably in the minority. I think there's things that he did love about them. I think there's things that he didn't love about them. I think it was a mixed bag. That I don't think he hated them all the time he was there, but I think that he's a wrestler that loves wrestling, and you can definitely do that in WWE, but there are times where you're going to face a lot of frustration and you're going to face a lot of the WWE way rather than, you know, what you can get away with on the indies or maybe what he could have got away with in New Japan. And so I think that the boost to his brand is undeniable, right? The boost to his brand was fantastic, but I think that there was a frustration there throughout the majority of his time, which, you know, he just got to the end of the road with. By the time we got to when he left, I mean, that was it. He couldn't take any more, and it ran out. So I don't think you're wrong in saying that there was a love. I think there was. I mean, he met his wife there, for example. You know, he met AJ there, AJ Lee. He may not have met her had it have not been there. And you know, I've got to think that's something he's very grateful for. And he made a lot of friends there. He made a lot of money there. He boosted his brand like tenfold. So, yeah, there's a lot for him to love and like and appreciate about WWE, but there's a lot of animosity there as well. As I said, I think it's a mixed bag. I agree. If he was to come out and said that he always had a deep appreciation for WWE, it's just that deep appreciation didn't show itself on quite a few occasions. You know, certainly with the comments he was making in AEW or the comments he was making on various podcasts. That deep appreciation didn't show. So, I don't know. I just think it's, rather than having people talking about the past and focusing on the past, I think it's just so much healthier to focus on where we're going and focus on what the future's going to hold. Forget where we've been. It's irrelevant. We've been there and we sort of know why we went there. Let's focus more on where we're going. Why did he join? Why did he join? That's the big question. If he hates WWE, like he's said so many times, certainly in AEW, then why is he here? And if he says, you know, it's an exciting place to be right now, there's been big change here, change that I think is for the better, change that I think was needed, and change that I'm excited to be a part of, I think everyone can understand what he's saying and buy into that. And then, who knows, Seth Rollins, someone might come out. Seth Rollins might come out saying, we don't want you here, blah, blah, blah. I don't want you here. My feelings for you are as real as, you know, feelings can ever be. I don't like you. I hate you. And maybe we get that ball rolling. I don't know. I'd be shocked if no one comes out. Zoe Stark is climbing up. Do you think Seth will come out during Punk's speech via in-person or on screen? I don't think it'll be on screen. The only reason you would do it on screen is if he was to make a comment like, I've got to do it this way because there's no way I won't go for you. There's no way that I will be able to restrain myself, right? I don't want to lose this job. So I need to tell you something and I need to do it in a way where I can deliver that message that's safe for both me and you. That would be the only reason I think he would do it via a screen. Otherwise, I think he wants to go out there and look him in the face and tell him exactly what he thinks. So I am expecting Seth to interrupt. It's a win for Nia Jax. Nia Jax squishes Zoe Stark. Zoe Stark been squished. Good win that for Nia Jax. Her run has been a lot better under Triple H. Still maybe not perfect, and still maybe she's not the greatest in ring, but she is feeling a lot more credible than she ever did before. Nia Jax on a tear. Zoe Stark continuing to struggle, losing to Rhea, now losing to Nia Jax. Not great for her, but... Okay, they're talking about Gunther and The Miz. What time are we looking at? We've still got 1 hour, 13 minutes to go. Stu said Punk should hit a savage heel promo. Johnny said, how does it feel to hear your own voice on Raw? I'll have to let you know when I do. I didn't hear it. Which is quite ironic because this is the first week of me having these headphones. But I actually just kind of, when we went to the Punk video package, I was like, right, don't need to worry about that. If it's a match or something, but if it's going to be like this, you know, we're going to look back on War Games. We all know what happened at War Games, so I don't need to see it. So I didn't pay it any attention. So you lot told me that they used my voice. I didn't hear it. But to be honest, you know, been very lucky to be used on SmackDown before for a reaction video, like years and years ago. I mean, we've been doing this a long time. We've been doing watch-alongs since 2018. And I've been posting reaction videos since 2016, since when the channel first started. So, I mean, we've been present here in this space for like 7 years. So in that time, you know, we've been fortunate to be featured on like SmackDown previously or whatever. And I'm not taking it for granted, but you know, it's nice. Great. But being here with you guys means more to me than them losers. Right. Ludwig promises Gunther something. Oh, Gunther turns around. There's the Miz. Gunther and the Miz face to face. You said your next opponent needs to challenge you to your face. I'm sure I can beat you and take that title. I know it, and I think you know it. Miz wants another crack. All I know is that you are no threat. You came prepared for a fight. And you can claim you belong in that ring. But just not with me. So Miz wants another crack, but Gunther's like, nah. Oh, here's Seth. Right. This is interesting. Here is Seth Rollins. What the flip is this going to be? Seth Rollins making his way out to the ring. And he is not in wrestling attire. Crowd are singing away. The WWE World Heavyweight Champion is going to take us potentially from hour 2 into hour 3. And this is interesting. He's wearing little gloves. These are the same sort of little gloves, I think. Very similar to what Emma used to wear. Right. Kappa, shout out to you, my friend. Kappa said, super yeeted. Thanks to you, Days. Thank you for these streams. None of my mates watch wrestling, so I have to get hyped for moments like CM Punk's return alone. But then there are the days and the days and nights. The days and nights. Days and nights actually quite good. Days and night. Days and night. Days and night. That's quite good, actually. Days and night, days and night, days and nights, days and nights, days and nights. That's our streaming schedule, isn't it? Flipping days and nights. Kappa, shout out to you, my friends. I'm really grateful that you enjoy the streams and get something from them. And I totally understand that. I mean, I used to watch wrestling on my own as well. That's why the channel started. You know, it's funny, but when the channel first started, this is the sort of thing I wanted to be doing right from the start. You know, the very first videos of me doing a prediction video, actually, and talking about shows and doing reviews. And I wanted to do watch-alongs, but it just wasn't possible at the time because of, like, having a full-time job and, like, the shows being on in the middle of the night. So it wasn't possible. But as soon as I was able to start doing it, we did it from 2018. So... yeah, it's great that we've built up the community that we've built, and there's so much, like, you know, excitement out there for wrestling. I mean, that's what it's all about, isn't it? Wrestling, you want to see it thrive. You want to see it. It's a form of entertainment that gets derided a lot. A lot of people lay into wrestling, fans, and lay into wrestling. They don't give it a chance, or they think they know what it's about, and they just think it's lame. And they've never actually watched it. They've never given it a go. It'd be like hating theatre if you never went to the theatre, right? That's the way I would compare it. It's a live form of entertainment. that can surprise and shock and generate any and all emotions. So yeah, I kind of think, like, as wrestling fans, we are kind of pushed to the sidelines a little bit. So this is definitely one of the things that I think is an advantage over when I was a kid. I think there's a lot of things in this day and age that I'm really grateful for weren't around when I was watching wrestling when I was young. But the one thing I definitely wish was around is, like, that sense of community and that ability to kind of share my thoughts with people. And I've said this before, if you're someone that joins this channel on a regular basis, first of all, I'm really sorry. I can only imagine it's been horrific. But if you share your thoughts a lot, I know that if I was tuning in as, like, in the chat, there would be people that I would see. And there's people that I see now that share their thoughts in the chat that I think have good takes. And I think that those are people. So I wouldn't just be listening to, like, me. I would also be reading, what does such and such think about this? I wonder what such and such thought about this. Like, that community, that sense of community. That's why we put the names on screen. That's why, like, it's right there, quite big. Because, like, I know that if I was watching on a regular basis, there would be names in the community that I would look for their scores. I would look for their thoughts. I would look to see what they were saying. So, and hence why it's there. Hence why the chat's on screen, because I think the points that you're making in the chat are obviously very valid and are wanted. And I think they are appreciated as well. I think there's people that do look out for other people in the community. What are they saying? So I'm glad that that is kind of coming across, Kappa. Shout out to you, buds. Right, we are at commercial break. We are also 5 minutes away from the final hour. We are sneaking our way. We are tiptoeing our way down the corridor to the final hour. We are getting closer to CM Punk. CM Punk is coming. CM Punk is on the way. We haven't quite got there yet. First, though, we're going to be hearing from Seth freaking Rollins. Seth Rollins first. Seth Rollins first, and this could be juicy. This could be good. Everyone's interested in what Seth's going to say. I thought he would come out during CM Punk's thing. He still could. He still might. But let's see what he's going to say. Scorpio said, I've been here since 2018 and you got me through some hard times. I had a heart attack and a brain injury. I want to say thanks for bringing light to the dark, said Scorpio. This is nice. Let's not turn this into a loving. Sorry that you went through those things, and I certainly hope I didn't play any part in them. I feel like I probably did. I feel like we've probably given a lot of people brain injuries over the years. But I'm glad you're on the road to recovery, my friend. That is rough. Life dealt you a pretty rough hand there. But I'm guessing you're a better person for getting through it as well. Let's see if Seth is a better person after getting through what he went through this weekend. Okay, here he is, Seth Rollins in the ring. Welcome to Monday Night Rollins. It's Monday Night Punk. I am a visionary. I am a revolutionary. I am a sweary Mary. That's what he should say. I am a revolutionary, a visionary, and a sweary Mary. Crowds are owing away. CM Punk, CM Punk, CM Punk, CM Punk, CM Punk. Oh my God. Sam said during Cody's WWE shop ad, he jokingly covered a Stardust figure. Did he? Oh my God. Oh my God. Sam, shout out to you. CM Punk. Do you know what? These are the same people that sing his song. Get it out your system. I don't want to spend one more ounce of energy on that hypocrite. CM Punk chants. Rather than talking about someone that don't matter at all. Let's talk about the title. Get it out your system. The crowd were chanting CM Punk. CM Punk. See, isn't it funny that that same crowd that sing his song are now chanting CM Punk at him? They like that, though. They go back to singing the song again. Nashville. I gotta be real. I'm not feeling too good 2 days out from War Games. Get it out your system. He wants to be a fighting champion. He spoke to Adam Pearce. Here's Drew. Drew McIntyre. That's nice. These two can cry together. Drew McIntyre's making his way out. I hate Seth's theme song set. I hate it as well. That is so rude after all Seth has put his body through, said Victoria. I think the fans... I don't think it's personal. I think that it's more intrigue. If I was there, the funniest thing to do would be to chant CM Punk at Seth. Not because I hate Seth, but because I want to know how he's going to react. I want to know what he's going to say. I want to see that moment. So it's not that I hate Seth, and I don't think that's true of the crowd. I think it's just collectively they went, what will he do? Shall we find out? CM Punk! CM Punk! Basically, we're all little troublemakers. That's what we are. We're just little troublemakers. Okay. People are talking about a lot of things. They're talking about us. In and out. I want to shake your hand and say congratulations. So Drew is shaking Seth's hand. He says they're talking about us in and out the ring, but we know the most important thing is what happens in this ring. Drew said Judgment Day's master plan seemingly involved losing that match, which wasn't a very good plan. What's most important is that World's Heavyweight Championship. So Drew's had a shot already. Do you remember what you told me? As a matter of fact, I do. So Seth said, I told you when I beat you, it would be the best thing that ever happened to you. And Drew says you were right. Mitchell said, it's been a crazy 48 hours, says Drew. 48. It's been a crazy 48 hours. You've done a great job. I felt the urge to tell you it's okay. He's talking about when they fought That loss against you was on me. To swim with sharks, I've got to become the biggest shark. Drew said he wants the rematch. I really like what he's saying here. Some of the stuff he's saying is really good. I respect your honesty, said Seth. I do believe you deserve a rematch. Problem is, there might be some others that deserve an opportunity more than you. Okay. He met with Adam Pearce. Okay. Seth defending the title next week. Seth defending the title next week. Against who? CM Punk. CM Punk. CM Punk. CM Punk, let's go. Who are you thinking, Seth? There are CM Punk chants. They're not very loud at the moment. They're growing. Championship. Jey Uso. Jey Uso. Jey Uso. Yeet, 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 yeet. Lots of yeeting. It's not... Oh, headbutt by Drew. Headbutt by Drew. Seth said it's not personal, and Drew... Look at the blood on his head. Oh, Drew cuts his head open from the headbutt. Damn. That's how they say hello in Scotland. He delivers a headbutt and he cuts his forehead open, but it looks good for it. Belly to belly there by Drew. Oh my God, his kilt's come off. Are those his pants? Is he in his pants? The kilt's come off. Oh my God. You know I'm ahead of him. Oh my God. Drew goes and grabs his kilt. I can't believe it. He's just in his pants. He's just in his pants. Oh, Matt, could you imagine that? Imagine that. Imagine Drew McIntyre headbutts you. You're all stunned, and next thing you know, he's stripping off, and he's down to his pants. You'd be like, oh my God, what's going on? What's going on? Please don't take my innocence. Jay's come down. This all went south, you know, when he said that he was going to be defending against Jey Uso. Next thing I know, Drew McIntyre's in his pants. It's mental. It's mental. Oh, God. This is the best. We can turn it off now. This is the best. Drew McIntyre in his pants. Smile on the face of Jay. He gives the championship back to Seth. Oh, he's bleeding, and then he's bleeding, and then his pants fell off. That is exactly what just happened. He's bleeding. He busted his head open after a headbutt, and next thing you know, his pants were coming off. Oh, God. It's such a great segment. That's a classic uncle at a Scottish wrestling maneuver, said Wrestle with Andy. Oh, God. It's one of my favourite moments. I love it. He cut his head and lost his skirt. Oh, my God. A real Scotsman. Well, do you know what? Scottish Nightmare. Thank God. All I can say is praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. I don't know who we need to thank, but thank God. Thank God Angela wasn't swinging around out there. Thank God he was wearing some underwear. Oh. Go, it's a full moon tonight, said John. This definitely is not PG. Giggity, giggity. Giggity, giggity. You go commando in a kilt, said Zokiller. Listen, thank God he didn't. There's some things I don't need to see. It might be, as Wrestle with Andy likes to say, the greatest moment in the history of our sport. Watching Drew McIntyre headbutt Seth and then lose his pants. It's the best. Oh, yowie wowie. Okay, Chelsea and Piper. Chelsea and Piper taking on Tegan and Natalia. It was storytelling. He's trying to say he needs the belt to hold his kilt up. Oh, it's brilliant. It's brilliant. He should tweet that. This is why I need that belt. That's a great line, Wrestle with Andy. You should tweet that. Tweet it. It's a good line. James said, at least the mouse stayed in the house. Whoa. Looking at the size of Drew, I'd imagine it's more than a mouse, mate. I reckon that thing's a possum. Or something. I don't know. I don't want to get into it. Mitchell said, Days, that kilt segment and the tea segment might be the best segments WWE have ever done. Rock Austin interview. No thanks. I agree. We're back. We're back. We thought WWE were struggling a little bit. The momentum had sort of stalled momentarily as we were sneaking our way towards the end of the year. And then something happened at Survivor Series that I can't remember. But then Drew's kilt came off and he had to complete a segment in his pants. And that, I think, is what the history books will show. Really turned things around for WWE. History books are going to show that that moment right there is the moment that everything changed. And maybe the CM Punk moment, but more that moment right there. Brilliant. Do you know what? If he came across as, but I like the fact. I don't know. Do I like the fact? I don't know. I'm so confused. Do I like the fact he didn't put it back on? Do you like the fact he didn't put it back on? Should he have put it back on? He could have put the kilt back on, but he left them off. And instead, he ended the segment without it on. So I sort of like the fact that he wasn't distracted by it. But then, I don't know if he should have put it back on. I don't know. I don't know what he should have done. What do you think? Should he have put him back on? He should have put it back on. Do you know what? It's a poll question. That's what it is. It's a flipping poll question. What should Drew have done? What should he have done? Should he have put the kilts back on or left it off? Do you know what as well? He's got lovely legs. He's got lovely legs. He should have a bit more confidence to not have to wear a kilt and a long kilt. Perhaps he could start wearing mini skirts. He's got lovely legs. If you're watching, Drew, your legs, they look great. You don't need to hide it behind such a long kilt. Can you not get shorter ones? Shorter kilts. You could have like a shorter little number that you could wear. Show off a bit more leg. Don't need to be so self-conscious. Fine, you look great. Dark Angel said it's moment of the year. I'm Kyle said kilt stays off until his claymore is satisfied. Drew ain't no Stacy Keebler, said Mr. Quake. Well, no, let's not go. I didn't say that. Can you show us a picture, said Suzanne. Listen, this isn't pornography channel, Suzanne. But yeah, I'll try and find one. But I'll see what I can find for you. Give me a second. People better be talking about it. If we're the only people talking about it, then the online wrestling community is broken. I can't find any pictures on it, man. They've got the cut to the heads. People are saying that it gave them Shawn Michaels vibes when Shawn was wearing similar shorts. Rhea Ripley facts. No, no, there's no pictures of it. Is he? Oh, he's backstage with Sammy. I don't know what's going on with you. He's got the kilt on. That's all I care about. I don't care what he's saying. Oh, he has got him back on. You lost the Universal Championship against Roman. Well, so did I. You lost the World Championship to Seth. Didn't win that from him. So did I. When I fall down, I dust myself off and I keep moving forwards. Fired up Sammy, man. Fired up Sammy. You've already been world champion twice. You've got everything going for you. You're acting like a spoiled little brat. You're better than that. Sammy's so good. So good, isn't he? So good. Who says you're right? Maybe I need to start working my way back up the ladder. I'm going to get a match for next week with you. So Sammy basically saying, you know, I'm in the same boat as you, but I don't act the way you do. And he says, you're right. Perhaps I do need to work my way up that ladder. I'm going to get a match next week, but with you. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. I want to show you this, look. This is on Wave Meltzer, which is a pretty fun name all to itself. At Drew, question mark. I don't know what this is. I don't even know what this GIF is, but it's pretty funny. There we've got his busted heads. I don't think there's any pictures that show him. Who's this? What's going on? What's up with her? Oh, down, love. There's the altercation with him and Sammy. But yeah, I don't think there is anything that's showing him in the shorts. Okay, Chelsea and Piper taking on Tegan and Natalia. Natalia. Sammy and Drew. Good little segment there. Oh, I love Sammy, though. Sammy's the GOAT. If Sammy had a kilt, it would be coming off every week. That's how good he is. Chelsea Green. Chelsea Green. Right. Sammy has got a good heart, and now Drew is going to crush it. Oh, Victoria. Oh, right. Mitchell said, don't try and defend it. The man just tried to do a serious angle in his briefs. Imagine being robbed and the guy lost his pants. I'm not... listen, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen. There's nothing scarier than a guy headbutting you and shouting at you. Or at least I didn't think there was. But a guy doing it whilst in his pants is definitely scarier. I mean, him doing it completely naked would be the ultimate. I mean, I don't want to see that, but I'm just saying that would be even scarier. If I was being mugged, I'd be a hell of a lot more scared if they were nude. Here's the image that we found then. That is the best I can get. That is him in his, I think, to be honest, they were like cycling shorts. But it just plays a lot better if we say that it was his boxers. And I think, is that the kilt in the corner over there? That might be the kilt on the floor. So this came off, and then he had these like skin tights, like biker short type things on. And that's the best. I mean, it's a rubbish image. But I think it's the best that's on social media. But how long have we got? We got just over 40 minutes to go. Just over 40 minutes to go. Ledge Killer said, we need an action figure of Drew in his boxer shorts. Yeah. That's a great shout. We need to get in touch with Mattel. Drew with removable kilts. And when you take it off, he's just in his pants. And maybe we could change the pants to white with little hearts on. Just to make them more boxer-like. That would be more underwear-like. The match is presented to you by Boto and breast implants, says Patrick. Let's go. I wish it was. I would swing my bagpipe proudly, said Zokiller. Let's go. James said, no, we effing don't. Yeah, we do. And when we do, I'm going to make sure that you get sent one as well. Only yours. He's not going to have any shorts on underneath. He's going to be nude. He's going to be nude with his junk out. Imagine that. Imagine a Mattel penis. Just for you. I know the guys at Mattel. I'll be like, send one over to James Chadwick, but send one that's got a PP. Mitchell said, Days, just for you, I've DM'd you a Drew pic. Oh, God, thank God that says pic. Thought it said a different word. I really did. I thought there was an R in there. I was like, honestly, I don't expect that from Mitchell. Don't expect that from Mitchell. That's not the kind of language that we associate with Mitchell. I knew Mitchell. Of course he has. Of course he has. Of course. I'm here going, no, guys, no one on the internet has got any pictures of this. No one's got any pictures. And Mitchell's, I've got pictures. I've got 50. Mitchell was there. Screenshot. Oh, yeah. Screenshot. Saying to his girlfriend, you jump on the laptop, you get screenshots as well. Screenshot. Oh, yeah. That's my Mitchell impression, by the way. Mitchell, thank you, my friends. We do have a slightly higher resolution. I think this is a 4K image, isn't it, Mitchell, that you've sent me? Mitchell has managed to get a 4K image of the moment sent over for us. There we go. Look at this. Look at this. Da 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 da. From behind as well. Look at the woman's face. Look at the woman's face. I think she's there with her daughter. So she's probably thinking to herself like, oh my God, I was not expecting my daughter to be exposed to this. She's too young. But she's also thinking, let's flipping go. When I agreed to come to the wrestling, I didn't know that I was getting, look at it. Look at the man. Look at the dude. He's like, oh my God, mine's not that big. So he is horrified. The woman in the front row is all kinds of confused, but that looks like her daughter next to it. That dude's taking a picture. Oh, that dude's taking a... It's like, yeah, I love that. That's Mitchell. That's Mitchell. So that dude's taking a picture. Have you... Why does this look so strange, Mitchell? Have you run this through a filter? This looks like it's gone through a filter. This looks like you've painted... Have you painted it? This looks like it's been painted. Have you sat there with some watercolours capturing this moment for prosperity? You're like, well, I didn't get a screenshot of it, but it's burnt into my brain. I could paint it. It's not just me, is it? This looks painted. This looks like someone's painted this. There it is. Look, that guy can't believe it. He's taking a picture. That guy hasn't even noticed. God bless that guy. God bless that's my spirit animal right there. This dude hasn't even noticed. He hasn't even noticed. Or maybe he did notice, but he didn't want to look. So in his mind, he's just sort of looking away in the other direction politely. Some of these reactions are the best. Look at him! He's in shock! He's in actual shock! He can't believe what he's seeing! Look at that! I mean, you can't quite make out the facial features, but that square thing, I think, is meant to be his mouth. He's got a perfectly square mouth. How did he get a perfectly square mouth? How did that dude manage to get born with a perfectly square mouth? That woman's like, if you look up there, you can see a bigger image of it. She's pointing upwards. Let's go. Let's go. That dude with his arms crossed isn't impressed. Hey, look, that dude is actually looking through the sign that we were talking about as well, and it looks like his face has melted. This is one of the weirdest images I've ever seen. I don't know how this looks so painted. This really looks like a... I don't understand what this is. I don't even understand what I'm looking at. It's one of the greatest images I've ever seen. One of the greatest things I've ever seen. We could do 2 hours on that picture. Easy street, mate. Easy street. So I want to thank Mitchell for sending that over. I don't know how you painted it as quickly as what you did, but either you or your girlfriend are very talented. Right, we are underway with this match, which I think is probably the last match before CM Punk. I would imagine so. It is for the Women's Championship. They're competing over her love. Randy called himself Daddy, and Drew said, "Hold my beer." Drew he stole the show, didn't he? He's thought to himself, how do I upstage CM Punk? Everyone's going to be talking about CM Punk. How do they get them to talk about me? I know. I'll get the old kilt to fall down. We'll do the old classic, how's your father? Shot coming in there by Piper. Suzanne said, I'd put money in his shorts. Bet you would, you filthy animal. I bet you would. This isn't the flipping Chippendales, you know. Chelsea getting pushed over to the ropes. In comes Tegan Knox charging over. She goes to the outside. Grabs the leg of Chelsea, pulling Chelsea to the outside. Tegan on the outside as well. Chelsea on the edge of the ring looking to cross-body. She gets caught by Natalya and Tegan. They grab her. They're going to suplex her into the barricades. So Chelsea Green goes into the barricades. Piper Niven comes crashing down onto Tegan and Natalya. Let's have a look at our poll, shall we? And it's a very close poll. So over 400 votes. Over 400 people have had their say on this. It's the talk of the town. 1, 2, Piper gets the win. Piper with a crossbody. And look at Chelsea celebrating on the outside. So over 400 votes, and it is pretty much 50-50. 51% said he was right to leave it off. 49% said he should have put it back on. Interesting, isn't it? It's a hard one. Well, I mean, thankfully it wasn't, but this is a hard one. Almost 50-50. Piper in the ring holding up both of those women's tag titles. Chelsea on the outside with a big smile on her face. Still to come. Mitchell said it's the greatest moment in WWE history, and you're wrong for not capturing it. Well, no, I don't need to. You did it for me, but it's a lovely picture. Right, next week, Seth Rollins is going to be taking on Jey Uso for the World Heavyweight Championship. The world title on the line. Drew McIntyre's mental decline has continued. Next week, he'll be taking on Sami Zayn. Sami Zayn next week, Drew and Sami. We're backstage with Randy and Jay. Randy and Jay. I want to find you before you found me. I want to say thank you for having our back at War Games. I heard you talk about receipts. I'm sorry how that went down. I'm trying to do right. Put the past in the past. And Goose, I've been watching you. I've seen how you've had Cody's back. Let bygones be bygones. As long as you're out the bloodline, then we're good. Do we believe him? He seems believable. He seems believable. He seems believable. He said, as long as you're out of the bloodline, we're good. Jay says, I low-key hate Jay's face. Fair play. Right, here's Dominic Mysterio. Dominic Mysterio. I high-key hate his face. Oh, yeah, he's facing Randy, isn't he? Oh, my God, I forgot about the Randy match. Drew McIntyre's dong made me forget about Randy Orton's match. I was sat here going, I think it might be CM Punk next. I think we might be getting Punk now. No, we're getting a Randy Orton match. Right, here comes the little criminal, says Clay. Who was in the background? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I didn't look. Well, to be fair, we tend to get people in the background on a regular basis, but they just tend to be people. Maybe this was something more. I'll see what X is saying. X don't give it to you. Yeet. X is saying yeet. Randy Orton just said yeet. I repeat, Randy Orton just said yeet. People are very excited at Randy Orton saying yeet. That seems to be the talk. Most people are talking about Randy saying yeet. Orton is better than Punk. Yeah, it's not being spoke about. Do you think Dominic could become a babyface and join the LWO? He could. I don't think he will. That's what she said, when you have a head that large, a neck break just, what was that? Just, eventuates it. That's not the words. Eventuates. Eventuate. Is that eventuate? That's not the word, is it? Exaggerates. Accentuates. Is it accentuates? I don't think it's eventuate. I think it's accentuate. Accentuate. Maybe it's an American thing. I don't know. But 2 matches in 3 nights. Randy must be feeling good, said Debosa. Yeah, he should. Yeah, it's a good point. Accentuate. Not I've never heard eventuate. Eventuate. Raw needs to be a 2-hour show. Chat, next is Punk. Punk is next. Well, after this match. The guy in the background doesn't seem to be anything, said Chris. Okay, thank you. There have been a lot of people in the background, in all fairness. We see... It happened last week as well. Well, I don't even know if it was Raw or SmackDown, but there was someone in the background of a big segment, and it was very obvious because they'd put like a big red light and it kept flickering in the background as this person was moving around. It didn't prove to be, or hasn't proved to be, anyone at the moment, so I think there is just a lot of people milling about. But I don't think Drew is heel. I just think he's Drew, said Kervin. Days, imagine all this waiting for Punk and he says, I'm back, and then walks off. Be the best. What if he comes out and goes, did you see Drew's kilt? And we were like, yeah, we did, yeah. It was good, wasn't it? Yeah, we're like, I can't follow that. See you next week. And we were like, all right, mate, yeah, no, it makes sense. The most social moment in WWE, the most social moment. Hang on. They're saying over 71 million views. The Rock did more than that. Didn't The Rock do 120 million? So, what's this about? How is it the most social moment? Imagine at WrestleMania, Randy helps take out the ringside members of the Bloodline for Cody to help him get the win. Randy raises Cody's hand as we go off the air, and he RKO's him to start a feud, says Trina. Trina, shout out to you. Here's the man. Big time. Big time, Becky. There's a thin line between love and hate. Right now. Tonight, the man. Is that a cut on her head? I don't know what that is. Okay. Looks like the man's got something on her mind. Man's got something on her mind. Don't know what that is. Is she going to interrupt CM Punk and say, my husband hates you? My husband really hates you. If Brock comes back as well, WWE are going to be a force to reckon with, said Somber Sights. Can someone translate Becky for me? Don't you speak Irish? Oh, I don't know what it was. Something about drinking, I think. I think it was something about drinking and fighting. Zokiller said, did anyone see Orton's face when the match was done? That back was hurting, said Zokiller. He was sat on a chair, weren't he? Like an old man. You know when old people take seats with them places so they can have a little sit down? That's what Randy did. And he didn't need to bring the chair. There was already one in the ring, because there always is. How would you feel about CM Punk Logan feuds? I would do it, but not for many years. I wouldn't be interested in it now. But I think, you know, for just for the social media aspect of it, I mean, CM Punk's one of the biggest names in wrestling, and Logan Paul's one of the biggest names in social media. So, I mean, like, colliding those two worlds together is something that, you know, you'd be interested in doing at some point. But I think there's a lot more exciting matches for CM Punk that I'd rather see than that, you know? So I'd do it, but I ain't in any rush for it. I'm sure the match would be good. I mean, they'd make sure the match was good. I mean, I don't have a problem with that. I'm sure the back and forth would be good, but I don't know. I mean, I think it's because, like, I would not expect Logan to beat CM Punk. And I think that it would be... I'd much rather CM Punk Seth, CM Punk Cody, CM Punk Roman, CM Punk Gunther. Like, I can come up with quite a healthy list of what I'd prefer over that. But yeah, definitely get there eventually. Logan to vacate from WWE, says Darren. Days, do you think CM Punk and Randy will start a rivalry? If you do you think they'll reunite Legacy, but with Jay Uso? And what do you think they will do with Sammy? Do I think they'll do CM Punk Randy? At some point, yes, but I don't feel like that needs to happen now. Do I think they'll reunite Legacy? No. If they reunite Legacy, I think it'll be Randy and I don't know if you would like call it Legacy and put in a different member. I mean, I suppose you could, but I don't know. Legacy was what it was. I think that you could, I suppose you could reform Legacy, but just reform it with Randy and Cody as a tag team and just call that Legacy. I don't know that you put in Jay or anything like that. It's not a bad shout. Not a bad shout. I don't hate it. I just don't know. I don't think they would do that just because it's been done in the past and we know what Legacy is. It'd be like reforming the Shields and replacing Dean Ambrose with someone else. It's going to feel a bit... It's going to feel like Shield 2.0 in it. And this will feel like Legacy 2.0. But if it was just Cody and Randy, then yes. And what was the other one? What do we think is going to be for Sammy? Well, maybe a feud with Shinsuke would be good because Shinsuke and Cody, I think, will get us through the winter. And I don't know that Sammy is going to be going for any titles at WrestleMania, but he needs to be on that card. And seemingly is done being in a tag team. So, you know, Shinsuke is going to need some. Sammy's going to need some. They had a match in NXT, which is still regarded as one of the best NXT matches we've ever seen. Shinsuke versus Sammy at WrestleMania would be pretty special. It'd be really, really good. I don't know that we've seen them, actually. I'm sure they have faced, but I don't know that they faced in a big match on the main roster. But it was Shinsuke's debut match in NXT, and it is one of NXT's greatest ever matches. So they could deliver something very special. I mean, it could steal the show at WrestleMania. And that's saying something, because WrestleMania looks like it's going to be stacked. But if Sammy and Shinsuke can recapture the magic they had before, then that's not a bad feud for either of them, to be honest. And I don't think Shinsuke Cody is going to take us to WrestleMania, so he'll need something as well. So just, you know, thinking very quickly on my feet, I'd look at that. I would look at Randy working with Cody. I don't know that I would put Jay into that, but you could. It's really not the worst idea I've heard, so it's not a bad idea at all. And I can't remember the other one, but we answered it. Days, Cynthia, what's this? What's going on? Days, Cynthia has an important world-changing link. Okay, it's a link to Instagram. Always be very careful when William puts links in the chat, mainly because there's a good chance it will take you to pornography and probably illegal pornography as well. So just be careful. That looks like it's Instagram, so you might be safe with that one. I'm not going to click it though, forget that. I've only just got off the register after the last link I clicked on. Kevin said, what is Punk going to come out and say with 2 minutes left? This Raw was bait, said Kevin. Well, it is true. I mean, they're not giving us loads of time, are they? It is true. I think there will be some disappointment that this wasn't more. I don't think people mind waiting for CM Punk to come out at the end of the show, but give them something that was worth the wait. You know, if he's going to come out and only get like a couple of minutes, and you know the crowd are going to take up a lot of time, they're going to cheer, and it's going to be noisy, and I understand that we don't need ages. You know, really, we just need to know why he's back. That's the big thing. Why are you back? What are you back for? Why are you here? We know the answer's money, but what's the kayfabe answer? I would like him to say something along the lines of, there's been a lot of change. I want to be a part of that change. That's what I'm looking for. There's been a lot of change, and I want to be part of that change. And, you know, maybe you don't need to go in the past. You know, he could name a few names. You know, Gunther, I hope, gets a shout. Maybe Dragunov, maybe a few people down in NXT get a mention. You know, there's quite a lot of names, actually. You forget that he hasn't been there for well, maybe don't forget, but you forget how many people are on the roster that he has not interacted with. Sammy, Kevin Owens, AJ Styles. AJ came back in 2016. Punk left in 2014. So, you know, Charlotte, Becky, he ain't going to face these people, but they weren't on the roster when he left. They joined in 2015. he left in 2014. Someone put a tweet out saying the last time CM Punk was in WWE, like, Finn Balor was the leader of Bullet Club. Shinsuke was still in New Japan. AJ Styles was, I don't know if he was in New Japan or in Impact. He might have been in Impact. There was another one, like, there was loads. The Four Horsewomen were in NXT, just starting out, blah, 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 blah. And it was crazy, man. It was crazy, all the stuff. You forget, like, this is a completely different world. There's probably only a handful of people that were around when he was around last time. No, obviously the Shield were. The Shield debuted at Survivor Series 2012. The Shield were together when he left. When he left in early 2014, the Shield hadn't split. So the Shield was still in their run. So, it was just so different to where we are now. So I hope he names a few names of people he wants to face, talk about being excited about the change, excited about the future. And I should imagine he say, he wants to be undisputed champion or something. But I think a lot of people are going to want him to wait in line. Some will want him to be the one to beat Roman, but I think a lot of people are going to want him to get behind Cody, Randy and Dominic is underway, and unsurprisingly, Randy is dominating this match. Randy is in control against Dominic. There's a few words ringside. They're having a words with Jelly Belly. Jelly Belly on his feet. And he pushes JD down. Now Dominic's coming over. He gets pushed as well. And Randy comes over. Well, there we go. Great job by Fats Malone. Randy picking up Dirty Dom, slamming him through the table. James said we could have got Orton Switchblade if Jay made the right choice and not the wrong choice. Crowd are chanting, welcome back. Randy has got Dominic. Do you think LA Knight, Kevin Owens could be a tag team and go after the tag titles? Well, they could do. I think it might be better for LA Knight to go after a singles title. I think that the United States title is right there for him. He can beat Logan. I think he should beat Logan. If you think about, like, CM Punk and Seth, or maybe we do Damian Priest and Sammy. If not, we could do Nakamura Sammy. And you've got Cody and Roman. Like, you need to fit LA Knight in there somewhere. LA Knight Logan. Oh. I mean, that's just another big match, isn't it? Oh, there we go. RKO. RKO to Dominic. There we go. Going for the cover. 1, 2, 3. Dominic didn't win, guys. Dominic didn't win. Randy Orton secures the victory. Gets the pin, and the crowds are pumped. Lucid Vibe Media, shout out to you, my friend. Lucid Vibe Media said, what is your favorite match of all time right now? You have to answer. CM Punk over The Rock at WrestleMania 40. Favorite match of all time would be Shawn Michaels against Undertaker, WrestleMania 25. It's a no-brainer for me. It's probably my two favorite wrestlers going up against each other with the streak on the line in a match that, I was pumped for it and I thought it was going to be amazing, and it then exceeded my expectations. I thought they were going to put on a banger, an amazing match. You know that Shawn can. You know what the streak meant. And they actually went out and put on a match that was better than I expected. And I've said before, I watched that match with someone that didn't watch wrestling or really enjoy wrestling. They didn't hate it, but they just didn't watch it. And they were hooked. They were. They. If I'd have turned that TV off, there would have been a riot, and I wouldn't have been the one rioting. Right, the non-wrestling fan would have rioted. Like, it was a real treat actually to watch that match with someone that doesn't watch wrestling and see just how involved they got. I'm sure it would have been true had we have watched Bret Hart, Stone Cold, or if we'd have watched any of the other fantastic matches from wrestling history, but I was there for that one. I saw the reaction to that one, and that it's almost an impossible bar for anything else to get to be honest. It's so high because it's my two favorite wrestlers at WrestleMania with the streak on the line. I went in with super high expectation, and for that match to then exceed that, how does anything get close to that? That is... It's a tough one to beat, that. It's a tough one to beat. So, yeah, I'm going to go with that. And Lucid said CM Punk over The Rock. So what, are you saying CM Punk versus The Rock at WrestleMania 40? Surely, if we're getting The Rock, it's got to be Roman. It's got to be Roman. I mean, no one's going to be upset with CM Punk versus The Rock. No one's going to be down on that match. But if we are getting that match, surely it's got to be Roman. I don't know. Maybe they do CM Punk The Rock and they do Cody Roman, and they are just adamant that we're doing Cody Roman. It's the only match I think that could stop Cody Roman is Rock Roman. That's the only match that I think can stop it. Cody Seth is what it feels like we're heading towards. But listen, we have got 10 minutes left in this show, and we might be about to get a big indicator as to what the future is going to hold for CM Punk. He might come out and cut a promo, wave to the fans, big celebration, show ends. But we could have someone interrupting. I think there's a chance that Seth comes out. I don't think his music hits. I could see him in the entranceway just staring. Something like that at CM Punk. Don't know, man. Don't know. I can't wait. How's this going to go? How is this going to go? James Wagner said Punk costs Randy this match for his first feud. Didn't go that way, buds. Didn't go that way. It was, I don't think they would have brought CM Punk out before the, I'm not just saying it, but like they've built up that he's going to be in the main event and he's going to talk and everyone's waiting to hear him talk. So for him to come out and get involved in that match would have jumped the gun a little bit. So I wasn't expecting that. I think Randy comes back, gets the win, feel good factor, blah, 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 blah. Now we go to commercial break and everyone starts wetting themselves with excitement for whatever is about to happen. The rating on this show, I 2 million. 2 million. I mean, at a normal week, we can get 1.7. It's been quieter recently because of the football. Maybe the football is going to be tough competition. I don't know what the game is tonight. Maybe tonight we are looking at tonight being less than that, but because of football, like, you know, maybe it's going to be in the 1.9, but I don't know, man. I'm telling you. We normally do 10,000. Right now, we're on 35,000. We have more than 3x'd what we normally do for a Raw. We normally do about 10,000. Doesn't matter what's on the show. Normally, you comfortably get 10,000 every week, right? And I'm very grateful for that. Right? We've got an amazing community. But 35,000 is where we are so far tonight. That's got to show in the ratings, man. That's got to show. Okay, CM Punk's music is hitting, and here we go. Here we go. This is the moment everyone has been waiting for. Can I tell you as well, listening to the music, it sounds like a fan-made thing to me. Seeing the graphics and everything. I've seen so many fan videos where they take Raw and then they cut in like a CM Punk video to make it seem like he's come back. To actually now see it with my eyes, it's still a tough one to believe is actually happening, you know? He's come out with his new shirt. It doesn't have Survivor Series on. It's not really a new shirt, is it? I mean, it's just It's the hand and the lightning and the CM Punk thing on the back. I mean, this thing got chucked together in 2 seconds flat. But it is the shirt that's for sale right now. Have they on WWE Shop got on WWE Shop, have they got this non-Survivor Series version now? They do. They do. They now have the non-Survivor Series version, which is good. So, if you want to know what we're talking about this right here. That's the shirt. It's just got that on the front, that on the back. The Survivor Series version is this one where it's got Survivor Series under the logo. So they have released a new version of the shirt. Crowd are chanting CM Punk. He's in the ring. Let's see what he's going to say. Looks like hell froze over. This is me standing in a WWE ring. He's talking about being a Blackhawks fan. I had to. I gotta be me. I've gotta be me. I've been feeling more like myself. Come up with the words. He's trying to be coming up with the words. He's come up with 2 words. It's a bit corny. And it won't sound like CM Punk. I've changed. Is the truth. I'm home. Wow. Jesus. Wow. Wow. I wasn't expecting that. I'm home. God. That's powerful. This is where I belong. This is home. And I was gone for 10 years. And for 10 years, you people never forgot me. Welcome home, CM Punk. You are all powerful. That's amazing. That's impactful. Even my cold heart just got thawed a little by that. You never stop chanting my name. They're chanting it now. This is kicking me in the balls. I heard you. And I love you guys. God, I feel like I'm in an abusive relationship. He said such awful stuff about WWE when he was on the other side, and now he's back saying he loves us, and I'm believing it. He loves me. He loves me. He really loves me. You don't know him like I know him. He's just using you. He's not using me. He loves me. He's just telling you what you want to hear. I don't care. He says he's home and I believe him. It's brilliant. He says, Saturday was amazing. This is amazing. Feels like a family reunion. Everyone back there is happy to see me. It's all smiles. AJ is fabulous, and she sends her regards. Everyone has welcomed me back with open arms. Almost everybody. Apart from the whole locker room. Apart from the talent. Apart from the talent and the staff and the referees and the heads of creative. Oh, that's good. The competition competes to be the best in the world, but the best in the world hasn't been here for 10 years. Are we eating good? The brass ring is in my back pocket. The most controversial and feared man in this industry just walked through the door. Talking about how... Best in the world is back. Live and in living color. Killed it. Killed it. Killed it. I'm back. I'm not here to make friends. I'm here to make money. God, I don't smoke, but I need a cigarette. I've never smoked. I'm going to start. How do you unpack that? Where do you start with that? How do you unpack that? How do you unpack that? Where do you start? Can't start. Wrestling's just left me a shell of the man that I was. Oh, JJB Gaming said it's amazing. Mr. Quake said that was fun. PG Punk, really? Amazing. Good night to everyone. Blew my mind. I'm not here to make friends. I'm here to make money. James said, Days, I told you so. Theodore said, that's not the CM Punk that I know. Punk just gave y'all the real. AJ Lee, return confirmed, said Jim. What was weak about the Punk promo? What did you want from him? Oh, God, I did not sense that was weak. That blew me sideways. That blew me sideways. I didn't need him to say anything really about the past, and it didn't really say anything about the past. But him saying that there's two words, and I love how he set it up as well. I love how when he said there's two words that I'm scared to say because I'm scared of how true they are. And he said, you know, the American dream always taught me that as long as you're being honest and telling the truth, like, you can't go far wrong. And, you know, the truth is I'm home. And I wasn't expecting that. I was just expecting him to come out and say that he's excited about the change. We kind of briefly spoke about what I was expecting, but I wasn't expecting him to say he was home. Triple H did that at the press conference. And Jim Cornette on a video the other day said that when he went back to the Hall of Fame in 2017 to induct the Rock and Roll, I think Vince came up to him and said, welcome home. Being home is a very WWE term. It's something that they use a lot internally. It's not something I was expecting CM Punk to come out with. It does make me just wonder, just a little bit, because that's not something I expected from him. And because it is such a WWE term, Did creative help him out with that a little bit? Did creative get involved there? And, you know, for him to have to come up with I mean, if I was CM Punk, I would not want creative writing that promo. I'm not saying they did. It was an amazing promo. But some of the language in there, and that I'm home in particular, is a very, very WWE term. It's a very WWE term. It might just be a case that he has said what he knows people want to hear. And that's what people want to hear. You know, I'm home. I've changed. When he said I've changed, those were the two words I thought that he meant he didn't want to say. But, you know, he's talking about how everyone here competes to be the best in the world. Well, the best in the world hasn't been here for the last 10 years. That was a great line. That was a great line. I love that line. There was a few lines in there. And the bit where he was saying everyone's welcome me back with open arms. And, of course, we know that's not true. But, and then, like, he gives the, well, almost everyone. And there was a wise man reference, wasn't there? Yeah, a wise man told him. Said Veggie Beast, yeah, a little mention of the wise man, which is cool. And the AJ says hello. She's doing fantastic. She says hello, like that is, everyone's hoping to see AJ. I think the fact that he said that shows that he knows what people are looking for in regards to her. You know, it's not like when Cody came back, you know, there wasn't a scramble for Brandy to return. Right, there is a scramble. There is definitely people that want to see AJ Lee. There's definitely people that want to see her coming in, and the fact that he mentions her definitely suggests that they know that as well. So I really enjoyed it. I thought it's one of those where I found it to be a very satisfying, very deep. Not deep as in like, oh, that relates to that and that relates to that. Not deep as in White Rabbit, but deep as in he didn't just come out and say the bare minimum and then go. I felt like he has given me, you know, something to really get my teeth into. Like, I need to do a video on that segment, of course, but where do you even start with it? Where do you even start with that segment? Because it's such a big, I feel like a lot was said. Maybe things weren't necessarily moved forward, and there was no Seth that came out. But I feel like that's one that I need to go back and rewatch. It's one that I need to have a bit more thought about. Like, he could have come out and said next to nothing and gone. Instead, I think there was a, you know, wise man, American Dream reference, the I'm home, I've changed, I'm scared about how true that is, talking about the best in the world and about how he is the best in the world. I like that line as well about people are scared because like the most controversial and most feared man in this industry just walked through the door. Like, even things like that, you go, damn, that's a good line, isn't it? Because he is. I mean, if he is feared, you know, he chokes people out backstage for real. It's pretty cool. And he is a needle mover. And I don't know, man, you watch that segment and you just can't help but, I couldn't help but get like, oh, let's go. You get that let's go kind of a vibe at the end of it. You feel like you're watching a megastar. You feel like you're watching someone that is so comfortable. Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. We'll see what you lot thought. What did you think about the CM Punk promo? This is what everyone was waiting for. So, did you love it? Did you like it / okay? Or did you hate it? Love it, like it / okay, or hate it? Let's see. I don't think I put CM Punk. I think I put C Punk. C Punk. What did you think about the C Punk promo? Right. Let him in said, Punk saying how he really feels is the whole thing, though, so I think it was genuine. Ryan said it was great. SG said, Punk kept it short and to the point. Don't think about it too much, people. Do you know, that's true as well. I mean, one of my criticisms of MJF, which might be an unfair criticism, but one of my criticisms is that I think he is very good on the microphone, very compelling. No one's going to say he's not a great talker, right? But I do find that he talks and talks and talks, and the real gold that's in there, he could cut his promos in half and they would be more impactful. Like, I feel he takes 10 minutes to deliver 2 minutes of gold when it could be 5 minutes with 2 minutes of gold, which would be more impactful, more memorable. I can't really blame MJF for that, because it could be that Tony knows that MJF is a ratings draw and so says, I want you to fill 10 minutes. And MJF will be like, I can do that, no problem. And he goes out there and he does it, right? But I think his promos would be better if they were kept shorter. So it is absolutely true. You can't then criticize CM Punk for doing what I want to see MJF do, which is go out there, do what you need to do, blow us all away, have an amazing 5-minute promo, and basically leave you wanting more. Like, I've just watched that CM Punk promo. I'm gutted this show has ended. I'm gutted that we don't get more. I want to know what's next for him. But that's exactly what I should be feeling, because WWE and CM Punk and, you know, Triple H, they want you to be invested. They want you to be intrigued. They want you to tune in next week to see what the next chapter of this story is going to be. So they gave you, I think, something to talk about. They gave, you know, everyone's going to talk about what did you think about that CM Punk promo. That's going to be a big conversation. I think they gave you I gave you that, but they didn't give you more than that. And I think they got it about bang on. I was really taken aback by some of that stuff. And for me, you know, I mean, this has been a long stream. We have been streaming like 3 hours before. When did we start? We started 3 hours before the show. Now 3 hours. We've been streaming for 6 hours. So we've been streaming for 6 hours. And we've just been talking, speculating, waiting. It was only a 5-minute segment. I feel like one of those fans that like queues up overnight to get tickets to see their favorite artist, you know? I feel like one of them. I've been waiting 6 hours for a 5-minute promo. But I've got to tell you, yeah, I'm very satisfied. I'm very satisfied. I don't feel like it was a waste of time, or I don't regret sticking around. I mean, we would have done it anyway. But I think they just gave you enough. There might be some out there that are disappointed because they wanted more, but that, as I said, is what it's about. You should want more. They should leave you more. And I really like the fact there was no shots at AEW. I really like that. Maybe some people were waiting for some sort of shot. I'm really glad we didn't get that. I've said before, I don't like it when AEW takes shots at WWE. I think it can come across as petty. And I very much feel even more so the other way, because AEW punching at WWE is them punching up, right? We're better than you. But WWE punching AEW, I mean, that's like going up to a child and punching them in the face. Is that funny and cool? Yeah, of course it is, but you still probably shouldn't do it, right? You could do it once, but, you know, you can't keep doing it. So I don't think that... I don't think, like, for me, that's not something I was looking for. Maybe some out there were looking for it. Maybe some out there would be disappointed that they didn't get that. But again, I think they got that right as well. Let's go. Right. Punkcast random. Oh, we read that one. John said, just a quick note to say, this new version of Cult Personality is the one that came out on Friday. The rest is for Drew's boxers. John, shout out to you, buds. Never forget Drew's boxers. Never forget. Legend Killer said, great stream, and let's go. 23 months. Wow, dudes. One more month, and that's 2 years. 2 years we've been together. Amazing. Legend Killer, shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the support. Mitchell said, Days, Punker's got an NDA. I don't think he could mention AEW. Tony said in an interview he can't legally mention the Punk return at at Survivor Series. He's got an NDA. That's a non-disclosure agreement. That means you don't disclose secretive information. So an NDA, I mean, Jim Cornette had an NDA because Tony Khan spoke to Jim before AEW started and obviously revealed sensitive information that couldn't be disclosed. But I don't think there's nothing stopping CM Punk having taken a shot at AEW. That's got nothing to do with an NDA. I mean, unless there's some sort of legal thing that I'm not aware of. Just like there wouldn't be anything stopping Tony talking about CM Punk. He could talk about it, but he can't go into any details. I mean, why would Tony sign a non-disclosure agreement? Why can't Tony talk about that? Why can't Tony talk about that? What has Tony signed? Well, that doesn't even, honestly, I'm not just saying it, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Why can Tony not talk about CM Punk going to Survivor Series? I mean, if they've got, could there be some sort of legal thing going on about contracts behind the scenes that we don't know about? Does anyone know any more on that? I mean, I'm interested. I'm interested in that. I don't know. Not for 1 second do I think that CM Punk can't talk about AEW because that doesn't make any sense. Why can't he? You know, I was at another place. And I wasn't getting, like, you know, the respect I deserved. That's got nothing to do with disclosing information. There's nothing sensitive about what he said there. So I'll have to have a look into that one. I don't know any more on that. Trini said, an NDA can protect you from disclosing information on any situation. It can be written in a way where a particular event can't be referenced or discussed or disparaged. But an event, you're talking about a company? So can it be written in a way where you can't... You're telling me that there is a legal system in place where he can't talk about AEW at all? Seriously, I'm not aware of that. I mean, if that is out there and that is a thing, then that's blown my mind. I've never even heard of that. An NDA is something, as you said, about an event. That makes sense. We don't want you to talk about... But again, like sensitive information... That's what I've always took an NDA to be. But you're saying it's what? Written in a way where a particular event can't be referenced or discussed or disparaged. But a whole company, like, can't talk about AEW at all. Maybe that, I mean, look, if that was a term that was written on a contract, if there was something that was put in place that is signed that says you can't talk about AEW at all, you can't give your opinions on it. You can't discuss it. You can't talk about it. If that's put down in writing somewhere, maybe that is a thing. If it's written down somewhere, and you're telling me that would be like an NDA. I don't know, man. This is wild. If you're telling me CM Punk can't mention AEW at all, that's wild. I've never heard of such a thing. Jobson said he is not here to make friends, he's here to make money, and he's being honest with that, said Jobson. Will, I'm interested in this NDA thing, I want to know. Will said, perhaps a non-disparagement agreement where all parties agree not to talk negatively about the other publicly. I've never heard of a non-disparity agreement. Such things, I mean, yeah, I mean, if you're telling me these things exist, you know, you could be having me on, but I could believe it if there's a bit of paper where it's like a non-disparity, like we won't talk bad about you, you don't talk bad about us. I'm CM Punk, though. If I'm CM Punk, I'm thinking, I don't care what you want to say about me. Say what you want about me, I'm not bothered. It's really, I really want to know more on that, and I'm not just saying it. I'm saying it because I've never heard of such a thing. And also, if he can't, I think that's a really interesting piece of news. Mitchell, where did you hear that from? Is there like an article I can read on it? Is there somewhere we can point people in the direction of? Like, is it Sportskeeda or... Ellis Stubbs said, people are calling Punk's promo too tame. Mate, you're going to have opinion all over the scale. Or when it comes to that, there will be a scale of like, you know, whatever. You're going to have people saying it's too tame because it's WWE and this is PG Punk and all that sort of stuff. You're going to have butthurt AEW fans, diehard AEW fans that are butthurt, that are going to be saying stuff like that. Make your own mind on it. Don't be swayed. Don't be swayed by me, or don't be swayed by those people that say it's too tame. Make your own mind on it. Did you enjoy it? What did you think about it? I really enjoyed it. So anyone telling me that it was a load of rubbish, too tame and all this kind of stuff, you're entitled to your opinion. It ain't going to change my mind. I was really impressed with some of the stuff that I heard there. But if people thought it was too tame, that's fine. That's up to them, you know. There might be some WWE fans that don't watch AEW that thought it was too tame as well. But I think that you will find a wide variety of reaction to that promo. I think you'll find a wide variety to it, because I think that he is someone that sparks very strong opinions in people. If you love him, I think it's very easy to enjoy that. If you hate him, it's probably going to be hard to enjoy it. And then everyone else falls in between, don't they? Jake said, compare Bray's first promos to Punk's. They're very similar. I'd have to go back and look at them, to be honest. I think they're probably similar because they both were out and fired, and they both came back. And I don't know if either really expected to come back. Bray came back maybe a bit quicker than we thought. I mean, if Vince had still been in control, maybe Bray wouldn't have returned, but Triple H was in control, and so Bray did come back, right? So I think that both are probably quite, not humble, but quite grateful and pleased, and you know, they're making money again, good money again. I mean, you know, Punk ain't going to get this money in Impact, I don't believe. He's not going to get this exposure there. I'm not laying into Impact, but I'm just saying that was his alternative. So I would imagine this is a better, you know, prospect. And so I should imagine he's quite grateful that this opportunity did arrive when, this looked like an opportunity that might not arrive. So there probably are similarities. I don't know that that is really anything more than just a coincidence of the fact that both situations are very similar. Both guys got fired. Both guys got brought back. Both guys have been given another chance. And both guys, I think, genuinely are quite grateful to be back. And we're in the situation. So I think the similarity is probably as a result of that. I don't know that Punk has specifically mirrored what Bray has said, you know. Do you think Raw is sorely lacking a sports entertainment side? I miss not having so many long matches and more funny segments that Vince used as filler. Better for 3 hours. No, I don't personally. I think a lot of the cringy comedy was cringy and was not good. I mean, what it was a talking point. Maybe you could say that at times this show might feel a bit too sterile, but you still had the Tozawa little dance thing backstage. You still had R-Truth with the jelly, whatever they was. You still got a few of those sports entertainment-ish moments. But I think reducing that down, limiting it, and not having it like really overpower the show, just dropping the odd little bit here and there, I can't say that's something that I'm looking to go back to, you know. I think to sit here for year after year after year criticizing like some of the segments we had to watch were not good. Some of the Vince comedy stuff, you know, some of that humor wasn't good. And you know, there's a lot of segments that were like, what the hell was that? I mean, in retrospect, they weren't giving you bland segments. They were either giving you really good segments or they were giving you like really cringy segments. And what they were giving you was a lot of talking points, right? I suppose you do run a bit more of a risk now of it being a bit sterile, a bit bland, a bit like, you know, not really bothered about this kind of thing, you know? But as we continue to introduce like these superstars, I think we've got a lot of new faces. You look at the roster and it's like we haven't done loads with Piper Niven. Chelsea Green got brought back. She's been a lot of fun. But, you know, she hasn't been around all that long. She was a Triple H person that got brought back. Tegan Knox, we've only just got up and running with her. Creeds, we've only just got going with them. DIY, we've only just got going with them. Indus Sher, we've only seen a handful of times. You can kind of go down a bit of a list. JD McDonough, we haven't seen much of him. There's a lot of new faces around on Raw. I think there's a lot of new faces around in general as Triple H is really mixing it up, kind of kicking up the dust a little bit, and has brought a few people up. And I think there's not really the connection to some of these superstars yet, which is going to take a little bit of time. But the great thing is, as we continue to see them and they continue to get booked, and we continue, like, you know, we should get a stronger connection with them, which should make their segments a bit better in the future. So I can't say that I'm really missing the Vince comedy stuff. I mean, I think that Triple H is doing some really good stuff. I think not everything's been, you know, hitting the mark. But I think, like, you know, if you look at the fact that Survivor Series, I mean, Survivor Series did its biggest rate, and apparently the women's match at the start of Survivor Series was like the most watched moment in Survivor Series history. I don't know if it like tailed off after that or what happened, but at the end of it, and of course because of Punk, it was the most viewed Survivor Series. But we didn't know Punk was coming in. People might have been hoping, and there'd been a bit of chatter, and there was potential, and you can point at it. But I think it's a good sign that Survivor Series had that level of interest, when seemingly WWE had gone out their way to, if they wanted to tease Punk more, they really could have. And then, like, you know, the buzz around today has been brilliant. There's been a lot of praise for the different premium live events. I think there's been, you know, a lot of people saying, is this the best year for pay-per-views? And there's a lot of goodwill around at the moment in WWE. There's a lot of problems in the sense that we got a lot of new faces that we need to establish, but by and large, I think we've got some really good stuff going on at the moment. So I just think let's keep building, let's keep adding these pieces. You know, we've brought in Randy's back, we've got CM Punk back. That's going to make segments feel stronger. We're still bringing through this new talent. We've got new feuds that we can go into. I really like Cody and Shinsuke. So they're going to be good segments. So yeah, I think we're in an all right place. I understand that for some they're struggling with the bulk of the show, the real meat of the show is not really landing. I do understand that. Like, we start hot, we end hot. I do understand this, but I think that you look at Cody Shinsuke, that was a good segment. I think you look at like Seth and Drew, like that was fun. Granted, his kilt fell off and that made it better, but that was fun. And I think, like, you know, Piper and Chelsea have been doing some fun stuff, and the Creeds look great in the tag match earlier. Like, you can definitely, even outside of CM Punk, highlight some really good moments from this show, you know. You can go, that was good, and pull out these moments. So I think we're all right. Honestly, I think we're all right. I just think we're in that kind of, let's build a few people. Let's get through December, and then we're on the road to WrestleMania. I mean, we're heading to the Rumble, and we're on the road to WrestleMania, and we can, you know, really do some stuff then. Like, that's when these shows are going to be cooking, and hopefully some of that talent will be a little bit more established by that point. Punk saying I'm home is the modern day pipe bomb. Why do you think Creed's Judgment Day should be a fun match? What do you think Creed's Judgment Day should be a fun match? Yeah, I agree. It should be a fun match. I think the Creeds are fantastic. They are multiple-time tag champs. I think Julius Creed is a single star waiting to break out. I would worry for Brutus at that point. I don't see the same potential in him. Julius seems to be the one, but I think they've got a good few years, if not longer than that, as a tag team. And I think the tag division overall is fantastic. Certainly when you put in the likes of the Street Profits, the Viking Raiders, and some of the other teams that we've got over on SmackDown. The teams that we saw today, like DIY and the Creeds. We got to do work within the Shia, of course. But there's some good-looking teams there. And we know Authors of Pain are coming in as well. So, I mean, the tag division's going to be popping off soon. That's going to be, like, bubbling away. And certainly I don't know that we will, but we've only got one set of tag titles at the moment. So the tag division is split across both brands. So that is being represented by, one tag team. I hope we continue that, but the way Triple H is going with the teams he's called up and Authors of Pain coming back, it might be that he's actually looking at going back to 2 sets of tag belts. Because I think you could make an argument for this being like 2 different divisions. I would still keep it 1, but it's cooking pretty well at the moment. It's pretty good. Right. Let's get a few more thoughts. Russell Andy said, AJ in the Rumble, her and Bailey at Mania. Let Him In said, Days, Punk doesn't let anyone treat him like a puppet, so I think that was genuine, and I loved it. Reigns Forever said, TikTok. Also, Tony Khan is dumb for making MJF wrestle. Still, that man is a problem. His father should take over AEW, said Reigns Forever. Hacker of Tomorrow said, AEW has been dead for a long time. JJB Gaming said, Punk saying I'm home really got me. Watson said, Days was on the same show as Punk. What in the multiverse? Dark Knight, even if Punk didn't have an NDA, I wouldn't advise him to mention AEW. Nothing mentioning them is a bigger, better statement. I completely agree with that. I completely agree. Mitchell said, I have DM'd you the article. If Tony can't legally talk about it, that usually means NDA stuff, which tells me that Punk can't talk about AEW. Alfie, shout out to you. Let's have a read of this article. We'll just see what it says. Who's it? I'll click on it. It is through Tony Khan. When was this? 27th. Oh, is this on the... So this is on Observer. During a media interview, Tony was asked about CM Punk's WWE return. Punk made his return at Survivor Series in Chicago. The appearance came less than 3 months after Punk's AEW contract was terminated. Steve Herman of BBC Radio West Midlands asked Khan if he was surprised to see Punk at Survivor Series. Tony said, I can't talk about that, nor do I think it's the time or the place. But I appreciate you asking, and I'm very excited about AEW All in Wembley. Not to dodge or duck your question, it's just not something I can legally talk about. Punk's Survivor Series return was his first appearance since walking out. WWE has confirmed that Punk will be appearing on Monday night's Survivor Series Fallout, blah, 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 blah. Pre-sale tickets, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Interesting. I think him saying I can't legally talk about it is interesting. I'm scared to say the 2 words, and it's not going to sound like CM Punk. There was something very vulnerable for Phil there. People won't appreciate that. That's not him. Reigns Forever said Hunter should bring him over to SmackDown next. Let's have a party. Kaz, good night. Kerbin said AJ is injured or on kayfabe injury. I'm not sure. What, AJ Styles? I think there was an actual injury there, but he's been, you know, I don't actually know how long he's out for. A lot of people are expecting him back soon. Do you think we see Punk on Friday? I don't. No, I don't. Dortnight said Derek 76 is a fictional character covering for a person I can't talk about as I've got an NDA. Big Time said AEW's rating came out today. Last week, coming out of Full Gear, did 845. Oh, I was waiting. I was interested in what Collision did. I'm expecting it to be a bad number, of course, but I was just interested as to what that number was. Mitchell, good night. Watson said that kid ruined Raw. Good shout. I'm surprised he didn't get in the ring and get Punk to sign his flag. Do you know what, Watson? I really respect the fact that someone has actually got the bravery to say what needed to be said. That kid ruined tonight. I agree. I agree. I didn't even enjoy the CM Punk promo as a result. I was too distracted by that kid getting wrestlers to sign his items, and then clearly he's going to go and sell them on eBay. I agree. Ledge Killer said, what show tonight? I liked the CM Punk promo, and I liked the Randy Orton match. Hacker of Tomorrow said, I wish that Rhea didn't interrupt Randy. Johnny said, do you think we will get CM Punk John Cena one time? It would be good to do it. And it could happen. I don't know that it's something that is high on the agenda, but one more for the road. Yeah. But then saying that, do you do John Cena, Randy, one more for the road? You know, they faced each other, like, I think I read the other day, like 20 odd times on, like, I think pay-per-view or something. Like, they've got, obviously, they're arguably each other's biggest rivals. So do you do that one more for the road? I mean, there's a lot of potential. There's a lot that you could do. I just don't know what it is that you actually do. But there is a lot that you could do, yes. For old time's sake, said Kervin. We'll do it for old time's sake. Trini said, due to social media exposés, companies like Facebook and Twitter have got their employees signing NDAs so that they can't discuss or insult the company or describe any part of the job. It's possible that they've used one. That's interesting. Due to social media exposés. I wonder when this would be signed. I wonder what this would be. I mean, if CM Punk's being fired from his contract, so CM Punk hits Jungle Boy, chokes Jungle Boy, whatever, gets fired, would that, I'm guessing that must have been pre-built into his existing contract then, because if I'm CM Punk and you're firing me and you now are giving me a bit of paper to sign to say I'm not going to badmouth the company, I'm going to laugh in your face. So I can only imagine that this was built into the original contract, which is very interesting, and it makes me wonder about Cody, who I never expected to say anything bad about AEW, but he never did. And I don't think Tony has ever said anything about Cody. And the same with Jade as well. So I wonder if that's standard practice, that is built into AEW contracts. I've never heard of it. I've heard of NDAs, which non-disclosure agreements, which is, as what it says, not disclosing sensitive information. But I've never heard of something where you can't disparage, you can't throw shade, you can't openly speak your mind about a company, you know? I've never heard of that. It's very interesting. And now, like, you know, now I think about it, I don't remember Cody. You wouldn't really associate that with Cody, or I wouldn't associate it with Cody. I would associate that with CM Punk. I would definitely associate it with him, so interesting. Right. Did you hear the news could be breaking in a few weeks that Warner Brother Discovery might land Raw? AEW and Warner just can't reach an agreement or a fair price. FS1 might bid for AEW. Oh my God. FS1. Whenever SmackDown that does 2 point something million goes to FS1, It does about 800,000. So taking a show that does 800,000 and putting it on FS1, I don't know what that's going to look like. I mean, I suppose, would Fox run adverts for AEW? Maybe they would, maybe they wouldn't. Maybe it would help, maybe it wouldn't. But I know whenever SmackDown goes to FS1, it's not a good thing. So that's interesting. Big time, appreciate it. It's got a finger on the pulse. Kevin said, I'm shocked, man. I checked out Jelly Roll, and he's got millions of views on his songs. I've never heard of him. But then, you know, never heard of these non-disclosure things as well, so I'm just out the loop. I'm old, I'm a boomer. Svanova said it's crazy how things have changed from a few weeks ago to now. We were getting the most random storylines and matches, and now we're just getting dub storylines. Will said Fox was disappointed in the SmackDown ratings. Watson said, will you be doing the Christmas episode of Raw? Come on, dudes. Come on. Of course we are. I'll be sat here in my little Santa hat on Christmas Day doing the Christmas Raw. And, yeah, absolutely. The only thing I can't do, actually, is the 27th, which I think is Dynamite. And I genuinely can't do it because there's one day where, like, we live in the countryside. So our garden, we've got a nice garden, right? It's not nice as in it looks nice, but it's got a bit of space because we're in the countryside. And so both sides of our family come over on that day here. And that's when we see the family, basically. They come to us because we've got a bit of, you know, garden space, whatever, compared to other people in my family that live in the cities and are a bit more limited for room. So they come over here. So we've done that for the past 2 years where the family come over. And as you can imagine, you know, we're catching up, chatting away. There's a few drinks. By the time people are like, you know, going off and heading home or whatever, I mean, to be honest, it's getting on for like midnight. It's getting on. Sometimes it's even later than that. So the 27th is the only day, which I think is Dynamite. That's the only day I can't do this year. I think we've done every other show. I can't do the 27th, but the 25th, Christmas Day. I mean, it's not even a problem. It's not even an issue. That we will be here on Christmas Day doing whatever Raw, and we'll be here on the 26th, Boxing Day, doing NXT. Can't do the 27th, and then we'll be back on the 28th doing SmackDown as well. So, yep, we'll be here, buds. We'll be here. Right, let's go down. Angel Torres, shout out to you, my friend. Really appreciate the support. Angel Torres said, people are calling CM Punk a hypocrite. Are either AEW marks or they just hate WWE. How can you be mad at redemption? It's not Vince's WWE anymore. It's a good point. I mean, I think this is something which I can understand it, right? CM Punk has been very outspoken about WWE, and for him to now be in a ring saying the words "I'm home," I can understand people going, "Dude, he's just saying what needs to be said to get the money he needs to get." Right? I can understand that perspective, and to be honest, there may be some truth in that. I mean, he might be thinking, "I'm going to ride this for as long as I can, get what money I can, and then." You know what I mean? I'm done. I'm out. I'm going to wrap up this wrestling thing the right way. We'll close it at WrestleMania. Not 40. I think he'll be around longer than that. But he might be thinking, get in, get the money, keep my head down, try and not get fired, have a banging farewell match at WrestleMania 43 or whatever it might be. And boom, done. Lovely. Thank you. So him saying, I'm home and all this stuff, maybe it's true, maybe it's not true. Maybe he's just saying what we want to hear. I don't know. I mean, all I can tell you is I loved it. I enjoyed it. I love the fact he's back. I'm a CM Punk fan. I'm really excited for him being back. And I thought the promo was great. I mean, if he's lying, I don't care. I feel like an abused partner. As long as he's telling me what I want to hear, that's all I care about. Do you know what I mean? I'm like a teenage girl that's on a date with an older guy, as long as he says he loves me and that we're going to be together forever, I don't really care about the fact that, you know, his phone keeps ringing and there seems to be other women on the phone. It's like he's told me they're just his friends. They're only his friends. Apparently that's just his sisters. Apparently he's got 8 sisters. It's fine. It's fine. He's got 8 sisters. You know what I mean? He's told me I'm the only girl he needs. And I believe him. I love him. So I'm in that sort of relationship with CM Punk. And I'm very aware of it. But right now I'm fine. I'm fine with it as well. I'm gonna see where we go. He's promised to take me out on a date. We're gonna go for a lovely weekend away. So yeah, look, if there's people out there that feel it's disingenuous, I mean, all I would say is just ignore it. Ignore it. My take on it is that I really enjoyed that promo. I was so excited about Raw today. I'm going to be so excited for Raws going forward. You know, I don't want to say I'm more excited for WrestleMania because I don't think I can get. My excitement for WrestleMania, I think, was at a 10 anyway before CM Punk because it's WrestleMania 40. This isn't just another WrestleMania, but I mean, if I can get to 11 now, then I'll get to 11. I am more excited for just everything. WWE became more exciting when CM Punk returned. So if there's people out there going, he's being disingenuous, he's lying, all this kind of stuff, that's fine. They might be correct, but it doesn't change the fact that I am royally entertained. Doesn't change the fact that I am having the time of my life and I'm absolutely loving it. So it doesn't change that fact. I would imagine this is probably the same with like AEW fans. You know, AEW gets a lot of hate and a lot of shade thrown at it. But if you was a genuine diehard AEW fan, I'd imagine this is the same thing. Like, people are saying it's rubbish. People are saying it's, but I don't care because I love it and I enjoy it. And I just don't care what other people think. I'd imagine it's probably the same for them as well in that regard. That's kind of how I feel about this Punk thing. I loved it. I enjoyed it. I had a great time with it. Really, really enjoyed. I mean, the return's one of the most shocking things I've ever seen. I couldn't speak. I watched it back obviously because I did the reaction video as a separate thing. It wouldn't go in. I could see the music. I could see the graphics. I could hear the music, but it's like it wouldn't compute. It was amazing. I didn't expect it. It totally blindsided me. So, yeah, I mean, what a wild 48 hours it's been, eh? And as I said before, we've only just begun. This is the start of it. All those dream matches people keep talking about, they're coming. We're going to get them. Maybe not all of them, but I would think most of them, if not all of them. So, Angel Torres, shout out to you, dude. I think turn that noise off. Turn that noise off. And just make sure that you are continuing to enjoy what you enjoy. And do you know what? If there's any AEW fans watching, I'd say the same to you as well. Turn that noise off. Just enjoy what you enjoy. And, you know, there is room for everyone. I just think that in regards to that, just to touch on that, I think that Tony chose to make it a war. He could have been very nice about WWE and said nice things and been very respectful, but he went the exact opposite direction. You know, they positioned themselves as being here for the lapsed the WWE fans that felt like they weren't being served. The WWE fans that, you know, felt that the product had got flat and stale. He very much positioned himself as, we are going to give you what they're not. And, you know, there was a lot of shots being fired back and forth. WWE weren't innocent in it, but to say that this was not made into a war by those in charge is, you know, this is why Edge's comments were so laid into by people, because it was nonsensical. I mean, you've got, you know, we all saw on that Tuesday what Tony Khan was tweeting out. So, you know, the fuel had been put on the fire by them, let's put it that way. So it was unavoidable. It was, you know, this is something that is always going to happen. I think it was hard for them to really go about it any other way, but it is what it is, and this is why the fan bases are like at each other's throats. But honestly, if you're a WWE fan, just leave them to it. If you're an AEW fan, just leave Punk and WWE to it, and just have a good time. Life's too short. Have a good time. So yeah, loved it. Really enjoyed it. Juan said they could take your reaction. Isn't it copyright? They've done it before. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know, to be honest. What I do know is that if I took their footage, they'd copyright me. If I took a clip of CM Punk coming back and just played it on my channel, I'm pretty sure I'm getting an email, right? So I'm not complaining about it, right? Not for a second. I'm very, very grateful. But let's not get into a copyright conversation, because if we did go down that road, then yeah, they owe me money, because I made this show tonight. I made this show. They aren't going to sign Edge. They were going to sign Punk. If Warner Brothers really wanted Punk and Raw, does Tony now fear for his company? Firing CM Punk and losing the TV deal would be ironic. I tell you, do you know what, mate? You're bang on. You're bang on. I mean, he loves Warner Brothers Discovery. He's got a very close relationship with Warner Brothers Discovery. If it's going to be a case that, like, CM Punk coming back means that Raw is now going to Warner Brothers Discovery, and he ends up sort of like checkmating himself, and he is no longer going to be on Warner Brothers Discovery because they lost Punk, and Punk has now gone to Raw, and Raw takes that instead. Wow. Wow. Yeah, that could be a monster story. I gotta tell you, how awkward is this for Jack Perry? All because he looked down the camera and said, "Cry me a river. It's real glass. Cry me a river." Was it worth it? Was it worth it? Okay, right, we're done. We're done. Let Him In said Bray would probably be happy. I miss him. Oh, he would. No doubt he would. There's one person that has made this last 48 hours possible. Jack Perry. Thank you. Right, we're done, my friend. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful. I don't know how I can convey that, but I've said before, I mean, you've seen the reaction video. Like, there's so many channels out there. It seems like live streams have never been as competitive or as busy, or there's so many as what there are now. It's just, I don't know, it's on trend. It's on trend. What can we say? So, like, you know, it's just, it's a part of it that has really exploded, and it seems like so many people are doing it. I mean, obviously, I don't get a chance to watch them because we do it as well. So, I'm sure they're great. I honestly don't know. I'm sure they're great. I'm aware that there are a lot out there. I'm sure they do a great job, and all I can do is just be very honest and very thankful that so many people decide to spend their Monday nights and Tuesday nights and whatever hanging out with us here. So certainly not taken for granted at all. And I hope you had a good time. And we'll be back again tomorrow to do it again tomorrow, all over again. Sadly, we know CM Punk, but we'll see what the cool kids down in NXT are going to be up to. So a big thank you. Really appreciate it. And I will see you again next time. Bye for now.